If you want to go from slaving away with your current agency clients, making merely $5,000 to $10,000 per month, to the true $100,000 per month freedom with what's called AI growth integrating, leveraging both AI and the creator economy trends in 2025. Today, I'm going to give you a full, hyper in-depth course that's going to help you start and scale right to that $100,000 per month, and even show you the roadmap that I personally take to go from now to becoming a billionaire, all for free. And this model is what took me from being that 13.5K per month, commoditized, done for you ass slavery agency, doing a little copywriting, little gigs here and there, to making and hitting over 42K per month, bro. When me and my team were doing this freelance growth integrating. And now to $113,000 in revenue and $45,000 cash collected in a month with our own growth integrating consultancy. And with our clients and students we've worked with, we've now proudly generated over $1 million plus in revenue. So today, I'm going to show you what this AI growth integrating model even is, and then compare it to all these other agency models that you can get into as an agency owner that's making like 5, 10K per month in 2025. And I'll also explain to you why this AIGI model is the best business model that leverages all the creator or all the market movements of AI and creators in 2025. And I'll expose to you the best and richest growth integrating markets to get into right now, how to become the most hyper qualified, or how to gain the most hyper qualified growth integrating leads, the best outreach method to get your first growth integrating client, and an entire step by step sales framework to close your first growth integrating client, because these clients are a little bit different. Then execute on what's called the alpha launch, making your client instantly 10 to 20K, which will pretty much make your growth integrating client never want to leave you. Why would somebody want to leave you if you just make them 5 to 10 to 20K instantly? Then afterwards, I'm going to teach you how to structure what's called this minimum viable sales process and this minimum viable fulfillment to skid right to a fat 30 to 50K per month launch in a month. And how all this then leads to you converting into what's called a growth integrating agency, or what I'm calling a GIA, or what's called a growth integrating consultancy, which I'm calling a GIC, which demonstrates a clear path to $1 million a month. And afterwards, I'm going to teach you how to add these AI softwares into your GIA or GIC, which allows you to exit your business for $100 million. Imagine $100 million in your bank account, brother. And finally, how all of this is going to lead you into what's called private equity or software and help you become a multi-billionaire. But most importantly, throughout this entire video, I'm going to be showing you a few different documents, which are pretty much all the SOPs that I personally used to scale to 100K per month, as well as what Will and Tian used, our students inside of our growth integrating consultancy, Integrator Incubator, who we helped go from zero, or there's around like 40, 50-ish K with their current offer, to now $400,000 in 1 month, in 30 days, with their barber offer, winning first place in a revenue competition Alex Ramon is hosting called the School Games. And what also Rojal used to scale from zero to a $30,000 launch in 7 days. What my brother, Philemon, imagine putting your brother into this. This is how convicted I know I am when I'm putting my own blood into this, from a 0 to 18.54K launch in 8 days. And what Aaron used to hit a $5,000 setup fee. And we have another student literally today, he made 7.5 grand, okay, with one setup fee. And I think it was like a 30%-ish revenue share, right? And what Alex used to make his $6,000 launch as well, or his first 6K with the launch. And now they're going to do more, as well as all these other growth integrators on the screen that I've helped scale in our integrator incubator. Therefore, these wouldn't be fair. These documents wouldn't be fair for me to give them all out to you guys just out of nowhere. But if you want to figure out how you can get them, there will be a link down below where you can book in a call with us, where you can get all those documents plus a whole lot more if we deem you're a fit to join Integrator Incubator. So I'm not just going to go on there and just drop you all the docs. You got to be a fit for our group. But for now, to get ready to take in all the sauce, because this one, it's a really fat, long one, and in depth. I did everything that I can to make this each second, every single second, worth all of your time. So sit back, pull out one fat ass stack of papers in your notebook, or a very, very blank Google Doc, or Notion doc that you can take all these notes on each segment of this course. And speaking of segments, this is where I have all these broken down for you perfectly in the chapters in the timeline down below. And if you're on mobile, then I do recommend that you switch over to the computadora so you can guide yourself through the directory. A little Miami Spanishness coming out of me. So with that being said, let's get started with, and so starting with really how to learn, because at the end of the day, you're here, you clicked on this video because you have a perception. You're like, there is something here about AIs, about creators that I have to learn about as I see the marketplace going in this direction. And number two, you're still watching here me because to a certain extent, and I'll increase it further as we go, you believe that I have something of value to teach you. You feel as though you realize that I've accomplished with the case studies that I've had more than you. And so there is something here to learn. And so with that being said, you have to sit down and really fully be able to take it in and then actually implement it as in step by step to then start seeing the results. But if you don't understand what's going on here, how are you going to take action upon it? How are you going to actually implement it? And so that's step one. But then step two, you now be asking like, well, why would I not be able to understand the things around here? And I want to teach you about this concept around ego and how it just murders humans. And so there's you and what you think you are. But then there's also this sort of like demon person inside of you. And this demon person perceives reality in not a proper way. Reality, what I mean, as in like what you think in your mind, but then the second part is what actually is existing in the world. And so in your mind, you're thinking, oh, I'm this big guy, I hit 5, 10K a month, whatever. And this occurs to agency owners who are stuck and at this point where they feel like, they know everything and that they have just accomplished everything in life. But the reality here is that you've also clicked on this video. You also are watching even to this point once again, because guess what? All this messaging is resonating with you. The fact that you feel like you're stuck, the fact that you feel like you're not getting where you want to be. And so then what is the logical next step for then you to do? It's for you to drop your ego, realize that 5 to 10K is nothing, that you got to get 100K, that you got to get to 100K to hit your goals. And if not, then you're going to be screwed. And so the number one thing that prevents that is you believing that you know everything. That I know all this marketing, I know all this AI stuff. Like, I don't need to learn this stuff, bro. I know it. Just get to the, tactics and whatever. It's like, that's not what helps you out. Not even rehearing, but taking the concepts that you've sort of heard before, but sitting through and mining out from within your brain and what you're watching, mining out the parts that you may have not seen before. That's really where the new gains come in. And so as I explain this stuff to you today, you may be like, oh, I heard this stuff before, but no, you didn't. Because that's what you believe. And once you break that belief system, once you kill this devil in your mind, once you kill that ego, and that's really when you'll truly be able to believe, to implement, and therefore succeed. And now you're wondering like, okay, well, why should I believe? Who the frick is this guy? And so let me explain that to you. Okay. So how I got into this stuff was starting out with the sneaker reselling at 14 years old. Okay. I was probably very similar to you, trying all these different things, trying all these different models like drop shipping, flipping NFTs, whatever, to get to the point that I'm at now. But then things really didn't start taking off until January 2023 for me. Okay. And this is, by the way, like quick sidetrack here. This is where I learned this learning stuff by getting into a school like UCLA. And I got into that school in January 2023. I was top whatever percent in my school. And so my parents, they really put me down that college path and eventually towards that 9 to 5, which is also probably a very similar thing that you guys, escaped into this agency path, trying to escape that 9 to 5. And then what happened was that I tried these different business models on Yoon too. When in January 2023, I was like, all right, I have to make something happen. So I started this YouTube channel where I was like, I'm going to try as many different business models as possible until one of them makes it. And so I tried it. I tried like dropshipping again, high ticket sales. And the really big one that worked out for me was a copywriting agency, specifically where I was helping coaches and consultants out, writing YouTube scripts. And if you want to see the proof, I literally have documented it all on my other channel, Yoon. Just look it up on YouTube, you'll find it. And there's like this video with almost 10,000 views now that breaks down me trying SMA, this agency, for 100 days. Initially, I got it to around 6.5-ish K a month. But the thing was, I was hyper commoditized and I was pretty much a slave in their employees, in these coaches and consultants businesses, probably similar to the situation that you're at right now. And all of this whilst I was just fixing up their YouTube scripts that would lead to booked and their perception, right? When me just fixing up these small little YouTube scripts, they were like, oh my God, it's going to lead to booked call after booked call, cash flowing through the pipeline. And the thing was, that's what they were thinking. But despite this, and those mismatched expectation between me and the client, that shit screws you up. You know it. You probably had that before. And so despite this though, I was able to push and struggle my way to even 13.5K per month. Okay. But the thing was, there was no systematization. I saw no true vision for building this into a real company. Because you probably have the 5 to 10K. You think you're a big shit. But like now you're realizing, oh shoot, there's like people way bigger than me. I want to get to that level. I want to build a real company. I personally saw no way that I could do that. And I get you. I feel you. And I saw no way to productize the current service that I had into a team or into an actual productized service without having, let's say, a 30 plus team with hyper gross inefficiencies. Like imagine having 30 plus people, and that's what I thought could get me to like 100, 200K a month. And I'm like, this does not sound good. Oh, hell no. And I'll go on these ups and downs of my revenue, knowing that a client here or there, they'll go and churn in the next 1 to 3 months. I had no consistent way to get clients at the door. But even once I did sign a client, I was wondering, how would I even be able to fulfill for such a different avatar? Because I didn't even have my exact avatar nailed down either. I was just targeting these coaches and consultants randomly. And the biggest thing was like selling this fulfillment as well. And so during this time, transparently though, being in this super upset state as I was here, I got really lucky. I'll be really honest with you. Okay. I signed this guy named Abdul Faroki. Brother changed my entire paradigm. Not even gonna lie. Because he was making $48 million a year. Okay. This is where I'm like, oh, it's starting to go up. Where he went to creators and he helped scale multitudes of them to multiple millions of dollars a month. With what I now, thinking back then, realize he was implementing what are called these AI integrated solutions, which is providing a full stack of all the problems holistically in a business, but focusing on integrating specifically AI, a new offer, marketing, and sales. And so with this, he took a fitness creator from $0 to $400,000 a month, an agency creator from $0 to $1.7 million a month, an Amazon FBA creator from $0 to $1.6 million a month, an Airbnb creator from $0 to $700,000 a month, and an Amazon KDP, this Kindle publishing. It's similar to like a mechanism such as Amazon FBA, whatever, similar business model, from $0 to $2.2 million a month, all whilst taking specifically a percentage of what they made. And if you don't believe me, then just go watch the podcast that we did on this channel with me talking to him for like an hour. I mean, the whole podcast was like 2 hours, and we've had a lot of conversation. We're good friends. And so the thing though was that simultaneously during this time, I also met Will. And this is my like older YouTube channel. Back then I wasn't really running this one, right? And so this is where I already saw some success with what he was doing. And because I saw Abdul doing this, and then simultaneously I also saw Will doing this. And I was like, what the heck? There's something going on here that I don't understand. And he'd already done this with a fitness creator, scaling them from $0 to $22,000 a month in 2 months, implementing these integrated solutions as well. And once again, if you don't believe me, just go to Tim Yoon 2. That whole video is on there. We did a whole podcast with him, back a year ago, when we met. And so the thing was though, Will didn't have many connections to these creators or the content skills that I had. And so we saw this perfect match where then we, seeing in the Instagram UGC girl space that, okay, so these girls basically, they are teaching other girls how to make money with online brand deals. Just like overall broadly, and the majority of what they're doing. So, okay, I'll explain UGC first. Basically, UGC, it's like you have a girl here, and the girl, they go to different brands. Let's say like, I don't know, like a Lululemon. What's a Lulu logo? I don't even know the Lululemon logo. Okay, let's just say it's that, right? They go here, they say, hey, I'm gonna make you some content. Could you give me some cash? Okay, and these girls, these brands, they take the stuff and they put it on their ads, or they put it on their IG, content. Whatever, or organic content, basically, right? And so they put it in these different areas, and these girls get paid without these girls needing to post it on their own profiles. And so it's this really, really good way for these girls to make money. And so we're like, holy crap, these girls, they're like kind of teaching this stuff. They were, creating a few little lead magnets on Stan Store, which is like a little cheap store. They're making a few little products, digital products here and there, but they didn't have in that marketplace a really proper offer yet, a really proper what we call this integrated solution for the creator. And so I'll explain what that means later, but pretty much like a full program, high ticket program. And so without knowing it back then, we went all in on this, realizing that this growth integrating model is cracked as frick. So we integrated a new offer, new marketing, and sales channels, taking our first creator from 0 to 31.3K in 3 days. And then we helped another one from 0 to 15K per month in 3 months, and our best one from 0 to $42,000 a month in 4 months. Then what we realized, though, was that this model was crazy OP. And so we saw a huge gap in the market for people that wanted to do this model too, which back then we mistakenly called this, we're like, what the heck is this? We didn't even understand. And then we saw this Eddie Karmash guy, like this bigger, he was like kind of biz-opping it, making it too public. And so he called it this growth operating thing. We're just like, all right, whatever, we're going to call it this. And then ride the trend of like operating incubator or ride the trend of growth operating. And then we launch operating incubator. Okay. Or with this, the case studies I talked about in the intro, as with Alex, we helped him scale fast, soon scaling. He made 6K a few days ago just with his first launch, and now he's making more very soon. And then Timon over here, he's launching his creator as we speak. Rojal's at 30K, as I talked about earlier. Philemon to 18.5K. And literally today, Harry, 2 hours ago of me shooting this, signing $7,500 setup fee plus a 25% revenue share on this creator with 460,000 followers on Instagram. And then another creator closed, Gabe over here, getting a 50-50 revenue share. Like crazy shit. And they're about to launch fast. Imagine 50% on your freaking creator, right? And this also took us from $113,000 in revenue, or we got to $113,000 in revenue and 45K cash collected within just 5 months. But in reality, what we realized was this growth integrating model. And then going into growth integrating consultancy, we weren't teaching this growth operating thing. So now you're like, what the heck is this growth integrating thing? What the hell is bro talking about? Like, how would I kind of get into this thing? And what's different about it, right? So now that you know who I am and you've gotten this certain level of trust, you understand that I'm somebody to be listened to, I gotta give you some really brutal foundational checks here. Listen up, because this might save you tons of time, months of pain, and thousands of dollars. So if you're a beginner, please stop now. So if you have never ran agency before, if you've never ran a business before, if you're only even just like a single freelance copywriting or just doing like sales only, if you have tried e-commerce before and you want to get into this, please stop now. There's no need for you to watch this. This is not for you. If you're making less than $5,000 a month with your agency, you're not ready for this. So sure, maybe you could learn it up a little bit, but this is high level info. A lot of this, you may not even understand it, but you could try. Good luck. All right. If you're making if you're under 18 as well, or you're outside of the English speaking markets, such as the US, Canada, UK, Australia, New Zealand, this also isn't for you. And these aren't arbitrary rules exactly, but they're really protections for, at the end of the day, guaranteed failure. All right. And so I'm going to tell you that you're not going to get the results that I'm talking about here if you don't have these foundations, but you can still learn it up. I'm just saying you're not going to get the results that I'm talking about here. Okay. And the core skill requirements here is that if you cannot close deals, you're going to be dead in the water. If you have weak writing skills, don't even think about this. If you have no content creation experience, you'll get demolished. You have zero AI integration knowledge, you're already behind. And just one strong skill only, just as if you're just good at closing, if you're just a good marketer, if you're just a good copywriter only. Actually, good marketer is actually pretty powerful. But if you're just those things, that's not enough to survive here. All right. And so the fatal market experience gaps that I want to talk to you about today is that if you're coming straight, once again, as I talked about it, from e-commerce, here's a reality check. Unless you made millions and you really understand business from a first principles high level, if you just made like a few grand in e-com, please stay away from this. This is not for you. A few $1,000s in dropshipping revenue does not mean anything here. And if you're jumping suddenly from this low ticket situation of this dropshipping space, or even low ticket in, actually, I don't think it's really low ticket info products unless we literally start going to the info space, which then means like you're a guru, which then means you're, I guess, kind of qualified because you know closing, content, and copywriting skills, right? But if not, then you're screwed if you don't understand this. The thing is, we got to realize that this high ticket service based business world is a different game. And so if you have these also mental blocks as well, if you think this info space, if you think education is a scam, you're not ready. If you have limiting beliefs around creator businesses, exit now, please. And if you want to chill in Thailand, just make 10K a month, this isn't your path. I'm not looking for stupid fucking chillers out here. I'm looking for absolute grinders that are looking to implement this material and like just crush it. And if you're looking for an easy route, please unsubscribe immediately. That's not easy. And so here's the ultimate reality check though. This model is too hard for most people. You must have an agency doing 5K plus per month. And if you have an agency doing 5K, 10K, you understand business is hard. You understand it. So you're going to get me. And if you have deep marketing and sales experience and you have real info space understanding and you have creator economy expertise, if you have AI integration capabilities, multiple integrated skill sets together, and these are what you gotta have. And so the final warning here is that if any of these points hit home to you, if you're feeling defensive or making excuses here, if you're thinking maybe I can skip out on some of these steps, please leave my channel now. I'm not here to waste your time or mine. But if you're still here, if none of these disqualifiers apply to you, if you're ready for the real path to scale, then what is next to come will genuinely transform your entire perspective on business building. But the reality here is to understand then these foundational layers, because if these are not you, then these may start applying to you, such as something like the core requirements. See, because before we dive into this model, if it's right for you or not, let's brutally be honest about something. Once again, growth integration is not for beginners. Think of it also like conducting an orchestra. You have to master or at least roughly understand the instruments to a certain extent before you can genuinely bring the entire ensemble and lead the ensemble together. And so that concept, it'll start resonating in a little bit soon. But before that, let's discuss these essential prerequisites. It's just the inverse of what I talked about earlier. And so if you're from these English-speaking countries, the US, Canada, UK, I'm able to crush it here because, starting California now, here in Miami. You also must have, and this is where this ensemble analogy comes in, you have to have mastered the guitar of content. You have to master the trumpet of copywriting, or you have to master the cello of closing in order to bring the ensemble together to guide the world. Or not the world, but to guide the businesses that you're going to be growth integrating into. And you must have agency experience before, not just freelancing here and there. And the journey pattern to this proven paths looks something like this. And so if you're watching this and you're more of a beginner and you still want to get eventually into this growth integrating pathway, here are a few thought processes. If you've gone through these paths, some of these resonate with you, then this would be for you. Something like going from a growth or a marketing / sales agency / appointment setting agency as well into a growth integrator, being just a setter, a closer, sales agency, then into a growth integrator, or video editor, and you moved maybe into a content agency and now maybe even ran your own offers before and you're going to growth integrator. If you're a freelance copywriter, copywriting agency, then it's a growth operator. If you're even a coach, consultant, or a course creator, ran your own offer before, and then you're going to this growth integrator model, this works out for you too. Because you're probably realizing a lot of holes over here in this coaches and consultants marketplace as well, with how freaking saturated it is now, how you actually have to have experience before you launch an offer, and how you probably feel really bad for not being able to fulfill because you're realizing, oh shoot, I can't just say claims and then all of a sudden be like, oh shoot, I'm going to charge you a high price, and then realize that, oh wait, your name gets dragged all across the mud when you can't fulfill. This is how the marketplace is changing. You can't just scam people now. You can't. And so if you're realizing this and you're like, oh shoot, I need to get some experience in some other marketplace, and guess what? Growth integrating is for you. And so the agency owner's pathway is probably what you went down through. And so let me explain this to you. And if this resonates with you at one bit, you'll start to realize that, oh wait, this is actually like really for me. This is like from everything that is occurring in this marketplace, holy crap, this actually makes total sense for me. And also another part of this is that this must have been a raw psychological progression on what is keeping most of you agency owners and coaches and consultants trapped in your own success. And so this is probably what you went through. You probably went through this initial victory lap of, oh my gosh, I crossed the 5-10K per month. I made it. All my loser friends from high school, college, I had my 9 to 5. Screw them. I have beat them. And let's be honest, initially it probably felt incredible. Your family finally stopped having to ask, hey, when are you going to get a real job? Those LinkedIn connections from your old 9 to 5s are now starting to pay attention, or Instagram friends from college. I mean, just friends in general that you connect on Instagram. And for the first time, you probably went on this, oh my God, I'm making it. And this validation hits different. You're not just another wannabe entrepreneur anymore. You finally feel like you made it. But then you go through this plateauish phase. You start noticing now, and you start rubbing shoulders with people making 100K per month, $1 million a month. And you start going to Dubai. Maybe you went to Greece, Medellin, Colombia. Bro, I haven't traveled in a minute now. So Miami. Maybe you went to Cape Town, Monaco, Madrid, Spain, Mexico City, Mexico. And you start traveling the world. And you start seeing these other entrepreneurs. And you're vibing with them. And you're like, motherfucker, these kids are way better than me. Oh, fuck. And you're like starting to realize that, oh, wait, you're a little bit of a newbie still. And these aren't just these trust fund kids or these lucky breaks that happened. They're people just like you that have already gone through your path. But then they're like, bro, you're making 10K a month. Lol. Like, you're like, what? I thought I made this shit. Like what's going on here? And the thing is that your Instagram feed starts becoming a daily reminder of what you can actually become. And you're like scrolling through and you're like, oh, this guy making 100K. Oh, this guy making 500K. Oh, this guy making $1 million. Oh my God. Damn, I'm retarded. Oh my God. Like, holy crap. You're scrolling through and you're like, damn, I'm 1 year in the game. This guy's 10 years in the game. Holy shit. This guy's 50 years in the game. Damn. And so deep down, you know, you've got the same exact capability, maybe even more than them, but something's off. Your business model, it feels like it's holding you back. And not just your business model, but overall, even to an extent, it could be like you're perceiving it's also you. And your perception of you being like, I want to get to this level, but I don't know how. I just feel stuck in what I'm doing. And then you start going even further down this rabbit hole and realizing this, what's called the commodification creep. See, because you have a few of these client contracts and you're making that 10K a month, whatever. But then you're starting to realize that, well, I skipped this 9 to 5, or maybe you worked at some other job before and you're like, initially it wasn't like this, but you're starting to realize these client contracts, they feel more like just employee agreements. And each month you're doing more and more work for them for the same amount of money. And your clients are treating your agency just like their little personal department, not really respecting you. It's not really like a business or a service, or you're not an expert or anything. You're just like providing a service, like a little slave. And then your successful business is starting to suspiciously looks more like a job. And that entrepreneurial independence that you dreamed of. Sure, you traveled to a few places maybe, and sure, you're starting to live the lifestyle a little bit, but it's starting to slip away. And you're like, and you're watching this business content, you're starting to see these advanced level guys, and you're like, am I really like, is this really all I'm going to be in my life? Just staying at this point, making 5-10 grand a month with my agency? And so you go down then into this distraction spiral, or maybe you start filling your void with external validation, maybe buying a few little designer watches or a luxury car on like a little lease. You know, perhaps it's even like going to networking events that, you know, suspiciously just look like parties. Or maybe you're making good money, but then that fire in your belly, that initial determination, that grit that you had, you're like, I was a killer when I was starting this out. What the fuck is going on? It's like starting to die down. I'm like, you're thinking, you're like, is this really it? Like, is this all I was built to do? Just like make 5, 10, 15K a month? Like, is it really it? And deep down, you know that you're just running away from what the truth is. And so what is that uncomfortable truth? It's that you're not keeping the promises to yourself that you made when you were a kid. That you made that when you started this out. Because you're not building that empire that you dreamed of when you initially started this out. You're just creating a little comfortable prison, like a little golden prison. Your agency model is just a sophisticated form of you just trading your time for more money. And that entrepreneurial fire, that grind until 3 a.m., waking up at 3 a.m. sometimes, going to sleep at 3 a.m. Either way, if you're a morning or night owl, or morning lion, night owl, that fire, it's like, it was burning on, up, fire, and it started flickering away and it started dying. And you're just stuck in that hamster wheel of client after client. But you're almost like, am I getting comfortable? And here's the thing. The realization is that, maybe this is just what I need. Maybe this is all I need. It's all I gotta get to. And so you think these things day by day by day. And so you feel like you're at this crossroads. And so what you have to recognize right now is that you're at what's called a 5 to 10K per month trench. You're at this pivotal point where you either go down into being a brokey and a retard, or you go up into true ascendance of yourself and becoming the next version of who you must become, not being a freaking pussy. This point that you're at, this pain point, it's not a sign for you to stop. I mean, it could be if you're a loser and you just die, or it is a sign for you to launch upwards. Because what if I told you that the exact position that you're at is perfect for what is coming next? Because once you understand what I'm about to share with you, you'll see why hitting this wall was the best thing that could have happened to you, your personal life, and your business. Because let me show you exactly how to transform this frustration into fuel for your next evolution. And so what does that path look like? This is where your mindset has evolved beyond just basic success. You've moved past this I've made it 10K per month delusion, and you're obsessed with now building multi-generational wealth, or whatever that motivation looks like. Is it destiny for you? Is it obsession of the art of business? Is it building a legacy for you? And so once you start having these realizations of being more obsessed at this game, you're like, okay, I want to get back to this. I want to now really try hard. You're also going to start to catch up that you're like, oh shoot. You deeply understand as well that AI isn't just coming for you. It's to devour all of the knowledge workers out there. And you start to realize that, oh wait, maybe this 10K per month thing that I'm at, it's not that I can stay here and just chill. It's that, oh no, I'm going to freaking fall if I don't grow and change. And so on top of this also, you're going to start seeing this creator economy gold rush happening, and you refuse to miss out as well. If you have now built out these strong foundations of core skill sets, you're already proficient in outbound marketing that actually converts. You can create content that captures attention and drives action. You understand how to craft and sell offers that actually move people. And you started integrating AI into your workflows and systems already, but now you're like, oh shoot, how do I get this? How do I get better at this? And you're quite technically proficient at something like Go High Level. And you have that burning fire desire in your belly of being here now, hearing this shit resonate with your freaking earballs and be like, oh man, this is hyping me up. I'm realizing that the voices in my head won't let me now settle for mediocrity. And so what I talked about earlier here, if this stuff now is starting to nail down onto you, and the fact of just bringing it to consciousness will now allow you to recognize, and henceforth with the realization that you have, you're probably now starting to split off into this direction where like, okay, because of being conscious of your BS, that then allows you to be conscious of where you do want to go. And so what does that look like? That looks like you having this voice in your head that is preventing you from settling for mediocrity. You're actually now excited because deep down you know that you're hyped up, and this was you previously, and now you're like, okay, now I'm conscious about this. This is me now. That you're excited about the pain of growth, and it means that you know that you're evolving. You see the traditional agency model's ceiling, and this would frustrate you. And you're obsessed with finding a business model that can actually scale. Because to be honest, part of why I feel like this is because the model that you're in is broken, fundamentally. And on top of this, you're ready to build something that is truly significant for your life. And so the ultimate question that'll define your future is that, are you ready to evolve from being just another agency owner, just another commodity, just another 5 to 10K per month slave, Or are you prepared to become a true growth integrator? Someone who's a leader of your market, someone who people respect, someone when you go to Dubai, when you're in your space of this marketing space, people are looking at you, they're going, oh, this guy's like top of the industry. Like, oh, I really respect this guy. It's not just you making a few little bags here and there. And if you're still reading this, you probably recognize yourself in these patterns. And you're likely feeling that fire of possibility starting to ignite within you. And you're ready to get to that next level. And so what I'm about to share next will completely transform your perspective on business. So then finally, let me show you how this growth integrating model works. But in order to then understand how it does work, you have to first understand what it is not. So first, you have to understand what growth integration isn't by putting every business model. What I did was I put them all in the octagon and I went straight to Dana White because these matchups, they're about to expose some brutal truths about why these agency models are dead on arrival in 2025. So the classic marketing agency that a lot of you guys are most likely into, think about it. You're going into a business and you're just providing an isolated marketing service. The issue though, these fatal flaws, is that you only provide one piece of the result puzzle. Because you've probably gone to your clients and you're thinking, shoot, brother, I know how to get this person results. If only I had repositioned myself in the beginning to frame myself to do something else. Because I know that, let's say you're lead generating or appointment setting or whatever part in the process, you're like, but if this part was better, then we'll be able to succeed. Oh, shoot, unfortunate. And so you must be thinking like, how do I create an offer? How do I do something that prevents me from actually getting these people results because of the stupid ass promises that I made? And I wish I could reposition my status still to my position in the relationship, but I can't. And so you've probably been thinking this. And you have zero leverage also in this client relationship since you haven't set those expectations properly in the beginning with your client. And you're constantly fighting this commoditization because what you're offering is just a service, just merely I'll do something for you. It's not selling an outcome. It's not selling something that decommoditizes yourself. And then there's really a revenue ceiling with this service-based model because a lot of you guys do this. Let's say you're doing email marketing or you're doing just funnel building or just doing one little part of the process like community management, like whatever that looks like. You have to scale on talent. You don't scale on something leveraged. And because trust me, you don't understand leverage enough to the point where, because if you truly understood leverage, you wouldn't be watching this video. That's what I'm saying. And so you're watching this video because you truly don't understand it. And so later, I'm going to explain to you how to truly leverage yourself. So then you get out of this commoditized state of being that service-based model. But as I was talking about, how I went to talking about leverage was because as a service-based model, you're working on labor. You're not leveraging yourself on other mediums that allow you to not be leveraged on later needing to hire like 35, 45 employees. Do you want to do that to make $100,000 a month? Or do you see these people with like 5 people teams? I've seen a 4-person team making $1 million a month, right? And so you're like, oh, wow, how do I do that? And so this is where this type of stuff starts tapping in by not just running this simple marketing agency. And so then you can't scale because your team is going to be bloated as heck. I just talked about that. And your clients view you as this disposable vendor since you're only targeting that one part of the process. You can't provide, obviously you can't provide a full service. And so then you're very like easily pick outable. It's like like a tree branch. Imagine if like you were the trunk. Oh, you'd be screwed. I mean, like the client would be screwed if you're the trunk here. But right now, you're just like a twig for them. You're like just a little piece out here. They could snap you off, bro. And then you're done. Then the tree's like bleeding out a little bit. They just put a little Band-Aid on there. Boom, they're done. But if you're the trunk and they try to chop you down, oh, hell no, they're not going to make that happen. Because they're going to start bleeding and dying and their whole business is going to die. Because you're not integrated enough into it. This is where that term starts. You're like starting to click. You're starting to get it, right? And then we then go into round 2. Ding, ding, ding. Where we talk about this SMMA model, and it's gonna take a heavy beating. So this one over here, that was the just classic commoditized marketing agency. I'm sure, like, if you guys have pushed this to $5-10 a month, like, congrats, you've done something. Okay. Then though, we go into this SMMA model. Okay, where probably a lot of you guys may identify with this or have identified with this. It's where it's a little bit better. You're now niching in further into providing social media services specifically, which is a little bit more levered, as that is a big thing these days. I'll talk about leverage once again later. The thing here, once again, is that this market is now incredibly saturated and pretty much beyond recovery. So I don't know if you guys were back in the OG SMA cohort. I'm sure a lot of you guys watching this were, where previously there was this like local lead gen, from the Joel Kaplan days, like Iman Gadzhi days, where they're talking about like, hey, go to local businesses and then do lead generation ads for them on Facebook. But as you can see, I mean, you guys probably know it if you're watching this. These dentists, these lawyers, these med spas, whatever, they're all like, I've heard this 17,556 bajillion times about somebody trying to offer me social media marketing services. And so even you look at freaking Iman Gadzhi right now, bro was pushing, he was trying to do it with drop servicing, with SMA, whatever. And then guess what he's talking about now? The one thing. Oh, what is the one thing? Blah, blah. Oh, personal brand. Or is it? All right. It's somewhere around personal brand, something like that. Okay. At the point of this, talking about this, let me show it to you. There it is, monetized.io. Unlock the world's most valuable asset, personal brand, new trend, and to sell digital products with this. Oh, yeah. So like even bros realizing that this market is tapped the frick out. So if you're there, what the heck are you doing? You're screwed. You're dead. So good luck. But this is why you're getting beat up and put down in this octagon. And so, yeah, once again, the clients have PTSD from the bad SMA experiences. And the platforms, if they change a little bit, they could destroy your entire business model. The Facebook ads algorithm changes. You've probably been through this shit too, where like you're running ads and all of a sudden like you have no clue what the heck you're doing now because this algorithm has changed. And you're like, what the frick, Facebook? I was making good money from you and I'm screwed. And then it's this, now that you are commoditized, now that everybody is doing this, now that the biggest business BizOp guru has talked about this stuff time and time again, you can now destroyed this entire model. And nobody is going into it, doing some Trump hand movements. And there's no proprietary advantage when you're going into it. You haven't thought it through. I'm just like, all right, I'm going to do this copy and paste business model. And you're stuck in just continuous tactical execution, doing this done for you consistently. Facebook ads agency just consistently bang your head against the wall. Like, how the frick do I make this work? And there's zero barrier to entry. And there's infinite competition. And the client's expectation versus you is a big trend with all these models. That reality is, or that gap is really widening. All right. And so then we go into further what people are calling these days this build and release model. All right. And so it's going to get choked out. Why? Because the main idea here is that you're building and releasing these systems, at least what I've heard about it, these systems into just all businesses, whatever. Okay. But the thing is, it's very much, once again, a blame it business model. This is why this one never worked. Or it ended up not working and the market got burned as crap. Why? Because people that were doing this one, they're just like blaming the clients for not being able to close the leads, not being able to be the person, be like, oh my God, I'm getting great leads, but it's just your fault, client, lawyer, dentist, whatever. You're the one not being able to close these leads, so screw you. So what the heck do you think is going to happen here when people go and repeat and re-yap about this business model again to all these other business owners and all these other creators saying, hey, I'm going to sell you all these systems. And if you don't know roughly what it is, at least from what I've heard it is, you just go through and then you build out, I mean, it's literally what it's called, right? You build out these systems and then you package it up into some sort of service and you just release it. It's like you just toss it at them. Like, great. But you know what's going to happen? Same exact thing as the SMA space. It's a blame them business model. And the person that's talking about this is even more ridiculous. The person that's talking about this is freaking almost starting to position as its beginner business model. Are you serious? What sort of proper system do you think you're going to build? Even like the tiniest little part, like a freaking, I don't know, like a content system? I don't know, even like an email marketing system? Do you think you could build that out instantly without any experience and then just sell it to somebody and just put it out to somebody, especially without a proper case study? And I've seen people get into this and get fucked. Why? Because they have no experience. They have no cases. So what sort of system are you building? You need experience. You need to do it and then build a system. I've studied system economics by managing like a team of 7 people now. And, we build systems quite daily. We build a lot of systems. And the thing is, do you think in our workflow, we tell our employees to go and be like, hey, or we tell our team members, hey, could you build this system, please, without doing it? Like, without ever doing it before? Like, could you just build a system for me? Like, no, bro. It's do the thing and then build a system. So it makes no logical sense to go ahead and do this. And then over here, once again, what I've heard is that you charge some fat amount, which sure looks good for their case studies. Sure, like it can look good for, oh my God, my student made 10K a month in a day. Oh my God, 20K days, blah, blah. But like, it's because they're fucking scamming people. Because you're over here, of course you're charging 10K in the front because it sounds like you're doing this whole big stuff. But what do you think is going to happen? Once again, just like the SMA space, it's going to lead to all these businesses being burned, realizing that these systems don't freaking work and that these freaking suck. So what do you, have you not seen this trend before? Like, are you blind? And once again, it's fundamentally compensation must align in order for results, in order for both individuals to actually do the action that they're supposed to. There's a great quote from Warren Buffett that says, show me the comp and I'll show you the results. I think it goes somewhere along those lines. And so the thing is, what the frick is the comp here? Hey, give me $10,000 up front and then I'm going to do shit for it. Like, are you serious? Where is the compensation aligned for a client once you charge them $10,000? Like, sure, it sounds great. Sounds awesome. But the thing is, and like for you, sure, that's fine. If you want to just make 10, 20K upfront, like, and then do it like once or twice, that's fine. If you want to, oh my God, I'm going to be on a case study video. Oh my God, this is going to be so cool. That's fine. Do it. But we're here. I mean, like, please leave this video. If you're not here to build a sustainable business, please leave this video. If you're here to scam people, like, please, I don't need you. I don't want you here. I don't like scammers. Please. And so the main thing for me, because like I want to get to multi-billions, okay? And I want to play this game for the rest of my life. And so the reality is, if you're trying to do that, if you're really trying to be someone who's grit-minded, who's just an absolute cranker grinder, just playing the game for the obsession, for the love of it, you can't scam. You can't. Why? Because people will understand you only have one name. You only have one reputation ever. And if you keep just selling these one-time packages and not aligning compensation, you know what's going to happen? People are going to realize, not just in the local business space, but like overall, that you are this type of person. And guess what's going to happen? You're then going to freaking get screwed, and you're not going to be able to hit your billions, whatever. And so good luck. If you want to, make a little bit and just go chill, that's fine. But the thing is, even for you who want to chill, like at a certain time, if you make like, let's say few hundred grand with this, which I don't think you will, then what's going to happen is that people are going to come here and you're going to let's say even you make a few hundred grand with this and you leave the game and you just stop, you're going to be coming back for more money. And you know what's going to happen then? Your bad reputation is going to haunt you. And so this is the flaw with this model here. And therefore, with that being aligned, there's once again zero accountability for results. And your clients can't execute if you just toss them all these things. Sure, build and release the systems if they don't execute, just like the SMA model, where people are blaming people for closing the deals. Same exact thing here. They're not executing. It's even worse because you're not even doing anything for them at all. That equals guaranteed failure. And then your reputation spirals to death and you become that consulting hit and run type of guy. Do you want to be that guy? Really? Okay. And there's then round 4, ding, 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 of this growth partner model that I hear about as well. This growth partner model. All right. And here, it's where the people talking about this, they're saying, hey, partner and go ahead and partner with these B2B businesses for marketing and sales. All right. It's not the worst. I like it. But the thing is, you're very hyper dependent on one single client's success. Because the people that are talking about this, I've noticed that their students, they only have like 1 or 2-ish clients. Okay. And especially like when you're starting, you really like almost too much hyper nailing on one. And then you sign up to like a 1-year-ish contract. Okay. And so tell me, why did you start becoming an entrepreneur? Because you didn't want to be an employee. So why the fuck would you opt yourself in to sign into being another employee at, yes, of course, a bigger business with the skills that you have now. But why would you go and be like, hey, I want to be another employee again? What? That doesn't make much sense to me, yeah? And here, you're just building someone else's IP, overly so, without any path to building your own IP, and IP being intellectual property, your own brand. And also, over here, you're just stuck in this operational, this quicksand is coming in here with this model, and you're just falling and falling through. Because what I hear is that this type of person over here, you go to these bigger like enterprise-sized businesses, and you go and help partner up with them, and you help with the marketing and sales mostly. Okay? And then over here, you pretty much do so much stuff for you, too much almost, that you're just falling down this quicksand mode. Boom. What happens then? You're screwed. And so once again, you're still stuck with these 1 to 2 people, and your portfolio is not diversified. You're at deep risk. And your clients' business models, they limit your upside, because the client's model then leads to you being hella confused as well. And also, you're very replaceable just through an internal hire. And so then, you guys probably heard, though, about this growth. Oh my God, there's so many words now going out there. So many poo-poos out there. Growth operating model, right? This is probably what a lot of you guys watched before, which is mainly going and launching these communities for these creators. All right, so a little bit better. We're now into the creator space. And trust me, creator space, it's got a lot more to go. It's going to be huge. I mean, you literally know it. Attention is the new oil. All the money's there. And so the thing is, though, with this space, we're launching communities. And I'll tell you about the problem later of what that looks like. But first, let me tell you about how the history of this model went. Like, think about it. So the original person who was pitching this model, what are they doing now? What are they doing now? Red flag much? I don't know why I wrote that. Red flag much? Right? Like, are they talking about this model anymore? Huh? No. Right? So what do you think that means for those of you who identify as, oh, I'm a growth operator? What do you think? And for all the creators out there that have now heard this, like, are you really going to refer to yourself as something that all these creators, like, when they hear now, like, despise? Immediately they have a stress signal when they hear the word growth operator. They're like, oh my God, this again. And trust me, I was part of this too. I was one of the biggest reasons why this occurred as well. I was like a huge guru in this space, so I get it. I understand. Okay? But I'll further explain why this doesn't work out now. And then afterwards, there's also this fatigue. Once again, I mean, why this, oh my God, warning sign, fire alarm happens with these creators is because they've heard this a bazillion times as well with this pitch fatigue. And they've had same exact thing as the agency SMA space. This is how all markets work, guys. Same exact thing. You got boom over here. You got boom over here. All these linking together. It got saturated. And so they're now not going to respond to you. There's a zero response rate. All right. And also there's this, and why this occurred, like if you just think through like deeper first principle, this occurred because this model was pitched as this hyper easy thing. Oh, you just make a community for these creators and no problem. You just go and freaking create passive income. Passive income? Are you serious? And so then there's also, on top of this, if you're going to be this type of person who only launches these communities, there's zero leverage in this. Because you're basically, I mean, I'll explain this growth operating word. Actually, no, I'll do it right now because it comes together. Okay, so this is the next point for this. All right. What is the definition of operations? Operations. Do you guys even know? Okay. I'll show it to you in this mental model. So the definition of operations, actually, what it is IT, so the information technology, finance, and the legal departments. Okay? Or sorry, finance/legal, and then the department of customer success, so CS, and there's also the other department, HR, hiring and management. Okay? And why is this so? Why? Let me show you the definition of operations. So operations is the fact or condition of a function being active, not growing. So it's the state of existence. Okay? And so if something, and so it's literally, it's what the word means in business. If you're operating something, you are keeping it alive. You're not growing it, but it's just staying still. And so these make 100% sense. Because in information technology, it's just like the management. So like equivalents for you guys would be Go High Level, Zapier. I'll show you my IT area. Go High Level, Zoom, Calendly, Zapier, or Zoom call recordings. So data that we hold, ManyChat type form. It's just like it's data, information technology, data collection. Okay, cool. So does collecting data, just the act of collecting data, all right, not using it for marketing, not using it for sales, but just the collection of data, does that grow the business? No, right? Okay, then there's finance and legal, managing the amount of money that we spend, pushing out, pushing it in, taxes, mostly like the legal side, or legal as in taxes side. That's why I bucket into one area, because mostly business owners, you just use it for legal purposes. Or sorry, you use finance, the finance department, and legal stuff to demitigate, to decrease the financial burden of freaking taxes. Welcome to America. And so this then leads to, guess what? What is it going to lead to? Like just managing finances, just building on an LLC, just things like that. Does that directly grow the business? No. Okay. So customer success. Then what is customer success or customer support? The customers that you have, you managing them, you keeping them happy, things like that. Does just this alone, so we're not pitching them anything, we're just customer having them succeed. Does that grow the business? No. And then HR. And trust me, like I'm getting somewhere with this. Let me cook. And with HR, with hiring, does just hiring and does just managing these employees, does that grow the business directly? No. All right. And so you're like, you obviously know what business growth is. More money, more revenue, more profits. And so then this makes sense. You're like, oh, these are why these departments are under operations, which is the state of existence of something. And in the business context, the state of existence of a business. That's also why we call them operators inside of a McDonald's or a Wingstop or a Subway or a Burger King, for instance, with these different chains of businesses. Why? Because with brick and mortars, like what are they called? The franchises, the brick and mortars, they have the operators in here that are just operating the chain. And then guess what? Who does the growing of the business? It's the brand themselves. It's the corporation. Like McDonald's. Do you ever see an operator of a McDonald's like sitting here and saying, hey, here's this ad I made. Let me put it on the TV. No, when you walk into McDonald's, what do you see? You see the corporation's ads playing on like the McDonald's that the corporate made. The corporate ads. Oh my gosh, this yellow is invisible. The corporate ads. There we go. Right? Why? Because these guys are just maintaining the state of it, and they're expecting these guys to grow the brand, henceforth, guess what? Grow this business as well. And then how do these guys scale? They operate one, they keep it to a certain state of existence, they scale it up, they like have it at a certain point, and they keep it consistent, and they go and start another chain. Boop, boop. And so they just go ahead and they open another chain, and they operate this one, and that's how they grow, by maintaining a state of existence. Okay, so now that you understand what operating is, now you can understand why this one just never even made sense in the first place. So let's go back into the octagon. Let's go fight again. How are we going to now slap? It's literally contradictory. It's literally an oxymoron. When you go and grow a state, like this never made logical sense. How are you going to growth and then operate? ? And so this is why that didn't make sense in the beginning. Because as you're launching these communities, that makes sense. Like to an extent, just being an operator, like a community operator, that makes logical sense. But what is a community operator? They're not leveraged. They're just somebody who's creating the community, and then afterwards, that's pretty much it. And so, yeah, like when we were talking about in a community context, yeah, operating, of course, the word makes sense, but it just never made sense. And so if you're calling yourself a growth operator, number one, that people hearing that, they're now like, this is ridiculous. Number two, it never made freaking any logical sense. And number three, sure, do it. But then what the term is now going to mean, and pretty much like I logically just explained to you now. So logically, from, dictionary words, just things that people have written inside of language, is just you building out a community and maintaining it. Do you really want to do that? Are you really pitching that right now? You just building out communities? Is for real? And like for those of you that are good at growth operating, whatever this previous term was, which now we're, reterminating into growth integrating, you guys already, you don't say growth operating, right? Because these creators are like, holy immediate warning sign. And so guess what? Why the frick then, when you're talking to your friends, are you calling it growth operating? Are you dumb? Like it doesn't even align. Cool. And so then this never made sense. And so let's cross that out, number one. But like if we do think about what that prior terminology previously did mean, then over here, once again, you're just doing community operations and you're pretty much a glorified CSM, a glorified admin worker. Do you really just want to be a CSM out here? And there's no strategic value added once again. And the revenue share model never made sense either because you're going in and just launching a community. Do you really think you can take 10, 20, 50% of the business? Can you? And this is where we've sat down inside of Integrator Incubator, really re-engined this model. And that's why we're not calling it this model anymore. Or this word, because it's not. It logically is not. So there's a real reason why I'm changing this up. Why this terminology now we're creating into a new thing. And so then on top of this, if we're just doing the community management part, which literally what that growth operating or just operating word is, why the hell are we even calling it growth? There's no growth going on. What? And so then if you're just community managing, that's soon going to be replaced with AIs, or right now it could definitely be very much replaced with a VA. So you can't scale beyond this as well. And yeah, over here you're just providing time. You're exchanging time if you just want to community manage, and then money. Okay, cool. You want to do that? Like, cool. Go do this. I guess it's not even like growth anymore. It's just go do operating, like whatever the fuck that is. Cool. Okay. And so this never made sense either. And so now your world is probably starting to crash down. You're starting to see reality for what it is. Because I'm not here to make you feel bad. I'm here to make you see reality. I'm here to make you see the truth. And through this, you're going to start seeing the picture here about all these models inside the octagon starting to fight and get bashed open. Just their freaking, just the blood, sweat, and tears coming out of their eyeball sockets. You're going to now see what the heck we're going to do. But then the next one here, we hear about is this, high ticket growth operating model. First of all, if the word never made sense, do you really think that throwing the word high ticket in front of it is going to make anything different about it? Do you really think so? You really, really think so? Okay. And so we got high ticket growth operating. Like, cool. Whatever. But first of all, the person that started talking about this stuff, once again, same exact similar situation that I was in. I get it. I get you, brother. Whoever talked about this model first. They're the ones, we were getting caught up in this growth operating trend. But now that this thing is not a trend, now that we are starting to see reality for what it is, the business models for what things are, and without Hormozy yapping about this business model again, we can now start seeing it for what it truly is. And so then, even though this word never made sense, from what you previously thought what it was, let's break it down. And let's see what even the idea of it was, number one. And number two, why it still is fatally flawed, why it still fundamentally is going to get clapped down by the beast, by the true tiger inside the octagon. And so what it previously was going to these creators and then launching more so these higher ticket info products. Okay, not just communities. I think even just the word and growth operating, it's already referring to communities. So I guess it was just mostly launching communities. But then I guess sometimes you launch a little course here and then just add a few other things and just call a high ticket and just sell it. Okay, like cool. But here's the thing, brother. With what happens with this model, it's also fatally flawed because once again, this was pushed as more so beginner model, which is not. It's not. This is not easy to do. Okay? Because fundamentally what you're going to do here, like sure, if you're just going to launch the community, you can physically do that. That's fine. But the model never worked. Number one. Number two, then if you're going to do all this other stuff, such as launching an entire high ticket program, you're screwed if you're just a beginner. Are you delusional? And I even consider you a beginner if you just did e-commerce, if you just run dropshipping, whatever. Okay? And I know this because we tested this out with those types of people. It didn't work out, right? And I was helping some of them, and eventually we're like, no, it's not gonna work out. And so we gave them a full refund. We're like, we can't help you out, right? Because we're very logical here. We're genuinely doing mathematics. We're like testing out the models, and fundamentally, the product that we're building is an integrator incubator. That's the business model itself. And so I'm not going to tell somebody to do something that they physically cannot, right? And so it's not a beginner-friendly model, transparently. And also on top of this, it's a pure done-for-you slavery as well. Because what the idea here is that you're going to sit here. First of all, why it's not a beginner model. Let me get into that. There are four components of the business. I explained to you the operation side, but then what were the things that do grow the business? Well, it's marketing, sales, fulfillment. This is like a very, very clear. This just makes business really clear for you when you start seeing it like this. Because when you can see that then what does grow the business? Well, it's acquisition, customer acquisition, so through marketing and sales, and then making the fulfillment, making the product better. And so as this, what previously people would call this high ticket growth operating thing, it was that you would go and do marketing, sales, and fulfillment. And like, are you kidding me? As a beginner, you're going to do all of this stuff? Are you smoking dick right now? Are you serious? You're going to help them market, help them launch, help them sell, help them fulfill. Like, no, it's not going to happen. And so also on top of this, it was just very much like a pump and dump business model. You go and with this terminology, high ticket, I think the perception of this was that you just go and sell and just sell and sell and sell. And then afterwards, what do you think is going to happen to the creator's reputation? Because you're going to go to this creator as the, whatever like this term used to be, which doesn't even make sense in the first place. And you're going to go to the creator and you're going to just, I'm going to yoink. I'm going to grab all the money from your audience and I'm going to give you nothing. I'm going to give you nothing. Like, are you serious right now? Really? Really? And then on top of this, how people would do this before was just very manual. Just manual process how? Without any proper way. And there'll be, selling, setting, closing, all manually without any proper systems, especially with AI. And so you're going to become the very first person to be eaten up by AI unless you're really, really good at all these different things. And once again, the word growth operating never made sense. So why the frick would adding high ticket in the first place make sense? Like, all this just starts breaking down. Your world is probably like crashing in front of you now. You're like realizing, holy crap, this is all ridiculous. And once again, same thing here. You're just going to the creator. You're just joining their audience. It's an absolute ethical nightmare. And there's no sustainable advantage. There's no vision that you'll see with this model either. And you're just trapped in continuous tactical execution. And it's more like a jump to the next creator, just sell. And like, there's no real truth, no end view to this. You're like literally just in this spiral of just bullshit. Like, really? And you can't really build any real business enterprise value either. There's no brand you're building. I mean, it just makes literally zero logical sense. Everything around this just never made sense. All right. And so with that being said, what is this intersection between all of these models? If we brought them into the octagon and we just slayed them one by one, there is something that emerges, a phoenix that emerges from the dust that then comes into the middle and it just super saiyans into what the reality is, the aftermath. When they're all knocked out, well then what comes out of the dust? It's this growth integration model. And so you ask, well, how is this different? How does this solve all these fatal flaws instead of all these businesses with this absolute bloodbath that has occurred in the octagon? So then let me show you the growth integration model and how it's evolved beyond all of these limits, which once you understand first the trends that are going into the marketplace, because it's not just what doesn't work, it's also what is working. It's also the positive side now. Then we can see, well, how do we combine all of those into this growth integrating model? So let's get into what these trends are, because now we've seen what doesn't work, but now we can see, well, what is overall working in the marketplace that then leads to this growth integrating model converging with all of these mediums together. So let's go into that now. So first, we have to establish that there's this great education disruption going on, and this is just the foundational truth of what's going on these days. So it's that there's this fundamental shift in the education system. See, listen, you're in this agency model because you did not believe in traditional education. Because you're thinking, I don't want to do this college stuff. I don't want to go into this 9-to-5 stuff. And if you're in the 9-to-5, then you're like, damn, this education system failed me. I'm learning so much more doing this business now as an agency owner, making 5 to 10K a month. And so then you're realizing that this traditional education system is not working. And so this old system, it cannot adapt fast enough. And that trust of this conventional path, it's eroding. And the cost to value ratio of going into college, going into debt and being retarded, like, are you serious? You're going to go into debt for what? What are you going to come out of? It's becoming unsustainable. It's stupid. And America notices it. This is literally why they elected Trump, for all this debt that we have in America. And then this vacuum also then creates this massive opportunity because markets previously locked into this traditional paths that people were going into. They're now realizing that this previous info space, as nasty as it previously was, it's genuinely becoming a legitimate global educational hub. And there's a new wave of legitimate educators. It's not just this, pump and dump. I'm going to sell you some stupid ass course, buy my 997 course type of stuff. No, it's legitimate education businesses being built up to fulfill for fundamental demand. This is just business principles. It's starting to shift into this. So this is what's happening. These Harvards, and even me getting into UCLA as a freaking Asian in America. Do you know how crazy hard that is? You guys understand this Asian American vibe. As Americans yourself, most likely you're watching this. You're probably American. You're realizing that how hard it was for me to get into that. Motherfucker, I dropped out. These Harvards, these are not working. I got it's like a pretty much Ivy League. Are you serious? And so this then is going into where is that going into? Is this new wave of educators emerging, which then leads to also, this market's sophisticating for sure, but that's a benefit. What do I mean by sophistication? As people are realizing that, oh, all these scammers, all these bad businesses, they're failing, they're dying. All the old 997 courses that were just scams, they're dead. And this is killing the weak players. However, this is also moving the value then, moving the capital now to those that are actually providing some good knowledge, some good value, and genuinely a good service. Because fundamentally, it's not just information. It's not just some course. It's also, how do I create a full-fledged program? What are the fulfillment systems required? Like, it's not just a course. Maybe it's systems that you provide. Maybe it is extra support. Maybe it's the community group as well. I'm not saying no to community. I'm just saying it's part of a holistic thing, which is this growth integrator philosophy. It's a holisticism, whatever that looks like. And so the capital is now driving not to these scammers, but to these people that are truly providing value. And so another one, though, is that it's creating this unprecedented opportunity. These rural educators will experience explosive growth. This is a will. Trust me, come back to this video in 1 to 5 years, and this will have occurred. And those that focus on real results will build 8-figure empires. And the early movers of this will capture massive amounts of market share in this business. And then there's also this trend. So first, it's this educational trend. Okay, so just education shifting. Then it goes into the next element, which is this creator, what we call this creator convergence, this new era of how consumers buy. So this is the demand that is being created, overall just demand, and this is now consumption patterns. Okay, we're just looking at macroeconomics here. It's like, remember back in, macro, AP micro in your high school? This is what we're talking about here. Okay, and so in AP macro, we're also noticing here that there's a fundamental market restructuring happening. Number one, with how content distribution is going on. Because previously it was movies, then it got more democratized into Netflix, such as a technology giant, instead of these old ass businesses of movies. Now, who the hell is when's the last time you went to a freaking movie? For like legitimate content consumption, other than for the novelty of it being like a fun movie, other than for that vibe, which like totally get me. Like that's fun. Right, but like actual consumption. No, then it went to social media, which then got even more democratized. Democratization, as in the power going to the individuals, going to the spread up more. We see this trend in crypto too, democratization of capital, of money. And so this is all occurring as we move forward. And the business model has evolved as well. It's now, because traditionally, so that's number one, this trend more towards creators from just bigger, like fundamentally from first principles, democratization, that's what it is, from bigger to then a few oligopolies, that's what it's called, and then a bunch of little tiny ones. That's what's going on. Okay, so democratization. And we see this trend in crypto, in creators, in how technology companies have evolved to what it is now, things like that. All right, just markets moving. And then the next part now comes into how businesses are overall structured. The structure of businesses overall. And so what this now looks like, traditionally, it was just in-person businesses, and there's nothing like this online digital thing, whatever the frick this is that we're looking at. But then it went from just all types of businesses doing this, and they're just like, in the beginning, there were, these online businesses. So new, just like an online business. What the heck is this thing? But then guess what? People were like, oh, this is all fad. It boom, popped up, and then boom, crashed down in 2008 with the dot-com boom. Oh, no, that was the real estate boom. I don't know. Whatever it was, I was a little baby then. I don't know. The dot-com boom. Okay? Then, and I went afterwards into just, because it crashed, but then slowly, there's true fundamental value in it, and it went up. And guess what? Now, if you're not online, there's no such thing as a really online business. Or like a business that has online components and like doesn't have any online components at all. All businesses are now, to an extent, in some way, online or looking to get online. And all the biggest ones, the most successful ones, are online. Why? Because it's leverage. Because you can reach more people all at once. But then after this moves in then to what is the next natural extreme of this, what's called a super cycle. Okay? It then goes into, well, where is just business overall going? Because fundamentally, what's occurring here is that the business at the end of the day is going to where consumers are and where consumers want to spend money. Because the businesses that are able to accumulate the most amount of capital through understanding the trends of how people are consuming and then match the consumers where they're at, match the market where they're at, that then leads to the real purchasing or the real economic growth and the capturing of the value being on these trends or being able to be on these trends. And so then this goes into, well, how are consumers consuming now? This is what people call it. You've heard it multiple times now, millions of times now. This, trust recession, where, and it's so true though. Consumers, they don't believe now after being ripped by this occurrence, all these scammers over here in the info space, not just info, but just overall people running ads and things like that, where they don't trust it anymore unless it's from one specific person. Unless they've consumed content as well, a lot of content, but most precisely, preferably, also, how are people consuming that content? They're consuming it from one main creator. Look at the biggest YouTube channel. Is it like these multiple creators on it? No, it's just Mr. Beast, or just Logan Paul, or just whatever creator that you love. Like even me. Would you watch this? Like really think about it. Would you watch this channel as much as you did? Would you come on here time and time again if it was like me and then another random ass influencer, another one? Like you can't build a relationship here. But we've built something together here. Like you feel as connection with me, and I do with you as well, because I've talked to you guys, a lot of you guys, because it's just that one individual. And so if you think about it logically, if consumers are consuming through one specific individual, and then if also consumers are consuming content before they purchase, think about it. The last Amazon purchase that you had, the last info product purchase that you had, the last even just e-commerce purchase, just even like water that you had. Did you not, and even this camera right now, this MacBook, all of this stuff, even me, I sat here, I watched YouTube, I watched all these different, I searched through TikTok, whatever, even like in Gen Z's or the Alpha or Gen Alphas these days, they're scrolling through TikTok to go through this stuff. Even buying a house. Didn't you watch content? Didn't you look at videos? Didn't you look at photos? Understood it online. Ideally, there would have been a creator there being with you. And then afterwards, you made that purchasing decision. And so what is that trend? Same exact thing as online. It's now them moving to creators. It's now moving to purchasing with this mechanism. And this is why you see, even like I saw Philips at these different things, and boom, right here, they just have, I think she's on like SNL or something, pitching this thing, and all the ads they run, because I saw this on a billboard and I saw her and I went to their website, same exact freaking market angle with having that same exact influencer on it. It's everywhere with The Rock, with Mr. Beast. This is how you make money. This is how you accumulate so much wealth in like an instance. If you have one main influencer at the front end, like businesses have never been able to grow at this rate. Trust me. Because like maybe you're younger, and if you're older, then you understand this even more. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Previously, you had to have tons of investor capital, tons of sweat equity, tons of XYZ to then build something of value together and then make a measly whatever dollars. Or you could just have an influencer just slut their ass out on freaking Instagram, and then afterwards, boom, launch like Kylie Cosmetics and just have it explode overnight without any investor capital, with nothing. Like, this is bonkers these days. This is bonkers. And so then if this is how consumers are purchasing, oh my God, this thing blows my mind, man. If this is how consumers are purchasing, then this is where also you must recognize and realize, be like, holy crap, how do I leverage this? How do I get into a model that is able to, that I can use this trend in how consumers are buying? My gosh. And so even like massive entrepreneurs like Chamath or Naval. So Chamath Palihapitiya, this guy is a venture capitalist. He was, pretty much doing this growth integrating model with Facebook back in the day. He scaled up the software company there. And now he's like a multi-billionaire, things like that, has like social capital. Okay? And over here, guess what? What is he doing? Do you really think that he's going to do this stuff every single week on end for like 5 years if he doesn't find value in it? What? Being a creator, having a freaking podcast, yapping on a camera. Really? Do you think this person who has like all the leverage in the world is going to do something like this? No. Or like Naval Ravikant over here. You know what he also has? You know what these also have? You know Elon Musk? This guy recently hit $400 billion, by the way. Elon Musk. Anyway, go to Naval. Boom. YouTube channel. 837K. 3 months ago, still posting on Twitter. What's the most recent one? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. 3 hours ago. You think this guy's gonna do this? Distracting shit, go on this distracting app and kill his productivity? If there's not an insane amount of leverage here. Alex Hormozi, you see Elon Musk too, the wealthiest freaking dude. This guy hit $400 billion. Yapping, saying this is cool. Really? Really think they're gonna do this? If it wasn't strategic, if there was not some logic in this. So if you're not leveraging this, you're fucked. You're screwed. You're gonna die. And so this window for early positioning of being in this marketplace, just like it was over here in the .com boom, it crashed and it went up. Boom. Creator economy right now. It's on this surge right now. I don't know if there's gonna be some sort of crash. I honestly don't even see this right now, and it's just gonna keep going up and up and up. So you're right here. Okay. So the window for this is gonna close soon though. And on top of this, we then see this is the next macro trend. And afterwards, what happens? Then there's this AI catalyst occurring. AI catalyst. With this fundamental shift. See, AI, so here you may be thinking like, this is inverse. So like there's people talking about this, but then isn't AI going to sit here and just remove all this stuff going on? There's no use. No, it's the inverse. It's that since AI is here, because like they both work in parallel together, as in creators are amplified because humans want to talk to humans. Humans want to connect with humans. And so then what is occurring here though is that then this AI trend is coming up of like sort of fake humans, or this fear of trust between humans, and like, am I AI right now to you? Are you AI to me? Like what is going on? And so then like this confusion goes on. And then so the creator trend is going up, but then simultaneously, since this creator side is pushing up so much further, and this, I guess, anti-movement towards this level of over-technologifying things and over making things feel fake, this is also going up. Why? Because this one, fundamentally, it also is so much more leveraged because of the amount of lack of input for the crazy amount of output that you can have, because the system is so incredible, which is, guess what? LLMs, large language models such as ChatGPT, Claude, Anthropic, Gemini AI, all these different, or Gemini Google, all these different softwares or LLMs that lead to massive growth on this other end of the spectrum too. And so these are sort of, it's almost like opposing forces that are all growing in together. And so if you're like, how the fuck do I, instead of being the shrimp between the whales just slamming against each other, how can you be the fisherman just like grabbing both these whales and just like dragging them up? Stop being the fucking little shrimp in between. And so then this is where this crazy opportunity comes in to leverage this element as well of AI. And also on top of this, creating a new type of entrepreneur where, listen, you also cannot just be the single skilled individual, but an individual who can think through these different systems that can leverage. Because right now, if you're thinking through and I'm just this set appointment setter, or I'm just good at the sales side, I'm just good at the marketing side, or if you're just somebody who's just good at the tech side, I'm go high level, I'm just Zapier, I'm just Typeform, I'm just Calendly type of guy. The thing is that AI is going to be able to dominate in all these specific spaces as technology is created, it usually disrupts one narrow area and then spreads out. Just like how in a business, you go into a niche and then you spread out and you bigger TAM. So with Instagram, for instance, initially it was just photo sharing for beers, or I think it was alcohol. It was called Bourbon, right? BURBN. And then afterwards it turned to Instagram, where like TAMmed out's just photo sharing for everybody. Or Facebook is just at Harvard initially, and then to different Ivy Leagues, then to different colleges, and eventually TAMmed out to everybody. That's why, by the way, all the boomers are on there, because Facebook, it was initially colleges back when Mark Zuckerberg was there. Guess what? Mark Zuckerberg is now. He's like a little bit older. And then, so very clearly that trend occurs, right? Or another example is something such as Shure, this company right here. Initially, it was just serving musicians and audio people that are specifically focused on audio, like broadcasters, whatever. And now it's like all content creators, all podcasters, and their product, it TAMs out because the business has been able to collect more market share. And they have more resources to expand. But at the end of the day, it's the same exact thing with AI, where it's going to disrupt one specific skill and then blast the rest of the people open. And so those that are going to be screwed in this new era are the individuals that only possess one skill, that only are, I'm just so marketing, I'm just so sales. Like, you're fucked. No, you have to be a systems thinker. You have to see, and what a systems thinker, they're able to perceive the entire system of whatever that you're working on. So if it's just business, then it's a whole business. But then how do you perceive all business? You have to understand marketing, you have to understand sales, fulfillment, operations. You have to understand the whole picture. this is what you have to get to, because AI is going to disrupt just one part of it. And so how you get to the top is by understanding all these different departments in the business, and then being more so the CEO, being more so the higher level systems thinker that is able to then integrate solutions, and specifically AI solutions, into all these different departments, spread yourself out and see and leverage yourself out more through AI or through talent or through employees that you put in each of these departments that are also more so T-shaped, is what it's called. T-shaped as an individual that is good at a lot of different things and just very good at one part of it, but understands a lot of different things. All right, and the last part that I want to go into AI about, just kind of on a rift here, at the end of the day, the biggest thing with AI here that you have to realize is that it's labor leveraged. As in, if you want to keep doing things manually, that's fine. It's just that you're going to be, because what are the things that improve? Just fundamentally improve things at a accelerated rate, at just like a ridiculous rate. It's going to be something that's faster, cheaper, easier, safer, and which then all leads to something that is better. And so if this is what value looks like, you're screwed if something can do all of these things better than what you can do your thing at whatever rate you're doing it at. What I mean here is that, let's say, for instance, if you're building out these different funnels, if you're, if you're copywriting, if you're just doing like video editing or creating content, maybe you're even doing full stack content, right? If whatever it is, I don't care if a human does, I don't care. At the end of the day, if the thing does it, you're going to be disrupted. And so if something that costs nothing, or it costs little to nothing, and that can do it significantly faster, and that can do it at a ridiculously obscene rate, so faster, it can do it significantly cheaper, it can be easier, because instead of going through management hell through you as an agency, they can leverage AI and do it. And afterwards, it's significantly safer because there's no risk of investing in, let's say, an agency or an employee or whatever, or some labor, skilled labor, to have them do it. Rather, they just have something that spits out consistent results again and again and again. Then what does that lead to? It leads to something better. And so imagine if you are someone who doesn't understand anything about this right now, and you're just going so much more service-based. Oh, I'm just a service guy. I don't know about this tech stuff. Oh, I'm so scared. This is when you die. This is how you slowly start crippling and dying away, because you're literally valueless. Do you want to be valueless? And so you have to start learning about this AI stuff fast. How to use it, how to work it. And even as I'm saying this too, this is a very much verbal commitment to myself this year to get even better at this stuff. I've been pretty good, being a bit of a techie guy since I was a little bit of a kid, but I am going to get better at this significantly more as this year continues. Okay? And so the strategic advantage here is understanding all these different models and then creating that perfect storm where this converges, where the market forces align with education. With education, none of these scammers occurring and genuinely creating great products, number one. Number two, the creator economy and how consumers are purchasing. And number three, how much leverage AI provides and how we must be very rapid in integrating this ourselves and into other companies. This then leads to growth integration becoming the perfect model, or at least the trend, the stage being set up for now you to recognize what this growth integrating model is to then utilize it. Because now you have the real perception of what is going on in the world. And so this is where and I'll explain this further, but first we're going to be leveraging creators' existing audiences to, instead of building our whole ass audience over here, we're going to just pick out what already exists over here. Then number two, we're going to build real systems through the experiences that we have, not just integrating most of our systems instead of just building and then just tossing it at people. Call the BNT model, build and toss. And then we're going to position ourselves also for this AI revolution. And so with that being said, just to wrap it up, all these models failing, marketing agencies, growth partnerships, build and release, pure just operating, and then going into allowing growth integrating to truly emerge as the superior model, combining benefits of all of these models, eliminating all their limitations to create sustainable advantage, which now sets the stage. And this is where I can finally explain, well, what is growth integrating? Finally. And so growth integrating, the definition here. And now we're not going to whip up some stupid ass, we're not going to break the dictionary and just use words incorrectly, like whoever made this word started doing. I don't know what their intelligence level is. But then we're going to get into, well, how do we now utilize the actual dictionary to come up with a word that actually makes fucking sense? And so is where we thought through what this was and now can call it what it actually is, which is growth integrating. So growth, simple. You make more money for a company, as I explained earlier. Simple, logical stuff. And as you can see, AI agrees with us as well. And why AI is so important to have agree with us here is because it has all the aggregated data of the entire world and all the geniuses of the entire world, all the academia, everybody's smart. And so if AI says it's correct, it's correct. And so over here, Gemini here says, business growth is a process of the company increasing in size and scale over time, and that size and scale being increased revenue, increased profits, and that market share, of course, employee headcount, etc. But the main thing being revenue and profits here. Then afterwards, it's integration. What does that mean? Integrate. What does that mean? It's helping. And so this is that foundational definition just beyond business. Language, words. Let's go back to first grade and let's look at what do these words mean. Integrate here is by helping build/tie together multiple parts of the business. Simple. Business integration is a process of combining different parts of the business to improve its performance. Okay? So we got that part. But now you're like, how do I put this into a model? So let me tell you transparently, the overarching core of this model, that's why I named it in such a way. Because as the market evolves, I'm going to involve Integrator Incubator with you guys. I'm going to evolve it as all this is going on. Because transparently, like AI and creators, this sort of trend going on right now in the marketplace is not going to stay. But what is going to stay? Growing a company, that's true. And then also integration, tying multiple parts of the business and I'll explain, right? To improve its performance, but I'll explain like how that is technically done. But for now, I set that definition as a foundational principle because that core of the model, once again, it won't change. In all universes, in all time frames, the concept of growth integrator, those that help businesses grow with a holistic combination, that's the core idea here, of all the different departments, this will exist. However, we want to now identify, though, with the trends going on in the marketplace, what is the most effective way to implement this growth integrating model in 2025? Therefore, let's break down a few different variables for us to explain this. And at the end of the day, guys, this is all just math. It's very straightforward. It's very logical. And so how we're going to identify what this best growth integrating model is, and when I say it's a mathematical context, breaking down the variables of what a business looks like and really simplifying it for us. So to continue explaining on about those variables, it's that the niche, it's that you cannot understand what the transformation you're going to provide is before you then understand the niche. But then let's even go further, because this NTPMA, I'll just explain to you, it's the niche transformation pricing mechanism and then the access channel they're going to help anybody with in any sort of business. And so you don't know what access channel. An access channel is the marketing and the sales. What way you're going to target the individuals that you're looking for if you don't know what you're going to help them out with, which is going to be the mechanism. And before that, if you don't know what the mechanism that you're going to help them out with is, then you or if you don't know what the price that you're going to charge people are, then you don't know how you're going to fulfill at all. And then henceforth, you don't know what that mechanism is either. And then if you do not understand what sort of transformation you're providing for them, if let's say, for instance, it's going to be significantly different prices, if I'm going to tell you that I'm going to help you get from 0 to 1K per month versus if I'm going to help you get from 10K to $1 million a month, versus 10K to like 50K a month. And then from 50K a month to 100K a month. And then from 100K per month to $1 million a month. Those are different variables, or those are different transformations, which then you could understand pricing afterwards. And then finally, how do you know what transformation you're going to provide people if you do not know what niche, what type of person you're targeting? And so this is why these variables come in chronological progression towards each other. And henceforth, this is how, if we solve these variables one by one, we can understand what sort of business we're running. And so this is like a business analysis tactic that I use, even just beyond explaining other types of business models. But then let's go into specifically this growth integrating business model to explain it very logically, very clearly for you guys. And so first it starts with the niche. And the niche specifically, combining all those trends that we talked about earlier, what this current era of growth integrating is going to be targeting specifically ROI niche. then also creators. And so what we're calling these ROI creators. Now, what are ROI creators? These are creators that have viewers / customers at the current moment that teach or have some sort of also potential way to content convert, what I call content convert. I'm going to go freaking trademark that, to teach as well, a way that those viewers of that creator or those / customers, that they have a direct way of making, or direct or even indirect way of getting a return on investment, of making money from what that creator is teaching. And so what are some examples of something like this? You guys have probably heard all about this. Even this, I fall into this category as a ROI creator right now. Being someone that teaches more so online business stuff. So this is all the most classic stuff, drop shipping, copywriting, YouTube automation, TikTok CPV, TikTok affiliate shop, Amazon FBA, Amazon KDP, SMA, growth operating, growth integrating, build and release, every other agency like the growth partnering stuff in the e-commerce space, organic dropshipping, TikTok organic dropshipping, Facebook ads dropshipping, Google ads dropshipping, like all these different mechanisms that people have made different names of, and then all that sort of generate these different niches. These are what we call this online business ROI space. And clearly, as you can see me listing off all those, I have spent a little bit too much time in this space. All right. But there's also this next space, which then it's not just this online business stuff, but then now it goes into, so we got the online business, and then we're going for ROI creators first. And then not only just online businesses, but also physical businesses. So this doesn't just go into like, hey, you can make money online, but now you can make money with a physical business. And so previously, people were not teaching this stuff, and so this market is very unsophisticated, such as that barber offer that we recently talked about. I mean, I told you how they won the school games, right? I'll just show it to you again. If we go over here to school.com, and we go over here to the school games, and then to leaderboards, as you can see, look who won all time. So this is Will helping these people out. All time, they're showing MRR now. Well, basically, School of Barbering. How do I show the? Okay, I guess it's not showing. Damn, School's like really beefing on MR or on total cash. But like, we're gonna drop a whole podcast with my prior business partner Will, who just crushed it here. Will and also Tian, a prior student / CSM of ours, that just crushed it, making $400,000 with this barbering offer in a month. Okay, I think pretty much they had the biggest. I mean, it is the biggest business barber offer now. With that being said, what happened? That's a physical business. It's not just, hey, you can make money online, but you can make money as a barber. And I'll explain that mechanism. Basically, how it works is they teach these barbers to not just do, sell $30 haircuts, $50 haircuts, but go into what's called high ticket barbering, where they will help the barbers create a personal brand and establish them as a authority in their local market, and afterwards then charging like $200, $250 for a haircut because they have a big personal brand. That's the idea of it. But then it's not just in this barbering space, but also physical businesses go to like even sneaker reselling. That's, I guess, sort of like physical / sneakers. There's tattoo artist niche. We see like that student that I was talking about earlier, $7,500. Not to expose the niche, but I mean, I don't really care. I'm very abundant here. He's in the barbering niche, $7,500. That'd be, tattoo niche. So like how to make money as a tattoo artist, same exact idea as barbers, start a personal brand, etc. But then sell tattooing. Permanent makeup artist, you know what that is? Tattooing, but for girls. Permanent makeup. They do the permanent eyebrows. They do permanent lips. I'm sure you guys seen those. Boom. How to make money doing that. In the med spa niche, this then is in the esthetician niche. So esthetician, the idea of it. We also have another student in here right now. Esthetician, who then is going into under here is a private makeup artist. And once again, like, I'm gonna go into all these niches later, but I'm just giving like a high level view now because I get really excited about this stuff. Private makeup artist. There's also like just med spa overall. In the med spa space, like it's huge. It goes into, oh my God, like I'm not even the best at this yet. Like haircut, hair, I guess even hair transplant space. Motherfucker, I might need that soon. Actually, I'm good. I'm chilling. My hairline's cool now. Yet. Hair transplants. What else? Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot here as well. Jesus. You know what? Let's just use AI here. Yeah, skincare, facial treatments, anti-aging, acne cream. I mean, come on. There's a lot. Brazilian waxing. Oh, that's funny. Yep, eyebrow shaping, just like I said. Lash. Boom. And so, yeah, there's a lot of... All of these are biz ops, by the way. all of these are separate niches that are ready to be untapped. As overall, once again, I told you, the trend happens as the education business, as the education space begins to break apart, democratize. They're all going to flow down to how the frick do I learn about this stuff? And they're going to flow down right here, to getting creators or to getting careers online through creators. It's going to happen. This will happen. This is not a maybe. This will happen. This will happen. And so you better get in this shit fast. All right. And so all these niches are going to spread out. Just like, you know why I know this will happen? It already happened with the organic drop shipping. Look at like all the sub niches with agency. Look at all these different sub niches. You literally saw it live. Look, I just did this breakdown of like freaking a bunch of these different agency models. I didn't even talk about the content agency side, short form content agency. I didn't talk about AI agency, which I'm going to talk about later. I didn't talk about all the different, what else is there? There's like influencer monetization agency that I've seen. Oh my God, there's just so much of these, right? These are mostly the ones that you guys know. These are more so beginner ones. That's why I didn't talk about these because you guys are more advanced here. But like, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Motherfucker, I didn't talk about copywriting agency, just copy agency. I didn't talk about tech agency. Once again, these are the beginner ones. That's why I didn't talk about these, like the tech space agencies. I didn't talk about web design agency. So what happened here with an online business model? This is going to do the same exact shit here, and nobody's even just broadly succeeding well with this esthetician space right now. Nobody. And this is just females. This is just aesthetics. This is just in the medical space for females. Like niche within niche, by the way. Like let this sink in. Let this sink in about how untapped this is. And if you want to see more of these, this is what we do inside of the Integrator Incubator. Right here, II niches. Boom. We have like all of these different spaces. There's an entire space of fucking cars, of dog walking, the dog space, well, dog training, dog walking, fucking pools, physical service, home service. Like this is so untapped. Wake up. You're literally, there's billions of dollars here. Like literally be with billions. All right. And I'll show you how this merges further. You're going to like, holy crap. This is like, you're literally going to start freaking out. You're literally going to start freaking out as you watch this. All right. I didn't even talk about career. Oh my God, I'm going to die. I didn't even talk about the career space, about all the different job placement offers that you could commoditize or decommoditize into, talking about tech jobs, talking about tech sales jobs. I mean, right now it's just the high ticket. People are ramming this offer because this is all they know, but you got to know it here too. These are all untapped. These medical offers. Oh my God, guys, I literally pass out talking about this stuff. And the marketing space too. Okay, so this is where the ROI creator, it's not just about these different biz ops and business models. You could also talk about just social media growth. Like I literally have my friend, he talks about it on Instagram, so I think he's fine with it. Like Lyndon, great friend of mine. And they just did like 70 grand last month, 70 grand a month, with like a very small team, really great margins. I think they have like 70% margins, and they're able to just do like, hey, I'll help you with YouTube organic, and I'll just like implement roughly funnels with you and whatever. Like that's it. All in the marketing and sales, not even an exact ROI, selling to a specific creator or specific avatar, which is obviously coaches and consultants. But then, oh my God, so much more money, so much more. Because of what? Because just on the marketing side, they're just helping out. It's a marketing offer, but then it obviously ties to a direct ROI. And so boom, cha-ching. That argument is so easy. Oh my God. But then this is just like the creators that are now talking about the ROI space or talking about these ways that you can make money already actively on the content. And so this is why when I see like people go into this fitness or whatever, you're eventually going to go into this. So just go into this now. But then on top of this, within this niche that I want you to target as a growth integrator, we can even go further into what are called content convertible creators. Okay. So what are these? The CCCs. So these are creators mainly creating content for their current business that they're running. But then the thing is, if we go ahead and content converts them and we run ads to the audience and we segment that, we target the segment that just want to learn about the mechanism from the creator, then we can make so much more money. So this is where this is super duper interesting. And I'm going to teach it to you because I want to save some stuff over here for this niche part. So I'm going to teach it to you later. But I'm hoping that at least this part, you're starting to see the picture about how untapped these offers are here and like how crazy, like it's not even, it's like literally bonkers how much money you can make here. Especially as an agency owner, if you have the skill sets of any sort of inkling around what these marketplaces look like, and with how much market research, and I'm going to show you later how you can do this market research in freaking seconds that you could do with AI. Like, this is not me just, AI for marketing purposes, like whatever. This is like legitimately using this shit live. I'll show it to you. Like, this shit gets me so hyped. Because, oh my God, bro, you can do the market research of like hundreds and thousands of hours previously of needing to yap to so many different people in like 2 seconds, because AI will just give you all the insights instantly. And then with a little bit of prior research, with just a little bit of talking maybe to some family members, whatever, that do the mechanism, maybe have some prior experiences in the space before, you're going to crush it. It's going to be literally crazy. Oh my freaking God. Okay. And so what do we do though then with going into these super untapped niches, which I'll explain further, but at least for now, you understand that it's these creators that are talking about ways that they can go ahead and teach their students, teach their customers how to make money, or teach their viewers first. And then you're going to go help them teach further with a fuller program and integrating AI into their fulfillment systems. Now, how do we go ahead and transform them? The biggest thing here is that, and now it really depends on how much they're making. Because, like, for instance, in the med spa space, some of these med spa owners are making a lot, but then they want to go into teaching programs. Then we could go ahead and help them out with making just like around, maybe even they're making like 20 grand a month. Even my dad, for instance, he wants to get into the info space, or just overall this education. It's not just info. It's not just little scammy courses. It's like a legitimate freaking industry now. This thing is getting huge. And my dad's making like pretty consistently, I think it's like 30-ish K a month, right? With his business. He's an acupuncturist. You know, he now wants to get into teaching other people how to do this too, how to do acupuncture as well, because he's like engineered a really good business model for himself, but he can't do that because he doesn't have these growth integrators. And so this is where this promise sort of changes. Let's say it's my daddy will be like, hey, if you're making 30K per month with this, I'll teach you how to make 100K per month, or I'll help you out and do it for you initially, making 100K a month with this program, with the integrated solution they could sell to your customers and your viewers. And so then, let's say if they're making 10K per month, like this is what you do to more so like barbers or freelance, let's say like travel nurses, things like that. We'll help you go ahead and take you from 10K plus per month, then to, with your current business, to then scaling up to that 50K per month in 3 to 6 months by launching you an integrated solution. And so that's that transformation from 10-ish K to the 50K per month. Now you're probably starting to get it. You're like, holy shit, this is actually starting to be different. Like, I think you're starting to see the picture now, right? All right. And then pricing over here, this is where this differs too as well. You don't go in with some random ass like, I'm only going to take a percentage. No. Here, since you're already a prior agency owner, since you already have the proper skill set, this is what I'm saying. This is only, and I'll talk about who this is exactly for or not for later. Since mainly I'm looking at 10K per month. If you're making 10K per month with your agency, and if you have the 3 C's, you have content, you have closing, and you have copywriting skill sets. Listen up. Since you are already quite skilled, you have case studies before in different niches, and you have overall a good understanding of the space, you can charge 4-figure plus initial setup fees, as well as a percentage revenue share, because these people that you're targeting, they already have money. They're business owners that are roughly getting into this content creation, but they're going to help them with your full stack integrated solution. And I'll show you what that even is real soon. But this is where you can charge that bigger fee initially. So you could really get that startup capital going, get the confidence that this model is going to work for you. And also on top of this, make it rational for you guys. As I talked about the build and release, like just like tossing these systems and there's no proper compensation. Here, you're very much on a performance basis. You're going percentage share of the revenue. And so you guys are very much aligned. And afterwards, this is where that pricing occurs. Okay, so 4-figure plus setup fee, getting very specific for you guys, plus a proper percentage revenue share. All right, and we're going revenue, not profit. And we're going top line, not bottom line, because you're driving revenue for them. If you do profit, it gets a little bit messy. P&L's got to get a little fucked up. Okay. And then the mechanism here, growth integrating. And then the access channel over here. This is where it really depends on what sort of outbound skills you already have right now, but we're very much focusing on outbound. And then you either go to Instagram, you could even go to their emails, you go to LinkedIn, Twitter, TikTok. You could even cold call in different industries, depends, as well as a two-call close. The creator, more so on a partnership, more like an interview call basis. Okay. And so with my scratchy, horrendous writing, now you guys can start seeing this model at a bigger picture. So then at a high level view, what does this growth integrating model even look like? And so first I have to explain to you how we perceive business inside of what we do, instead of how I do it. And so my perception here is with this OMSFO framework. And so you're like, what the heck is this? Okay. Very simply put, it's just the offer. How I perceive business is that in all businesses, there's the core offer that we have. There's the marketing, there's the sales, there's the fulfillment that we provide, and then the operations. And so today, I want to now break down this OMSFO of growth integrating and how that's going to look. And so it really starts with the offer and the offers. And so like within the offer, guess what? It's already what we covered. Within the offer, Within the offer is where the NTPMA framework lies. And more precisely, it's focused on the niche transformation of the pricing. Because think about it. If you understand, or it's sort of up to here, right? And I guess kind of up to here too. Because really think about it. If you understand the niche, who you're serving, the transformation that you're providing them, and then the pricing of it, and the mechanism, the way in which you provide it to them, is that not the offer? Like, what are the other variables in an offer? That's pretty much it in my perception. And so henceforth, that's why I love to simplify these variables and so just boom, it's the offer. So we already covered that. Now you guys understood. And then this goes into next, the marketing and the sales, which we sort of did a covering too, with the access channel being these different DMs and then the two-call close. But I'll still break it down like roughly a little bit more detail right here, which is pretty much with outreach. Today over here, as the rest of this program continues, I'm going to be demonstrating Instagram DM outreach here. Okay. But the thing is, as I discussed earlier, it really matters more so upon what the outreach abilities that you have are and leveraging that, because that'll put you at a significant more advantage. You understand as an agency owner, the extra leverage that it provides you to be someone that does not copy and that stands out for the marketplace with a different outreach tactic. And afterwards within here, AI outbound automation systems is what we need to use. But transparently, we haven't solved this yet. This will be solved soon. And so then this goes into the sales part of the growth integrating model, where you more so go with a two-call close, a little bit more of a partnership version. And over here, down on the sales, I do a lot more in-depth breakdown of that. And afterwards with the fulfillment, this is now really where this is important for you, because all these components at the end of the day, if you're a prior agency owner, you get this stuff. But what you don't understand is now how to fulfill. How do I go about providing these results fast for these creators to then pursue the next steps of what this growth integrating agency, this growth integrating consulting path looks like. And then afterwards, what the vision later looks like. And so I'll just literally tell you. So the first step into fulfillment is properly onboarding the creator and really going for more of a partnerships basis and positioning yourself as very much like a relationship building style with what the management of his client is. So that's step one. Then step two, it's rapidly building out what we call our minimum viable fulfillment, as I talked about earlier in the intro, and then also the minimum viable sales process. And over here, this is where I utilize AI to build out the program fast. And we have a few tactics around here, but as you can see, during this year, we're going to be really grinding out AI instead of integrator incubator. And so making that just significantly incredible. And so that's how you use AI to just like rapidly build out an incredible program here. And then afterwards, the minimum viable sales process, which is where you utilize AI to build out sales processes fast as well. And that's that. So then you go into the alpha launch, where we utilize, right now, very transparently, once again, these are manual components, but once again, integrating AI setting and triaging further into this with AI voice agents that we've seen these days, and just utilizing that here to launch these creators even significantly faster. And afterwards, you go into fulfillment pause, where after you have launched and gotten a certain amount of students into the creator, or into their group for the creator, then you got to fulfill. You got to provide them some good results. And so this is where you build out a relative level of fulfillment system. But then here, the real main point here as a growth integrator, you're more focused on the offer, the marketing, the sales. You're more of a marketer. And so the biggest thing here is to, and I guess if you're more experienced, this is when you can start naturally going to these creators with your case study who already have the fulfillment dialed down to a certain extent. But then with the marketing and the sales is where you really elevate for them, adding ads and things like that. And so that's what that fulfillment process would look like, mostly having the creator do it. And afterwards, then you go into beta launching, where you go ahead and help them launch out of YouTube, as well as a free community at this point can be quite valuable as well. And so this is a process that the growth integrator begins to start with in the fulfillment part. And of course, throughout our more data collection of this, throughout having multiple students go through this, this will be reiterated once more. But for now, this is what we really have, and it's been working incredibly well. So then afterwards, though, the biggest thing that you have to be focused on now is this further vision of, well, at the integrated solutions, at two different levels. Oh yeah, that's what I want to talk about. So this integrated solutions part, it then talks about further what understanding this integrated visions elements, it then allows you to understand what the vision of what you're doing looks like. And so far we checked off the marketing, the sales, the fulfillment, what that looks like, and then operations. I guess it's like tiny little components built out here. So as in like GHL with the IT department inside of sales, or inside of marketing, there's going to be smaller, I guess, Notion content systems they can build out, which you pop in here. But overall, operations is at a relative minimum. That's not really your focus. As a growth integrator, you're not really operating. Then afterwards, this goes into the integrated solutions, understanding what they are, which then will allow you to encapsulate really what you're doing and also what the creator is doing on a level that you'll be like, this actually starts to click for me now. All right. And so at the level of your business as a growth integrating business that you have right now, the concept of this integrated solutions component is, at the end of the day, what is, because I think I've used this term a few times before, but maybe you didn't understand it. And so what does this growth integrator do? Or at least, what does even integrating mean? Integrating means it's that you help build/tie multiple parts of the business together. And so if that is true, then what we must understand is that integrated solutions are us tying these components of the business together, and afterwards providing that, well, simply as a solution. And so that's where you come in. Pretty much, you're providing a full stack solution to the creator, usually including the offer, or mainly including the offer creation and offer optimization, the marketing, the sales, the fulfillment assistance, and implementing AI workflows as well to help out with the operations, the continuous management of it. That's why it's not just growth. Operating these certain components is like integrating a whole ass system, or integrating an integrated solution. And then at the level of the creator's business now, here's your business. But then what's happening is, in the fulfillment level, it's the MSF inside of the MSF. If you guys see my older 5-hour courses, you probably really resonate with this concept, where with this MSF and this MSF. And so within the fulfillment system of yourself, you're providing assistance here on the marketing level, assistance here on the sales level, and then assistance here on the fulfillment level. And so very similarly to what you're doing, guess what? Because the core concept here is that as an integrated solutions implementer, you're going in there and you're providing the full stack solution to whatever the problem of the customer is, or customer has. And in this case, it's the creator's problems. And so you know who else has problems? And you know who else solves business problems? Your ROI creator. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these creators, the biggest thing that they're going to be helping out with is in a business space, business niche, helping out other people's businesses. And if not, then it even like, I guess this isn't really pertaining to growth integrators because we focus more on ROI creators. But for instance, even like fitness offers, or even something such as health offers, or sorry, I guess health that already falls into the category of fitness, or something like relationship offers. An integrated solutions implementer, because at the end of the day, the concept lies beyond business. It's that you're providing a full service solution to get the person an outcome. And so in the relationship space, it's the same exact thing, where in order to get someone an outcome of getting a girlfriend, of getting a wife, you just going in there and solving Tinder for them or getting a bunch of girls in the door for them, getting a bunch of leads, as you could say. That's not getting them a girlfriend. That's not the full service solution. And so then you're not really, you can't really charge as much for that versus the core idea here is providing that whole full stack solution to then charge even more, that really high ticket. As that creator does, and therefore since they charge high ticket, then it moves up to you, and then boom, you make more money. But regardless, if we go back to the ROI niche and especially the business space, the biggest thing here is that the creator, they help out with the marketing, the sales, and the fulfillment of their students as well. So what happens now in their fulfillment, and so what happens is a business within a business within a business. Cool. And so now you start getting to picture. And why this is so valuable is because if you could generate tons of value here and provide them tons of money here, then the creator makes more money because of the case studies that they get. And henceforth, then you make more money. And so it's this positive feedback loop when these integrated solutions are applied. That goes up and down the food chain. Boom, like this. And you'll notice, if you have already done this and you previously used to call yourself like a growth operator, you'll start realizing, oh shoot, this is what I'm doing. I'm starting to realize this picture now. Growth integrating is really what you're doing. And then afterwards it goes into really, well, how does the creator fulfill on this? It's by not just providing a community like these previous growth operators would, but it's also providing the trainings, the systems, the community, and even in the future, AI apps to help them automate and scale. And so within the fulfillment of the creator, you help their students. And this is more so the creator's end, but adding to that fulfillment. Adding even AI apps, AI softwares in the future to help these students scale and therefore this business scale and therefore your business to scale. Cool. And so what does this vision look like now implemented here? Because this AI software, AI app like seems far away, but if you really think through this and really commit to this growth integrating model for the next 5 years, it is very feasibly possible. Because if you look at, for instance, because you start off as a freelance growth integrator, doing and focusing more so on these done for you case studies, because that's, I think I talked about it roughly earlier. I'm more in detail now. As the growth integrator, your goal is not to just stay doing that. At the end of the day, you're here to get a case study to then scale into either the two options, a growth integrating agency where you gather a few clients under you and focus very much on the revenue share model, which I discussed over here with your pricing. Boom. Or you focus more on a growth integrating consultancy where you gather multiple clients and focus on becoming a creator at this point. So then this is when you'd start going to becoming a creator. All right, so as a GIA or a GIC, the biggest thing is that you're here to generate tons and tons of capital, tons and tons of bank reserves. So then you can start moving into AI software integration where you help implement true software and build enterprise value in your creator's company as a GIA or into your company as a GIC. And this is eventually my plan with my own GIC with Integrator Incubator, providing a software to the customers that we have because of the cash flow that we're making with this business. I'm not just going to throw it on Lamborghinis and Bugattis like some unintelligent people do. You more so push into the world where you're able to generate not just $60 million a year, but an exit where you make like $1 billion. And then afterwards, then you go into PE or what is called private equity, and you take a capital in this model that you've made from the software business. And then afterwards, you go ahead and invest it into different businesses then to become a multi-billionaire. And so this is that true path of the growth integrator. Now, if you don't resonate with this, that's fine. Even getting to this point, man, here you're making $1 million a month. And afterwards over here is where you have billions of net worth. It's not really about the month and how much you're making per month. It's more about what is your net worth. Just like Elon Musk recently, he hit $430 something billion in his net worth. And so crazy stuff that happens here. And so now that you understand at a high level view, because trust me, there's gonna be so much more detail once we go over the tactical ways on how you could go about executing this process. We're not gonna talk about, well, why is this the best business model for you to get into? Now, what is the goal here though? At the end of the day, because now you're starting to get the picture of what this model is. You're starting to understand really how this works. You're going, okay, now, why is this the best? We start to get the picture over here, but like, how tactically is this the best for us? And this is where you have to first understand, well, at the end of the day, if you want to understand why something is, quote, like best, we have to understand what goal are we optimizing for, which then allows us to define what best even is. Okay? And so, what is best? Question mark. Well, at the end of the day, we have to understand that goal. And so the goal merely here is to identify the model that is best according to multiple variables that are out there. So simply, we have to identify the variables that are under what best looks like. And so what defines best? Fundamentals first. As I already articulated earlier, it's this fast, cheaper, easier, safe, better. And what is the natural extreme of better? Well, it's best. These are all iterations of the same word inside of a language, and henceforth we can understand that that's what we're looking for. And so what is best? So what are the fundamentals of the best? And so for fast, we want our model to be fast at getting us results. And so you have to realize that as you get to leverage, because for us right now, we're reaching out to these ROI niche creators. We are in a space where the sales argument for these ROI niche creators are significantly easier. Plus, you're using AI actively to speed up all of your workflows. And I'll teach you how these AI workflows are implemented into our process. This all then leads us to being very fast with execution, also being very fast with launches. We understand what the offer is already. Hey, I'm going to take you from current state to making 10K or whatever K per month with X mechanism, with barbering, with Ascension, with like, there's literally hundreds and thousands of these, and like, you can just whip them up out your ass to demechanize, etc. And so this, if we go with these proven models already, but then we just go into untapped ass niches, unsophisticated markets, bro, this shit is going to make us money fast. And so then we also want things to be cheap. And so over here, think about it. Like previously with your guys' business models, in order to get your clients, you had to run ads, possibly get leads, try to close agency clients this way. You had to try to create your own content even, possibly, maybe if you're a consultant before as well. Try to run ads to get leads. But in this case, since we're already going to a creator who has built that audience for us, we have no need to run ads. And we get leads and sales calls because the creator's already warm, that the leads are already warm there. And to sign your creator, over here, we're just utilizing outreach. And it's the most effective for now. We're using outbound. Hence, there's no need also to spend on ads to get your clients. And initially over here, if we don't have clients, we only scale with the software side of these businesses, as in, all the different technologies that you could use, Zapier, High Level, Zoom, ManyChat, all these different things. We are only going to be utilizing and purchasing those softwares once we have that client. There's no extra need to learn up. Let's say if you're doing like a funnel building agency, or even build and release, like you have to buy all these softwares, like build out these softwares, and then afterwards you can try to sell. Over here, once we get the client, once you already have warm, hot leads ready for us to close, then we go and purchase softwares. We don't need it before. So we're at a crazy advantage here too, in terms of spending any money, spending any capital. There's literally no risk. And initially, because I told you, if you're watching this up till now, you better have had content, copywriting, and closing skills. You can leverage yourself to get the majority of the work done. And then later, since you already possess all these high leverage skills of marketing and sales, you know how to validate team members in these departments, and therefore you can have a hyper lean team because you can hire ASAP like that. And you probably have hired these roles before, and so you understand to an extent how this hiring process works too. And afterwards, why is it easy? How is it easy? Of course, you're smart enough, you're sophisticated enough, you know business isn't easy. And if you're already if you think business is easy right now, like please leave this fucking channel. Like please, leave. Please, go away. But if we break down the definition of what is easy, what does that look like? At the end of the day, it's getting the desired result with less energy. And 1000%, growth integrating is easier than other models that I discussed earlier. And especially with the skill sets that you possess, which is the 3 C's, content, copywriting, and closing, then it is it's the best, easiest model for you to get into if you have these 3 skill sets, such as with its speed of utilizing AI here, going into this ROI creators niche with the warm leads ready to buy. This is significantly easier. Then, if you were to convert cold leads from ads into buying prospects, which you have most likely tried it and you're realizing it's pretty freaking impossible these days. Why? Because people need to consume content. They need to like the creator before they can start purchasing. And if you possess the right skills, the 3 C's, this model is the easiest place to combine all those skills together. And then how does safety look? See, without the need to overspend on those ads to get customers, or have the expectation that after 3 months, your clients are going to leave you, you'll realize that this model, you're significantly in a safer spot by being on that revenue share model. Plus, you get the setup fee, and I'll explain how to tactically go about collecting that setup fee. And so the client is locked in with you. And you guys also sign a proper contract. And taking over, specifically, you take over such a large portion of the business by going more so full stacked. I told you it's the AI systems, it's the offer building help, it's the marketing, it's the sales. This is why we call it an integrated solution. You're integrating yourself throughout the whole different departments of the business, and you're combining it all together. This then leads to a nearly impossible churn of the client leaving, and therefore pure safety on your end. All right? And so here's the advanced side though. With market demand first, as we already established, creators, because if we look at, it's not just about, okay, so before this though, just want to recap here that we were able to establish fast, check, cheap, check, easy, check, and then it's safe. Cool, so we got that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and so now that we've gone over what are those fundamental things that make a business model the best, then we could go into, well, what are the more advanced things that make such a business model the best? And so then we could go into the advanced part, where first, starting with this market demand concept, at the end of the day, there are sort of 3 markets that we're looking at, and I'll describe it further down here. But pretty much, you have to understand your markets, so the different agency owners that are out there reaching out to these different creators. And then there is the creator market, which are these ROI creators that are out there in their marketplaces. And afterwards, there's also the marketplaces of the creators that they are targeting. There's 3 different layers to this. And so why this is important is because you need to understand the supply and demand chains at all 3 levels. What I mean is that how much supply is there of the growth integrators that are outreaching, that are looking for these different creators to partner up with? What is then also supply, but not just that, but also the demand curve. If I remember my economics class right, supply and demand. I think supply is the up one. I could be wrong. Okay, great. I'm right. The supply is the up one and the demand is a down one. What is the supply and demand curve of the creators that are out there? And also the amount of demand that you desire to partner up with these individuals. And so sort of this marketplace over here is the supply of the creators. It perfectly matches. And the demand are the creators out here. And then what does this supply and demand curve look like once again with the creators that are the supply in this situation that are teaching XYZ model, something about whatever mechanism that they teach in ROI, whether it's social media, make a ROI with your business with social media, make money with being a travel nurse, make money as a permanent makeup artist, things like that. And then what is the demand curve of the customers that are out there, or the individuals? That is a ridiculous arrow. the customers that are out there that are looking for help and guidance and the overall systems and processes on how they can go about and execute on generating an ROI with whatever the creator teaches. And so if we look at these 2 different curves of supply and demand, at the end of the day, we need to look at a marketplace where the demand of the creators is high. And also on top of this, demand of the creators' viewers are high. And henceforth also, and this is where the balance looks like, the supply, and this is ideal, but we could beat this out through competition and being better, where the supply also of the growth integrators that are outreaching and that are actually good are low. And so what does this curve look like? Okay, so if we start at your level of who you are in the growth integrators out there, see, with people that are aware more so of this business, sure, that's high, of these prior growth operators that were like all outreaching and then just barring through the creator market. But then it's also looks like, it looks a lot more, however, very much like a tiny little funnel than other marketplaces. So let me explain. If we look at something like drop shipping, the marketplace, or just e-commerce overall, the marketplace does look like this to a certain extent if you zoom out wide enough, but at more so over here at the bottom part of the market, it's pretty equilibriumized. As in, there is a solid portion of the bottom part of the market that are actually quite good at the art of e-commerce. Like, because running ads, starting a store, it's not that hard. Even like TikTok shop, for instance, you see like these little retard kids making millions and millions of dollars. Why? Because TikTok has made it so easy. However, if you look at the marketplace of this growth operating or what previously was growth operating, a lot of you guys watching this are probably now trying to get into this growth integrating model, right? And I'm going to be transparent with you. If you're still here and if you're not making 5 to 10K per month, I told you to leave, but you probably want the sauce. So I get it. I understand. You want to get to the high level stuff. I get it. But those of you that are watching, that are actually looking to get into this model with my actual suggestions are over here at that level where you have those abilities of the 3 C's. You have the content, copywriting, and closing skills. And so this marketplace of an individual who has that T-shaped sort of holistic view of customer acquisition, that marketplace is very small of you guys that are skilled, that what it takes to get to that next level. Versus in the e-commerce place, it looks more like this, where there are, yes, less people at the top. However, since the bar to get to that level is not that high, a lot of individuals end up reaching there. And now the problem is not when there's a lot of people looking to get into it, but more so when there's a lot of people that are actually starting to find moderate success with it, which then what happens? The marketplace starts getting chunked out, and what is called, I guess the terminology of this would be compartmentalized, or I guess, no, democratized. The marketplace gets too democratized, and what occurs is that you're only able to get a small portion of, let's say, for instance, if you're running, if you guys don't know what TikTok Shop is, basically, back in the day, e-commerce used to look like you have to make your own TikToks and you have to link it to Shopify. But then now TikTok has it organic or all integrated into their platform where you can make the content on TikTok as well as have the store on TikTok Shop. And so the idea here is that since this model is easy, there's only a fractional amount of attention that people can get at the top, and henceforth then bring it over. And then henceforth, there's only a fractional amount of attention out there. And therefore, with fractional attention, because attention leads to money, there's also only a fractional amount of money they can get. And so sure, you could scale to, let's say, like, I don't know, 100K per month with this. Or even 10K, 20K a month. I've seen a lot of case studies around there with this model. But then afterwards, to get to that 100, to get to that $1 million a month, this becomes hard. This is now incredibly difficult because everyone else has taken smaller pieces of the pie and they've all taken the market share. All right. Versus here, since the marketplace looks like this, sure, the creators are being outreached to. However, there is still deep demand, deep desire for those individuals that actually have the abilities. Why? Because they've been burned, yes, but they still have the pain. They've been burned. They were burned because they had the pain to desire to try to launch these programs, to try to have some sort of way where these ROI creators, let's say it is a messbot creator, barber creator. Let's say it's a dropshipping creator, even in the online space, or YouTube automation creator. Any of these spaces, they have desire to launch these programs. However, there's such a small amount of individuals that can genuinely do this growth integrating model that prevent that, despite them getting already outreach to, they haven't been able to succeed and launch something. And so a lot of these growth operators, or previously what that was called, all these dropped out because growth operator never made sense. Fundamentally, it was pushed as a stupid beginner risk model, and they're starting to leave the model. And this is where the capital is taken, or this is where the marketplace is captured by truly the individuals that have the skill sets to actually execute upon this and then generate the results for the creators who still have deep demand, who still have deep desire. And so what does that look like? That then looks like market demand skyrocketing upwards in this marketplace. But let's say even in the worst scenario, that the market demand here was poopy and it was bad. Okay, that's fine. Let's do inversion here. All right, then on that spectrum, what can we see with the market demand in this level of the market? And so this is where we go back to this trend. This is why I established these things earlier. Earlier, I was talking about how the education system is falling. People are not having faith in this system to generate them wealth either. And so if you're probably in this online money space, you've been in here for like a year or two, right? But you still have your old friends that were in online business or that were not in online business and they're going to college, whatever. Haven't you heard from a lot of them back? Like I heard this where they're like, dude, Tim, you're right, bro. When you're telling me to get off of TikTok, when you're telling me to get into this online business stuff with you, when you're sneaker reselling back then, I should have gone on that shit. Because right now I'm in like, coding school. I'm in freaking doctor school. I gotta stay here for another 4 or 5 years and then I can make something. But dude, you actually like, you cracked the code, bro. And so even this marketplace here, and I'm sure you guys have heard of this too from your college friends, right? They're like, holy crap. I wish that I joined into what you were doing. You saw the marketplace and I didn't. And so what does that look like? Once again, kids that are in these cohorts and these schools of thought, their brains are starting to shatter and they're starting to see reality for what it truly is. Boom. Which is that, oh, this doesn't work anymore. And so then what happens? That demand though, fundamentally, what is the desire of going to these universities, however? It's to generate high income skills. It's to learn a skill, to become valuable to the marketplace, which then they can go ahead and, because at the end of the day, like sure, the degree looks good, but at the end of the day, they want skills. They want to become valuable. And so then where else can they get that than the people that are generating value right now at what they're doing, which are these creators that are teaching or doing the models themselves, which then you can partner up with to teach what they're doing over to this marketplace, or to take what they're, maybe let's say they're just using the profile. Like I'll give it another example, right? The UGC creators that we went to, I explained that space earlier. They initially, I sort of made the story more simply understandable to be like, oh, they were already creating this content about teaching other girls how to do this UGC model. But let me tell you the secret, they actually weren't. Here's the thing, okay? Because what was happening, and I'll tie back to here, right? What they were doing was they were using their Instagram profile. So the specific girl that we went to, she was using her Instagram profile to use as a portfolio initially for those e-commerce brands. Because I simplified it with like, oh, it's just Lululemon, whatever. But they're mostly e-com brands and they're more like smaller. I think they were doing like, I think their brands around like 100K a month and this revenue top line. So profit in e-com is like 20 to 30K, smaller margins, right? Oh my gosh. Bless my writing. Someone needs to get an iPad. But anyway, let's say 20, 30K margins, whatever. And of course, these guys, since they're making their margins are like at the 30%, they have capital around of 70 grand upwards plus in expenses per month to pay these UGC girls. And so what happened to this capital over here? That's as for the Shopify logo. What happened to that capital over there? They brought it over here and then these UGC girls got it. But like, how were the best ones able to get these brand deals of sorts? Well, what they did was they would post on their stories and they would talk about their content. They would post reels about how they're UGC girls and the brand and the content that they're making for these other brands. And the brand owners, these guys, and then she would go and utilize her Instagram profile plus something like emails, cold emails, to then outreach to these brands to request a brand deal and to be like, hey, I could help you do this, X, Y, Z. She also sometimes would funnel hack these different Shopify or these e-commerce funnels, things like that, to see like what sort of content they would need to then optimize a portfolio. Fundamentally, it was almost like a content agency offer. That's pretty much kind of what we launched, right? And so the idea here was basically that right. So like she was using her content, her Instagram portfolio to initially get these brand deals. And all we did was just take the follower count that she already had at like the 20K-ish mark and then convert it. It was called the content conversion system to then start targeting, because there are people in here who were like commenting saying, oh my gosh, I wish I could do this myself too. How are you able to do this, girly, whatever. And she was getting tons of DMs over here into the DMs of like, hey, I'm very interested in doing this model myself too. How can I do this with you? Or how can I do it like you do? Because I know that you're creating these reels because you're getting brand deals with this. And so then all we did was we converted the content of what she was making, of just generally targeting lifestyle things. And it was just like very untargeted, sporadic, like lifestyle, some travel, whatever. Another example for travel, that's like exactly what we do at Rojo. So I'll explain that here. But like all these different sporadic things that she would do. And then we just made that we took all of that messaging, all of that untargeted messaging. And this is why, like, once again, you need to be a good copywriter, you need to be a good marketer. So then bring all that over, boom, into a very targeted message just to those girls. Be like, hey, if you're a girl that wants to do exactly what I did last month, I made 10 grand a month doing this model where I got to stay at home and I got to be chilling, a super slut, just chillaxing. I don't know why I said super slut. Just chillaxing and making 10K a month doing, not even posting on my own portfolio and getting brand deals and getting paid by brands. Being a fun girl, getting to make content, travel around the world, and just, I mean, I guess in this market it wasn't more so travel. That was a separate mechanism that we ended up doing with Rojal. But I just get to chill around and just relax and make 10 grand a month. Staying at home, being a mom. That was another offer that we launched, UGC Mom offer, targeting more moms. And then I got to do that. And then so we targeted hyper specifically. And guess what? How does that tie back here? See, because I was talking about these creators, boom, that let's say some of them, they are talking about their mechanism. But another one is them, where are all these drawings? Yeah, another one is them not talking about it right now. A lot of these creators are just like sporadic messaging, untargeted, and then boom, no wonder they're not generating demand yet. And so how do we generate that demand? With the content conversion systems. How do you do that? I'll explain that in a bit. Content conversion systems, and then boom, you hyper target the messaging here. You increase the demand curve over here. The demand curve, sorry, will be down here. By, I guess, almost increasing the supply or the perception, the supply of content to increase demand. If that makes sense. But it more so, I guess, supply curves goes this way. All right, that's a bit confusing. The main point, though, at the end of the day, is that humans, they always will desire to make more money. Why? Because money leads to wealth is up here, and then it leads to health, relationships. You know, like, because you're in this money grind mode right now. Maybe you're in your 20s to 30s, whatever. And right now, you're very much looking to build up tons and tons of wealth to get at least yourself to a safe point in your life, in the amount of capital allocation that you have. And so with that being said, what you want, or why you want this though, is because you know directly that if you have wealth, think about it, everything is pretty much a money problem. If you freaking throw the money at your health, you get the best trainers, you get the best freaking food people. Imagine you have infinite wealth. You would be literally jacked because you have the best people. Like literally every single time, let's say you struggle with food a little bit, or you didn't go to the gym, you're inconsistent. If you had enough money, you could just have the best trainer just slap you and like give you the best motivational speech live. Of course, it'll be like $10 bajillion. And then you'll go and freaking work out because you'll have so much accountability. Or even with your relationships, if you have no bitches, then of course paying for bitches is not cool, but you could use your money to leverage the best coaches and the best learning to then also increase your female life. Let's say it's even with your family life. Let's say you have kids right now and you're trying to get them, trying to have a better relationship with them. You get to the best relationship, children, parenting coaches, whatever. And you could just increase all of these aspects of your life. And so if these are even desires that you recognize with increased amount of wealth that you can then accumulate for yourself, then what occurs is that, don't you also think that every single other humans has this, at least at a subconscious level, inkling, realizing that if I make more money, then I can freaking improve my life in every single way. I mean, it's pretty obvious shit, right? And so if that is true, then the demand will always exist, always, for people wanting to make more money. It's just the game. It's just capitalism, the amazing capitalism system. Genuinely, it's a sick system that we live in today, and I'm very grateful for it. And so with that reality, though, it's that if these creators are always discussing in their content how they can go ahead and how their viewers can go ahead and make more money in some sort of mechanistic way, some sort of unique way, the demand always here will exist. Henceforth, if we target that more, we can hit that demand more, increase that demand more, just like I'm doing right now. And then afterwards, this demand will rise, and henceforth, this demand will rise, and henceforth, there's always a demand for you individuals who are growth integrators, right? And so if you're even have an inkling of doubt now about this market demand, oh, is there demand for me? This very clearly explains it from first principles truth, and you just cannot deny it anymore. Like, this is a airtight logical argument here, right? And then now if you're questioning, well, is this profitable? At the end of the day, you have to think about it from an input and output situation. And either you're a little bit deeper end of the video, like we're getting into some advanced stuff here, right? And so at the end of the day, if we perceive our business here, all right, and so that was market demand, proving of this business model. And then the next one, though, that you may be wondering is like, well, is this business model profitable? Is this business model profitable? And so if you look at the perception of what this model lends for you, you just have to look at it from a input into the process of growth integrating, then into the outputs that the business provides, and henceforth the, let me see here. And henceforth, I would say the yield is more so the feedback, and it loops back in, and that's the yield of the company or the throughput, and it leads to the input, once again, to positively spiral. And so all we have to pay for, as I described earlier, are the software costs and the AI costs in order to speed up the workflows in our business. And I'll talk about exactly what these softwares are later. However, these softwares we most specifically add with the scaling of the business, and the more money we make, the more software we will need and the more seats we'll need. And however, though, if we do not make money, if we're not succeeding, there's no need for these softwares anyway. Henceforth, there's no risk. There's no risk tied with buying unnecessary softwares. Of course, sure, you could try, but those you could use free trials, things like that, just test it out. But like the maintenance, the paying monthly of these softwares doesn't exist, right? And so that's first one. Then the next one, the inputs also here. It's very low amount of the VAs and the setters and the closers that you're going to have to hire for like the outsourcing element, because this model, it really leverages the fact that you have these 3C abilities. You have the closing, you have the content, and you have the copywriting skill sets. And so if that is true, there's no, and why this is important is because I noticed that a lot of you guys have these skill sets, but it's just leveraged in the incorrect way. It's not utilized in the correct context. And so, however, though, they're incredibly valuable. And it's also beneficial because these skill sets, since you've built them up already, getting to like 5 to 10K per month as an agency owner, you have like undeniably have built these skill sets up, right? And so if that is true, and the thing here is that fundamentally, if we look at those 3 skill sets, if you have the skill set of marketing, that becomes incredibly irreplaceable and incredibly valuable. And so why that matters though is that it's an incredibly leveraged skill set, as in fundamentally as a marketer, you have the ability to think. You have the ability to engineer how you're, and not even, I guess how sort of the whole business works in accordance to you understanding how the marketplace works. That's why it's literally called marketing. You are acting upon the market, right? In the action of market. And so you're acting upon the market and going to market, GTM. And so with that being said here, the thing here is that since you are incredibly levered, fundamentally you're really decision making at that point. And so with those decisions, especially in a role where the leanness of delivery of something such as a info product and a program, which is what I'm going to describe later, and then of course we're going to add the AI softwares later. But initially, the model is starting with launching an info product, more so of a full stack program for these creators, especially integrating, helping them go through with an integrated solution. And I'll describe what that is later as well. It's incredibly cheap and cost efficient to fulfill. And so if that is true, there's not much of a need of payroll and outsourcing necessary that you're going to need to spend money on. And so with that being said, like VAs, it's not that very expensive. Setters, closers, these are on a performance-based model. And also is your model, and so is your model based on performance with you getting the results for your clients. And so if both of those variables are true in the business model, and that means that there's like incredibly low cost for you to fulfill versus if you're doing like a full done for you service. And done for you as in basically targeting specifically services. So I'm going to deliver you emails. I'm going to deliver you a funnel. I'm going to deliver you just content pieces. Since the value proposition of those services are only based upon the fact that you're delivering the item itself, regardless of what the results look like, regardless of what the yield looks like for the client, for the creator, the positioning of that service is just like, oh, it's just the thing that I'm buying. And so with that being said, since there's such low inputs, and therefore the output also is that cost of fulfillment information is so low. And so therefore the output of this is that with growth integrating this model, you get to subtract so much of your output costs minus the input costs, which then lead to a feedback loop of just hella money in your bank account. And just absolute crazy amounts because of how the compensation works and how the client is positioning and seeing your offer in the sense that, hey, the main thing here that I'm getting from this growth integrator are the results that they're driving for me through the systems that they implement and through the partially done for you labor as you go into more so like a growth integrator agency model. Okay, and in terms of scalability, with the revenue share model, it also allows you to scale along with clients without being stuck in such a retainer model where despite you getting them results, you are not comped properly. Because let's say with the retainer model, even if you were getting the results with like emails or with content, if there's no performance-based scenario here, the problem is then you can't scale. You can't scale in terms of, sure, you're going to get more clients. It's just going to add more operational bloat. But ideally, you would scale with less employees, with less operational drag, and more employees. With more performance-based. And so with that being said, you become very stuck on not being able to scale. The only way they could scale is adding more operational complexity. And at the end of the day, your agency is going to tap out at a certain point. Then the next part here is the alignment with the existing knowledge that you have. So what I will describe further down below in this section of who is really for, who is not for, if you hit the knowledge requirements of possessing those 3 C's, if you have those 3 skill sets, the content, copywriting, and closing skill sets, this is for you. And so if you don't, this isn't for you. But the alignment here is that you got to know it. And I'll let you know that if you have these foundational skill sets, you can apply it to any different niche, and in accordance to what niche you pick also puts you at a significant advantage, which then I'll describe over here how you can go and pick those niches. And then the next part here is this level of simplicity. And so this next idea I want to highlight upon is this concept of simplicity. And at the end of the day, this model at a quite large 100K per month extreme allows you to scale with just a few setters, a few closers, virtual assistants, and just one sort of tech individual to get to $100,000 a month. And you could even scale to like $200,000, $300,000 a month with this growth integrator model. Versus other service businesses, you have to focus on just operational hell. This then allows you to scale to $100,000 a month very, very simply. And in terms of sustainability, with the long-term skill sets, you build in a holistic approach. Okay, so in terms of sustainability, if you perceive all the biggest and best CEOs out there, do you think that Elon Musk is like very good at just copywriting? Or do you think Steve Jobs is just very good at coding, only coding? No. The best entrepreneurs, these are what are called T-shaped full stack individuals who know a little bit about a lot of different things. However, they know a little bit about a lot of different things, and therefore they're able to lead a team incredibly effectively. And so henceforth, if you want to do this in a long-term maximal extreme, at the maximal extreme of all businesses, what it looks like is you and then a bunch of great people rolling up to you. And so if that is true, you cannot be an individual who's just good at one little thing, just good at emails, just good at sales, just good at marketing. You have to be a full stack holistic entrepreneur. And so with that being said, since you want to do this in the long term, why does it not make sense for you to go into a model that already supports this skill set building of being more of a wide TAMmed individual, if we relate it to marketing, than you just being hyper skilled into one component? It's only logical. And then in terms of adaptability, this model allows you to transition, and it's literally baked into it. With the transition into the growth integrator, the GIC, or the growth integrator consultancy, or the GIA model, to gain the freedom to take the skills you built here and move it into a much more leveraged position. Versus something like a hyper done for you situation where there's only one component that you have and there's no other services that you can scale to because you're just so niched in it to that one area. It's stupid. It's retarded. So now that you all understand, though, why this is not the best business model, and I'll teach you how I'll even be teaching this. So as I talked about earlier, it will be in this business structure of the OMSFO, and then explaining it to you, this concept within the OMSFO, within the OMSFO, within, so your business within the creator's business, then within the business of the creator. So what I'm talking about here is, here's your business, boom, and then inside of here, there's going to be your creator's business. Awesome. And the fulfillment part. And then if you're a smarty pants, you're going to understand that it's another business. Boom. There is there we go. Now your creator student's business is inside of their business. Cool. All right, so now let's break down then the variables of our offer with the NTPMA. I did a brief overview look earlier, but there's going to be a few different things and a few additions that I said I was going to talk about later on that I want to talk about now. And I specifically brought it for here for a specific purpose to then connect it to what's going to come after. So you have to really, really listen here. Which the first part here is the universes that you're really entering with the market. So for instance, with the content creators that we're targeting specifically ROI content creators, and there are these other options that we could have targeted, such as SMBs and B2B enterprises. And interestingly, I told you earlier that we're specifically targeting those ROI creators because that's what is in line with what the market wants right now. However, the thing is, there are ways to this growth integrator model as we scale further, and we're going to validate this further inside of small, medium-sized businesses, and then also inside of B2B enterprises. So I'll talk about that really, really soon. However, before we get into that though, you have to understand then the creator marketplace. And so I want to give you a high-level view of that as well. And so let's break down this niche part, because how it looks like in the space of creators is that there are these entertainment creators, and then there's these educational creators. And what I've noticed is that previously, a lot of people, they would be targeting these educational creator space so much, and only these people, and then it got hyper saturated of these creators that are already creating this content. And what you'll realize is that these creators over here, they're already quite sophisticated and intelligent. And so I guess if someone more so like you, who's making 5, 10K a month with your agency, goes into here, you'll be able to find a little bit more success. However, the thing is that it's still good, especially if you have like absolutely zero case studies in a still new environment, to stack all the cards in your favor. And how you would stack all the cards in your favor is if you go to a niche that's a little bit more unsophisticated, where you and the creator can have an amazing partnership. And so I'll pull up some examples of that. Actually, I'll do a quick example now. So with Rojal. So him personally, we took from $13,000 in debt to $30,000 in 7 days. Right. And the thing is over here, Rojal from the US, basically though, breaking it down, the main core idea here was that since he was more of a beginner, he was more unsophisticated, it allowed him to recognize that it was not just about going to a creator that was more sophisticated and that already understood this stuff, because he wouldn't have much value to provide. So he was going more so to travel creators that were just creating broad travel content. And they were, very interestingly, they're almost too much over here. But then what the biggest thing was, because the difference between here and what causes monetization, it doesn't really matter if this entertainment space or this educational space. What matters is if the niche is monetizable. That's what matters. And what elicits monetizability is if there is a mechanism that the creator can teach that generates an ROI. And so what we noticed though was that in between these marketplaces, that there was actually that intersection in this travel creator space, because they're creating overall educational content. But then here we're like, hold on. What we noticed was that with our own UGC creators, they were also, a good amount of them, when they're traveling, they would be contacting Airbnbs and they would get free stays. And afterwards, then they would not only contact these Airbnbs for their travel, but then to pay for their expenses whilst they're traveling, they would contact other e-commerce brands or even travel agency companies that would need content more so about just traveling, people traveling overall. And so we're like, could we not turned this into pretty much UGC, but then specifically, we kind of made a niche within our niche, as in a niche inside of the UGC space, but then now into travel UGC. And so what this allowed us to do, and at the end of the day, it was never done before. There was no program around this, but it was generated into a new mechanism. And so this intersection, boom, in between here and here, it allowed us to convert from the entertainment-ish content now over to the edutainment-ish content to bring it into the middle. And so if you want to see what that content looked like, you can go ahead and watch that YouTube video on the channel, to full podcast breakdown that I did with Rochelle over here, getting him to $30,000 in 7 days. And so that's an example right there of these subcategories where you target what I call this edutainment space more so, to bring that together. And we have another example of a student doing this right now live in our program with a tattoo artist. Their content is more so just like, hey, showing the tattoos, whatever, it looks cool. But then the biggest thing here also was that with the tattoos, they are creating more so edutainment-ish content, but then the people that are watching it, they're like interested. Hey, how can I do this myself? And so there's almost like this underlying educational desire despite the content being entertainment. Does that make sense? And so we got that checked off now. And so really what I like, not just within this ROI niche, but what I really like right now for you guys to get into is what I call this SMB, or not even SMB. I would call it more so physical service creators. Now you're asking, what are physical service creators? All right. Well, you just saw one of them in the tattoo space. What is that? It's a service-based business, but then you are doing it physically. What's another one? The barbering space that we just launched that $400,000 offer in. What is that? That's a physical service as well. Let me see here. What's another one? There's so many, and the best thing here is that these people that are interested in this, they've never been sold to. They were never interested in this dropshipping stuff. They're never interested in this online money stuff. Like for instance, with you guys, if I have to, try to sell a program to you, like you've gone through freaking dropshipping probably. You've gone through different agency programs. Maybe you went through Joel Kaplan's program. Like maybe you got ripped from Iman Gadzi, and so like you're now very sophisticated and you understand. And there's a lot that must be required in order for you guys to be willing to purchase a program. And you got to really see that's good. It's going to be very high value. The sales process has to be very sophisticated, etc. You got to put a lot of research, put a lot of effort into it. But then in these spaces, you could charge these high ass prices. And despite the thing is, it's that these markets are so unsophisticated, they don't understand about these sales tactics. And so if you go in there with these very sophisticated sales tactics that we have now, and then you bring into here the marketing and sales tactics, the customer acquisition tactics, at the end of the day, you can just sell like crazy. You can make crazy amounts of money. And so that's that concept with these. What's a few other examples? I'll break them down here. But then let me explain this one first. This economic foundational principle. I guess I roughly explained this, but it's that when these mechanisms are really good and this money flows up to you, and henceforth, the big idea here is finding out the mechanisms that really, really work out and generate people money, and just engineering further and further into barbering, into tattooing. What is the best way to get other tattoo artist results in the fastest way possible, in the quickest way possible, to make the most amount of money in the shortest period of time, and to allow that money to sustain for a longer period of time. And so where we would crack these models, though, is something like in a painting business. I don't know if you guys saw, but second to that barbering offer in the school games was, guess what? So over here, as you can see, when Will was initially scaling to 24K, and it was like earlier in the month. This is the December 24th. Whatever. It was early in the month. Basically, what was the offer right under them? It was this painter growth. How to make, I think, 10K per month as a physical service painter. And guess what? What is that? Also painting. HVAC. HVAC is basically heating, ventilation, air, and AC. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. It's also another physical service that the people over here can start up a quick business and then help out these homes provide services for the homes. And so that's the home service niche. Within the home service niche, there's also landscaping. There is window cleaning, all these different mechanisms that then you could turn into biz ops as well. Even gym equipment space as well. All the content is super untapped. Permanent makeup artists as well. And if you want to look at all the different niches that are out there, let me see if I could pull up some from my remembrance here. Yeah, like even online money stuff too that are even untapped, such as like how to make money with Roblox. And so this is what I love to do. I just like to go around into these different spaces on YouTube especially, and I look up how to make money with and then blank, or how to become, or how to make 10K per month with blank. I just looked it up, like a veneer tech, hair tech, nail tech. There's all these different niches that we talk about inside of Integrator Incubator, but I won't expose too many of them. But like, there's so many different ways that you can, or there's so many different niches that you could go into, and then just crush it because they're so freaking untapped. And you know that you sign one creator in there, you're going to be the only market leader in there. You bring all the principles that you already understand inside the marketing or marketing agency space. You're just going to crush it. You're just going to literally bombastically destroy the marketplace. And so that is where you do that. On top of this, if you just go over here to ChatGPT, you can basically just ask, what are all the physical service businesses out there? Could you categorize them into macro categories and give me 200 of them? Boom. And it'll give you all the different physical service businesses that somebody can get into. And so you got tattoo parlors, we talked about massage, that goes into the esthetician space. And you know what's even better? You could go into also make sure all of these physical service businesses are something that a beginner with low startup cost can get into and make their first $1,000 to $5,000 per month with. Boom. So hair salon, barbershop, nail salons. And so it's not like starting a whole barbershop, but like just going to the different people's stores, doing their barbering shop at home. These all make great money. I'm sure you guys know a few barbers that are friends that do this. Nail salons, tattoo parlors. I mean, acupuncture, like I was talking about my dad, life coaches, commercial cleaning services, pool cleaning, everything. All these different businesses are pretty much all biz ops that DJ, yep. I gotta add these to the list. Holy crap. Food truck. Ooh, that's a good one. Catering, baking services. Oh my gosh. There are so many. Right? And so you just sit here, let AI generate it all for you, and pretty much just see all those different niches. And then if you want to break it down even further, you could say, what's a good mechanism? Ooh, pet grooming is interesting. Pet grooming. Ooh, I've seen this one. Dog walking. How to make money. Dog walking. Boom. And this I've searched for product market fit. Boom, right here. Hannibal's hungry. Okay, so it just looks like broad-ish content. Side hustle culture. Okay, so no one's a one main creator doing this. Hannibal, no. Ooh, the dog walkers. There we go. Okay, these guys aren't getting too much attention. They also suck at YouTube. Okay, so I have a few things over here. But then if you want to look at, let's say, for instance, wedding photography is also an incredible niche if you guys don't know. Yep, painting services. We just saw that mechanism. Oh, yeah. Another one, interesting one that I saw was how to make money trucking. And there's a whole space in itself, too, that are just ridiculously untapped. These people like this, supercars on the road, just a very passionate niche. And over here, this guy, he makes $1.9 million a month, guys, at 17 years old. And he started the business. Clearly, people will have a lot of attention doing this. Yeah, and I saw this channel. So I don't think he was even running a main offer. This guy is super duper untapped. If one of you guys run an offer here, it'll be crazy. Yep, he has a dispatching course, exactly. Oh, there we go. Never mind, he already has one. Product market fit. However, he doesn't seem to have a full integrated solution. And so that's a big problem for him. Okay, so like a trucking calculator. He has to combine these two together. Look, this is his AI SaaS. Or this is software. Exactly, boom, right here. So he has a software. He just has to merge these together into one program, and that'll kill it. And he's also unfocused. Yeah, this is like an absolute mess of a business. Okay, I think that's high level white labeled. Interesting. So he seems pretty sophisticated. Yeah, he's reselling high level. But this is where if you could like reach out to a creator like this, or even better, because fundamentally, if there's content market fit, there's going to be product market fit. As in, or if there's content market fit, we can identify product market fit. There'll be ability to identify product market fit. And so clearly this guy's great at YouTube, and on top of this, he's great at content. And so if you just take something like this, pull out parts of the program, and then go in there, build out a significantly better monetization vehicle by going to some of these creators and helping them optimize once again in the marketing and the sales and the fulfillment, you just destroy it and win because you know the mechanism works. But yeah, even I saw another one was how to make money with Turo. This space, although there's a few less leads, it's crazy untapped as well. Crazy untapped. Oh my God. If I was a growth integrator, I'd go this niche immediately. Look at this, cheap cars on Turo, 23,000 views with like the shittiest ass thumbnails. His videos, okay, his videos are moderately good, but there's still so much more improvement that we could do here. Oh, he's in Miami. Nice. Fellow Miami brother. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like so many different untapped niches that you guys can get into. Cool. And so once you then identify that niche though, we talked about the transformation that we provide for them, which is that 20, 30K per month increase with the pricing. Boom, 4-figure setup fee, percentage revenue share. Over here then, the mechanism does switch up a little bit. So the idea here, I want to make sure that you get this really clear as we start moving into what even are we pitching in the marketing level on the outreach side. So number one, if you have not done this before, I would go for a very much done for you situation, and you will do whatever it takes to make them 20 to 30K a month. And so what the creator will be mainly doing is the content creation, the VSL, the course building, and then consulting the clients or the students that you guys get at the program. And afterwards, what will you do? You'll be content systems integration, setting, closing, AI workflow integration, etc., and done for you to get experience, then to become more so done with you. However, on your second try, what you can start doing is engineer what you have and start productizing components of your service to where you start going into more of a done with you. And it's really this in-between phase of finding your path. Do I want to be this growth integrated agency or growth integrated consultancy? And so this is where the first 1 to 3 months, you focus on a done for you plus systems integration plus consulting. You could pitch this initially with a specific setup fee and make sure that setup fee is high. And so here you're consulting to assist in integrating these systems. And then you're also offer repositioning for them. There's like a done for you offer repositioning in the marketing systems. You're helping them implement those sales systems and the AI systems and setter and closer integration as well. How adding those into their company, or even another perspective that I see here is you having those setters and closers in your company, and then them being more so mercenaries in their company and adding. Okay, let me draw this for you. So we did the NTP. So check. And then we go into the mechanism where we go into the done. So the first one, if you've never done it before, then you do very much done for you. Do everything you can, identify product market fit, and really just crush it in what goes on here by getting them really results and just doing whatever it takes to get them freaking results. And afterwards, after you've identified your unique process on how you do this, then you go into the done for you or done with you ish model, done with you plus a lot of done for you. And this is where you start transitioning on each offer that you create, each creator. You go less done for you, less done for you, less done for you. And it starts going more done with you, more do it yourself, more do it yourself. And this is how you start transitioning yourself out. And so anyway, for this offer, this is where for the first 1 to 3 months, you focus on doing done for you plus system integration systems plus a consulting setup fee they provide for them. You help reposition their offer, marketing, sales systems, and the AI systems as well. And then, yeah, as I talked about with the sales or the setter and closer model. So I talked about your businesses over here, MSFO, right? And then in your HR function, you have setters and you have closers on your team. Cool. And so over here, there's now your creator's business. Okay, it's not gonna obey me. All right, whatever. And so in your creator's business, there is this one, MSFO. You integrate these setters into their sales process. Boom, like that. And you sort of become a fractional sales agency at this point. And so that's cool. And then afterwards, from month 3 to 12, this is where you'd have, for the first 1 to 3 months, you've stabilized this. This can even take 1 to 6 months Who knows? But the main thing here is then from month 3 to 12 plus, it's more so maintenance model where you're going on a revenue share, but then your setters and closers are helping them close for them, and you're helping scale the company out. And then you also have a VA helping you out at this point, and you're really providing a consulting role more so. And sort of here, your revenue share can go down, and then you could prioritize focusing on other clients. But the biggest thing here is just really not over stressing on being too focused on one or two clients, or on too many clients, but then focusing on the fact that since you are at that percentage share, that's really where the majority of your revenue comes from getting the results. And then the incentives are aligned. And of course, in the access channel part, this is where you outbound and sales calls to close these creators. Okay. And so now you must be asking, like, well, what do those outbound and sales call parts look like? This is where we go into it, where with the marketing part, the thought paradigm around this is that, listen, if you're watching here up to now, you probably have a few channels in outbound that you've already cracked as an agency owner, whether you cracked LinkedIn, Instagram, emails to get pretty consistent customers through the door. And if not, then it may have been referrals, whatever that looks like. And so maybe it was Twitter, email, Instagram DMs, Discord outreach, things like that you've cracked. And so if that's the case, then I would utilize that channel to contact these creators, as it gives you an unfair advantage on how to crush outreach here in this growth integrating model. But we are intentionally not giving anything too specific, not giving anything too specifically tactical wise, because with growth integrating, it's only for those people that are doing the 5 to 10K per month, which in that case, you have probably cracked that channel and you can figure out that best outreach specific model for yourself. Plus, if we give you something too specific, then it's going to pretty much overly saturate the market with that outreach method. And so, which in that case, I can help you out here by giving you the rough structure of how we do the outreach with that. And so here's that exact framework. Let's go and play it now.
And so then the access channel, NTPMA, right, the A part, as a place where you plan to contact your creator. And for us, simply, it's Instagram DMs. And remember, guys, oh my gosh, I've seen this a lot with the founders recently. Listen, creators actually check their DMs. They will respond there. So please, for the love of God, just focus on one channel. If it hasn't worked out for you yet, you just haven't put in the volume into it. If you've sent 10,000 outreaches, then that's when you're allowed to switch. If not, then you're not allowed to switch. Because I see people going, oh my gosh, freaking Instagram is not working. Maybe I gotta go in person. Maybe I gotta go fly out to them. Maybe I gotta go do emails. Maybe I gotta go do TikToks. Like, no. Have you done 10,000 outreaches? No? Then great. You don't deserve to switch right now. You just haven't cracked the way to outreach. And guess what? I'm going to give you that new outreach method anyway. So you're going to be like, oh, that's actually how you do it. That actually makes psychological sense why that would work. And number 2 here, if you're trying to switch, you're just falling for the shiny object syndrome. You're getting excited about something that is new, when in reality, you just haven't tried IG DMs hard enough yet. Listen, with time and time again, I have the freaking data here. All of our founders, they get their freaking creators on IG DMs, so don't doubt it. Please, please. Plus, with the specific outreach methods, I will show you today, you basically can't fail. So try 10,000 times, then you could switch to email, LinkedIn, TikTok, Discord, etc. And I'm saying you can switch to these because I know you won't anyway. And speaking of IGDMs, let's go into outreach, which is, what is the definition of this? It's just contacting people to buy your shit. Simple. And especially for you, you're gonna be contacting your creator. Great. So now that we know what outreach is, the first step to this is why I see people trying to switch. They're like, oh my gosh, it doesn't work. Guess what? Is your profile optimized? No? Well, let me show you exactly how to do it. And if you haven't done this, then you don't have an excuse to say IGDMs doesn't work, okay? And since we talked about, yep, exactly, IGDMs as the mechanism or the access channel, then let's go into how to profile optimize, all right? And by the way, all these docs, they are included and they're going to be given in the free school community down below. Or first, you hop on an onboarding call with us. We're gonna drop you exactly step by step what the steps, because you guys are probably, some are here, some are outreaching, some have the profile optimized, some are now trying to close their creator. We're going to get your exact state and then give you the specific docs, and not just this, but the specific videos that you're going to need to watch at that point right now to then help you boost the most. And so please join the school group down below. We are going to give you a free onboarding call and have one of my advisors drop you the freaking sauce. Anyway, with the profile optimization guide, let me break down to you how you can profile optimize. Ready? So here's some examples of good profiles. Of course, mine, little plug there. And then also Niche, which is the founder that closed their nail tech creator with this specific outreach method. And not just nail tech, but it was 1, 2, 3, 4. He's closed 4 creators right now. with this specific outreach method. But he's only focusing on one. That's another thing I'm going to go into later. All right. Anyway, let me just break it down. PFP, make sure. Clean, make it just your face. Now, I don't like this one right now. I'd rather, you see my YouTube one down right here. That one is the one I want. But unfortunately, with my verify tag, it doesn't let me change it. It's a pain in the ass to change it, so I'm going to change it later. But yeah, something like this too, it's pretty good. You know, branding yourself to the tiger, that's nice. I like it. Now with the username, just letters, no dots. Yes, no dots or numbers, please. Because it establishes that you had to compromise your name on IG, which means you're not the main person with that name, which equals lower status delta. Think about it. Would you be more inclined to respond to somebody who had the name Tim or Tim.Yoon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Like, which one looks more body to you? Simple. Then with your bio, here is the exact sort of name that you can go for. All right. I really recommend this, guys. This one we see cracked out working well right now, especially with Heron, one of our founders in the incubator, who closed $5,000 setup fee for a med spa creator, basically for him. So he put in his name, Dr. Aaron Khan, because he is actually, he went from a med school or med student. I don't think he finished. Actually, maybe he did. I'm not sure. But then he went from there into growth operating, right? And so look, doctor turned entrepreneur. And so clearly, when you help or when you hit that nerve in the market by saying, hey, we help, or I was a doctor before, that resonates with this marketplace. Because for him, he outreached to, like I was saying earlier, the med spa niche. I kind of exposed his niche, I'm sorry. But the thing is, he was able to close his creator really fast because the creator resonated, because the creator is also another doctor. And by the way, if you guys don't know what med spas are basically like fake medical is kind of what you would call it. So you walk in, you can get Botox, you get dermatology stuff, you get whatever. And I know it works because my freaking uncle does it, and he makes bank. And so, yeah, with him, what's it called? Or not with my uncle, but I'm talking about more so with the med spas. It works because these businesses, the service is really easy to fulfill, right? In the MSF, marketing, sales, fulfillment, the fulfillment is really easy to fulfill. And then the sales, or sorry, not the sales process, but yeah, getting people in the door, it's also pretty easy because people want dermatology or people want Botox because they want to look sexy, whatever. But anyway, the point is these make a lot of money. And so if these make a lot of money, guess what? The person teaching the model can make a lot of money too. Hence, also, the growth operating for the person teaching it to then have them teach it to the med spa owners. They make a lot of money as well. And so the growth operator at the end of the day makes a lot of money. So you see these levels of yield that the value comes from here to here, and now the growth operator, such as Heron, is going to make freaking bank. And that's why Heron already closed a 5K setup fee, and they're going to launch really, really soon. And oh my gosh, that case study is going to be insane. Oh, but anyway, if you put in your bio saying, I help X niche people get rich, such as I help tattoo artists get rich, I help UGC creators get rich, I help blank get rich. Don't you think that will resonate significantly better than saying, hey, I'm a growth operator. Hey, I go and help you launch your school group. Like people are like, bro, I already know school. I don't need to care about this. But when they hear that market resonation, they go, oh, interesting. So this guy only helps my kind of people. This guy must know something about this niche that I don't know about. So even me, look, I practice what I preach right here. Check this out. Growth operator sauce. I resonate right with that marketplace. It's just overall like some personality trait about you, because at the end of the day on Instagram, you want to connect with some sort of personal life component. Yeah, and with Niche over here, he has a boxing thing. For me, what is it? Yeah, for me, all I care about is business, to be honest. So that's all that's there. And the story highlights, really here, I like to put in, hey, wherever you traveled, just simple. Go to your old Instagram stories. I swear to God, there's some pictures in there that makes you look rich. Go make a freaking story highlight, put those pictures in there, and if not, go to a mall, go to wherever area that is rich around you. I guarantee you, at the minimum 30-minute distance from you, if you're not in some freaking rural country state, that you have some place that looks moderately wealthy around you. Go there, walk around, have your brother, your friend, your mom, your dad, your sister, your uncle take pictures of you, and then go and post it on your story. Go and post it on your Instagram post. This will increase what's called status delta so much. Status delta means delta is the difference. Status. So status delta is the difference in status. When you show yourself looking wealthy in wealthy different places, it'll demonstrate the difference in status, how you're rich, the creator is not as rich, and so when they see you above as them, you're going to be able to close them. And then make love and then make money with them. So it's a mutually W-win. But anyway, you want to make sure you establish that status delta with those travel photos. With not just that, but testimonials if you have them. I do not recommend you going in there and faking as if you have testimonials if you don't, because the thing is, it'll come out at the end of the day. I'd rather go with the sales tactic of saying, hey, I'm new to this, but I'm going to give my all to it because I'm new to it, because I want to make you the most results. So please do not lie. Please do not lie. But the thing is, here's another tactic that I could implement for you guys. If you have dropshipping before, if you have an agency before, if you have had copywriting, setting, closing, make sure to get the testimonials though from those clients, because technically those you've growth operated for, but it's just a piece of growth operating, right? Because at the first principle, what is growth operating? It's not just, it's like all of your skill sets combined. So if you're a setter watching this, it's because a lot of this freaking growth operating, it's setting. I'll show you in the fulfillment side, right? But also with the growth operating side, by the way, if you don't know what setting is, setting just means appointment setting. So going from the creator who has the views to then booking the viewers onto calls. Once they are on calls, you go and close them for money on a sales call. And you better know what a sales call means. Then these are all like bunched up skill sets inside the macro perspective of growth operating. Like really growth operating, it allows you to TAM out. TAM means total addressable market. It allows you to spread your wings on all the different skills that you can have. And so technically, when you were a setter, when you were a closer, when you were even doing a content agency or just an agency in general, you were technically growth operating for them, especially with Facebook ads agencies, growth operators, they run Facebook ads. So technically you're growth operating, right? Even drop shipping, right? If you made money with drop shipping, I mean, technically you're doing some sort of business. And so growth operating is a business. And so technically you're growth operating, you know? So like there's ways to make this look better with those testimonials. But if it's a situation where you're totally starting from zero, don't do it. Don't do it. Because there's still ways to sell without lying, okay? Then the same exact thing with the posts. Go to those rich places and then go and film yourself. So for instance, I don't want to expose that founder. She closed her creator from more of like a personal angle. So for instance, her profile, it was a lot more like chill. Hey, I'm just hanging out with my friends. Hey, here's me at the beach. Hey, here's me getting food. She just looked like a regular high schooler. But the thing was, she sold from that more chill angle. And the creator could relate to that because the creator was, I think she was reaching out in a niche where the creators weren't as like make money online, oh, get rich. And so, yeah, I think she was in the physical service business. I don't exactly remember, but it was like more female creators that were more chilled out. And so with them, it was pretty easy to sell with them or sell to them, right? Because the angle that she went with, the I'm chilled out angle, resonated with that marketplace. And so think of your Instagram profile really as something that needs to be engineered so that then you can dominate in that niche. Then you can position yourself in a way where you're the expert in that niche. However, it's still the overall marketing messaging resonates, which is that more personal angle, or if you're going for the make money online, then you want to establish that you're pretty wealthy. So then overall, that is some great sauce on how to optimize your Instagram profile. And now for lead generation. So what even is the definition of it? See, lead generation is the act of finding and writing down contacts, in this case, Instagram accounts, of people you're trying to sell your growth operating to, and most precisely, your educational creators in the niche that you've selected. And so first, it really starts at the base, guys, with the tracking sheet that we have here. So this one, it's not included because this is for the founders. This is literally all our course material. We can't give you that. But we do have the outreach tracker that you can, once again, access in the free school group down below. For this one right here, it's pretty simple. You just put their name. So let's say you're reaching out to Bob, creator Bob, and you put their link. Okay, so let's say it's Instagram.com/Bob. And what will happen is it'll auto-populate the date engaged and then the stage that they're in, if the formula is going to work. There we go. And yeah, it's going to auto put engaged and whatnot. I don't know how to do this. This is Alex, the tech god. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, that's pretty much how you would do it here. The main belief around this, though, is that it's the belief of, hey, I don't want to track this. I don't really care about this. Listen, if you don't track it, you'll never know who you're outreaching to, what sort of stage they're at. And really, at the end of the day, all the founders that we've interviewed, they have been great at this tracking stuff. Because really, if you don't, like, how are you going to know what creator you've hit up? And so that is 100% necessary. Then you move forward with the overall mindsets, though. So tip, please outreach to creators, actual humans, for theme pages, and theme pages basically that are posting other people's stuff. Go for the creators, not the theme pages. And here's the reasoning behind this. People have actual connections to creators and not just a bunch of other posts and content overall. Okay. Also, there's more ability with one core creator for them to create those stories, the reels, posts on the fly versus with a team page or with a theme page. You have to go out there, get content from other pages, and with custom, they're going to go need to make it and redo that. Plus, it's just overall less connection with the audience, which equals overall less sales made. And you might fall through this fallacy where you're so desperate to sign a creator that you go and get someone with a theme page and you're like, okay, finally, I can. And by the way, I already defined theme pages there. It's just someone with an Instagram page or a YouTube page that does not have a creator as the face of it. And going back to the story though, you might be so desperate to get a creator that you fall for this, but the reality is it's because you didn't have the proper outreach tactic cracked. So what's going on here is you're so desperate to find the creator when the real problem that you have is not getting a creator. It's, hey, how do I crack outreach to consistently get creators signed? And then afterwards, you have a plethora of creators for you to choose from. Because the issue is, it's a skill deficiency that you have. It's not, oh, I need to sign a creator. It's what is the skill that I need to sign the creator? And it's, really a buildup of skill sets. Or you could just really just clone the IG funnel that we have over here. So that is really the mindset that I need you to take here. And and this is how you can avoid this problem of not getting stuck with working with a theme page owner, because then you're not going to make any money in a growth operating for that. Okay? So then let's go into the different methods in which you can lead generate. And once again, this document is also included inside of the core documents. So there are really three main platforms that we lead generate from as growth operators. Okay, it's Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. So we'll start with Instagram first, which is the creator following method. So how you go about doing this is we'll literally do it live. So go to Instagram on your computer. If you don't have a computer, fine, a phone will work, but it's less optimal because you're going to be distracted scrolling through Instagram and whatnot. So I'd rather go on your Instagram on your computer. And then the rest of this workflow, it's going to be computer-based, but you can map a similar one to your phone. But this workflow, it's mainly focused on a computer-based workflow. All right, so let's go to step 2, which is to go to a niche that we know. I'm just going to do something easier because this is already the niche that Niche is in, our founder. So we go over to the people that they're following, and basically, that's the strat. It's like click on their following list, because most of the time they are following creators or coaches that are in their niche. Then afterwards, click on the profiles of all of the ones of the people that are in the following tab. And then afterwards, check if their profile is of another creator in their niche. So you put the name, Instagram link, and all those different components. So basically, you would go over here, click on the following, who they're following. And it's pretty simple. I mean, especially in niches where they self-identify. It's called a hand-raising niche. So over here, already you can see nail tech social media creator, that's one. Because the creators always follow other creators. Teach viral, okay, so it's like a viral. NYC nail artist, boom. Let's see. I'm sure I could sort by nail. Yeah, boom, another one. I mean, it's pretty freaking easy. Another one, another one, another one, another one, another one. Another one. And so if you want to be in the nail tech niche, here's a bunch of girls that I just found for you. Boom, boom. All of these people, super duper untapped. See, they're going viral, and all these people, you can go and outreach to them. But anyway, you copy their names. Of course, you want to go for the bigger ones. She doesn't have much of an audience, so it's kind of tough. But you go, what I'll go is, honestly, name. So Command-C, Command-Shift-V. If you do Command-Shift-V, then you can paste it without that annoying formatting. Afterwards, you have another lead. You go Command-T or Control-T or Control-Tab, and you go name. Honestly, you could even just do the link. That's kind of what I used to do. And yeah, you could auto lead gen like that. These are the people, however, that you have engaged with. So I would probably put their link in afterwards or fix the code in here so that doesn't mess with that. But then you can move them towards stages. And yeah, you can even use Notion, the Kanban board, if you know what I'm talking about. So then afterwards, that is one way to lead generate. I'm not really talking about, or I'm not going to show you step by step how to really place the leads. I would recommend you building a system for that yourself. But the main concept that I'm trying to teach here is the fact that that's one way to generate those leads by checking the following list of another creator in your niche and then finding the other creators in that niche that she follows. Great. Okay, so then the next one is the recommended drop-down method. So let's click back to one of these creators here. Once you click follow, on here you'll get suggested for you that presses down below, and boom, already nails. I mean, I didn't even need to try. It's just more creators in this space that all are nail techs. And you go Command T, Command Tab, boom, that's a freaking huge one already. Boom, already another huge one, another huge one, another huge one, another huge one. So low-key, that method is pretty cracked. Holy crap, all these have so many followers. It'd be so easy to monetize them. So you follow them, and then you scroll through the drop-down menu with the other people that Instagram recommends you follow, click on their profiles, and you follow. And you go Command Tab, right, Command click, and then it shows up there. Or if that is a creator, then copy their name and their Instagram link into tracking sheet. Simple, simple, simple. All right, the other one is this one. Listen, warning, this may lead to doom scrolling, so proceed with caution. If you have the mental discipline, then go ahead and proceed. Which is basically, you could search up, key search that your creator's audience would search up. So you go to explore. So I don't know where the search tab is. Okay, but you know on the Instagram app, there's a very clear search button up here. And then afterwards, once you go into that search button, you look up nail tech, or car detailing, or barbering, or how to make money as a content creator, how to make money with Instagram, how to make money with YouTube automation, whatever. And then you click on the posts and reels that come up that are by creators in that niche. Then you like, follow, reply to their stories, save their posts, and share their posts. Overall, engage with their profile. And then you scroll through the Instagram Reels section. I don't have Instagram Reels open here, but you know where the Instagram Reels is on your Instagram phone or Instagram app. And then afterwards, you'll have a higher probability of Instagram showing you the content that the creator that you're outreaching to, that niche that you want to look at. And afterwards, you further engage with the creators that pop up from that niche so that you have Instagram feeding you that algorithm. And then afterwards, you click on the profile, you click on their link, and of course, you copy and paste it over to the Google Sheets. And afterwards, you can continue repeating this cycle with the creators in your niche and copy and pasting their name and their Instagram links into the tracking sheet. However, warning, don't fall into the BS trap of, oh, I'm working, but then rather you just end up scrolling for 5 hours with 10 leads on your sheet. And you make the excuse, oh, it's so hard to find people in my niche. Because listen, that's BS, right? And so how you mitigate this is, whilst scrolling, have your computer in front of you with your lead tracker right here, ready, and then afterwards, do this activity on your physical desk, as you see me on right now. Okay? And afterwards, have the hyper self-awareness that you're there to lead generate and not to scroll and do some BS stuff. And whenever you catch yourself engaging with content that is not part of your niche, such as some comedy content, some BS content, some food content, whatever you're into, stop, scroll off, and continue keeping the algorithm for the creator that you want. Have the discipline, all right? And then finally, the last method is the hashtag method. You look up the hashtag that the creator's audience would most likely look up. So for instance, there's car detailing, hashtag car, hashtag clean, hashtag make money, car detailing. Some other nail tags like hashtag nail tech, hashtag whatever, hashtag UGC, hashtag YouTube automation, hashtag TikTok CPP, hashtag freaking med spa, I don't know, whatever. Click on the posts that come up when the hashtag is searched. It's mostly a tool to better target your search up here, but the Instagram algorithm has gotten good enough to the point where you don't even need to search this up. Use a hashtag to search. You could just type in the actual or the regular search and it'll come up. And so that is the tactic that I would utilize there. And then afterwards, you click on the profile the content was made by. And if it is a creator, then copy and paste their name and Instagram link in your tracking sheet. And afterwards, you will be good by collecting the leads in that niche. Great. And so now that we've gone over the Instagram lead gen method, let's go over the 4 different ways to lead generate from YouTube. Begin here. So the first one is the keyword search method. And this is personally how I lead generated when I was growth operating back then. So you look up keyword phrase on YouTube that your creator's audience would search up. So for instance, how to start car detailing business. It literally came up in the search. So we got a creator here, we got a creator here, we got a creator here, we got a creator here. I mean, it's pretty freaking easy. Right? You go to filter, so you go search up filter channel, and then click on all the channels. So you could just mass click all of them, all of the creators. Okay, you just go down, copy and paste their name into the lead tracker, or copy and paste the links.
What is up, everybody? My name is Justin.
It's gonna be annoying. It's gonna play. So you have to. Usually I would just mute right here, but unfortunately I'm shooting, so I can't. And then you go over here, click on their link, copy and paste that, paste it into here. Of course, this is mostly for outreaching on Instagram, but I mean, it's pretty freaking simple. Literally make one column with name, literally make another column with link on a Google Sheet. It's not that hard. And afterwards you paste here and you paste their name. I mean, I'm cracked at this because I did this for a while. And usually where you can find their Instagram, I put in here, which is, yeah, find their Instagram link through their bio or their most recent video description. So you go here, video, click on a video, pause, and you could usually find their Instagram somewhere here. I guess this guy we can't. Let's try another creator. Boom, yep, Instagram, and it's already there. Everyone's doing this now. So you copy their Instagram, boom, and since they are legit unclouded, it'll be pretty easy to outreach them, although this type of person seems like they actually deliver the service of car detailing, so you have to watch out for these people too. So maybe to these people, you can pitch the idea of, hey, stop doing car detailing. You can make so much more money with info. So then you could copy and paste their Instagram over to the lead tracker. So that's one method, which at the first principle, this is the main concept I taught you. Keyword search, click filter, click channel, and then you have all of them. Another one that you could do is this, how to make money, blank mechanism, how to make 10K per month, blank mechanism. The real first principle on how you search is thinking, hey, what is the creator titling their videos as? And then you could reverse engineer how the creator is thinking. And then afterwards, you could go ahead and find the videos that they will post. And by the way, one other quick thing that I want to mention was over here, when you are going and finding their Instagrams, I said you could check their bio, you could check their video, but you could also, if they are someone like this, where they don't have their Instagram in their bio or their description, you could reverse search it on Instagram by, yep, boom, there we go, Justin Rogers, and he is a creator on here. There's no way this guy doesn't have info. No way. He has an app. Oh! Okay, by my reaction, you could tell what you guys gotta do after you see that type of shit. And so after you have put that guy with an application on your frickin' master tracker, then go ahead and check with the recommended page method. So you go over to YouTube, and warning, be aware, this can lead to a highly addictive rabbit hole of the recommended page. So please be aware. But first, how you would go about it is look up car detailing or whatever niche that you have, smashing through your niche. So you click through here, here, and you really prime your algorithm so that it can give you the content, just like how all algorithms work. Then from there, you go over and you'll get a little bit more of those videos. Let's see, boom, we got pressure washing. Okay, we got more business ones. So it starts leaning more towards that business side, right? There we go, car detailing. And so you could start finding those. Then you engage with the videos that pop up. Like I clicked on this YouTube one, so you like it, you click through it, or sorry, not the YouTube one, they're obviously on YouTube, but the car detailing one, right? For the pressure washing too, it's a little bit more of that niche you're looking for, that service business. So you click through, you engage with it, and the algorithm, you reload, and it will now give you more. Okay, this is kind of a car one. Yeah, we got another. Oh, this is a video business one. Yeah, so it kind of like gives you even tangential niches, which becomes useful once you're able to go and click through as well, okay? And so afterwards, right, you go back to your homepage and you keep looking at the different thumbnails in your niche, and then you mirror the thumbnails that you've seen with your current YouTube leads. Right, so you look for the YouTube videos out here on that recommended page that, let's see, on the homepage, that give you the video, or sorry, that map to the different thumbnails that you know will be mapping to your niche. So for instance, if car detailing ones, you click on the car detailing ones, whatever, and so on. It's pretty simple. Although for this one, to be completely honest, the search one's a little bit better, so I don't recommend it too much. But then here you click on the video, then you click on the profile picture, and then you could go ahead and click into here. Also, another tip I like to do is click just right on the profile picture, and you could go right into their channel without needing to click on the video. So yeah, then the sidebar method, which is pretty simple, is just the same thing, except you go over here and let's see, you have the sidebar, yep, up next suggestions, and you click through the different tangential niches. If you're here, then it'll give you pool cleaning, it'll give you this one. Yeah, honestly, this one's better because you're able to really target it from that, and boom, you get a lot more in that niche. And you click on the creator and you get it But really, the channel one's the best one, I would say. This one is more so like kind of a mental masturbation thing. But yeah, that's the YouTube lead generation. Then with the TikTok, it's pretty much the same as the Instagram one. So creators following method, you click on the creator, you click on who they're following, and then, same stuff. The number method, or the hashtag method, sorry, you look up the hashtag, and you find the creator through that way. And the TikTok as well, you scroll through, but watch out, be careful. And honestly, we're really looking for creators on YouTube and Instagram here. With TikTok, it's pretty hard to monetize, especially for business content, so I'd rather just go with YouTube and Instamajam. All right, and so now that we've gotten our leads on our lead tracker, we can go ahead and move forward to the actual IG DM funnel. Now, guys, this is some crazy sauce I'm giving you. I literally broke down step by step exactly what the best outreach tactic that's working right now is, so you better thank me for this. So the first step is to go and engage, follow, like 5 of their posts, and here's the big tip here. So don't comment anymore. I think on my old videos I talked about how you need to comment, but IG is banning that stuff, so I would really not. Rather go and liking it's still fine. IG's not hitting, banning that. But the main thing here is going and replying to their story and their story highlights. You can shoot right to their DMs, and it looks very human. You're just like, hey, oh my gosh, I love this. And it's a lot more engaging, especially on the IG DM user interface, right? On the creator's end, what they're going to see is they're going to see, of course, their place where they could send a message, but then they're going to see your text, and then their story, your story that you replied to. And it'll be like replied story. And so here, since it's like their story, they're a lot more like, oh shoot, what is this? This guy's saying something about my story. Oh, I like that. And so I really like this funnel these days. So something like follow, like, and say, oh, I love, nice to know you're here. And then you go in with the first message, which is this one. See, you have to understand what the goal is of the first message, which is first to just get a response. Okay, and each of these for M2, M3, M4, M5, and then for the rest of it, I've broken down the very specific goal that you're going for with that message. Here's why it's so important. Because the thing is, see, I could tell you just the message, but if you don't know what the objective of the message is and the reason why it's being sent in that cadence of the outreach segment or in the level of conversation that you're at, then you don't know, like, oh my gosh, what do I send here if this message doesn't work? However, if, let's say, for instance, you get a certain, or you send a certain message with a certain goal attached to it, and then the creator sends some objection that does not, correlate to the next message, you know that the goal of that first message is to push them down to another, section, and so therefore, you then know what to send and how to objection handle, so that you can keep the conversation flowing down all the way to the end where you book a call with the creator, you close the creator, and then you launch with the creator and make 10K in your cash pocket. And so that's the thing here. It sounds like really theoretical right now, but I'll just get into it so that you guys can understand exactly what I meant by that. So the first message is to just get a response. It's just to get your foot in the door from the request section, because in the DM box, there's like these two things. There's a request button over here, right? Over into the actual accepted section. That's it. It's just to elicit a response. Therefore, are we going to pitch them right away? I see a lot of you guys going in there and saying, hey, creator, can I growth operate for you right now? Can I give you money? Or can you give me money? Huh? Are you going to send them a loom right away saying, hey, creator, immediately before knowing me, watch this entire 10-minute video, waste 10 minutes of your day so you can watch me yap? Are we going to offer them something right away? Are we going to ask for a book call right away? Even worse. With all of these, no. We're just looking for them to respond. So then, here is what I would use. It's called the bait and switch method and the BNS. The first method, the BNS, is when you act as if you're a student. You bait them in, or you act like you're a customer. Because most of these creators, once again, they have a business. And so you bait them in as if you're acting like a student, and the creator's going, oh my gosh, money. Oh, let's go. And so they're going to reply to you. But then the second message, you switch up on them. So then you bait them with, hey, here's cha-ching, and then you switch up on them. So here's exactly what I would say. Hey, do you currently have a mentorship or a program? Hey, do you have X, or do you have space in your X niche program, question mark? So this is for the ones that you know have a program already, and you're trying to help re-optimize their program. Or if they have a school group, if they have a community, if they have a info product, if they have a digital product, if they have a stand store, if they have literally any sort of product, right? However, if they don't have one, you would ask, hey, do you plan on launching blank? Or do you plan on launching X program? Do you have this in mind at all? And the really idea here is, once again, baiting them for money, but it's barely, okay, because I'm going to send you guys this, and some of you guys are going to copy it, which is fine, but a lot of you guys, which is good, it's like the good idea, but it's not the best way to go about it, which is, oh, I'm going to go in there, be creative, switch it up, make this new, but then you have to understand like why this works. It works because it's vague enough to where the creator's going, oh shoot, could it be money? Could it be the cha-chinga? But then you go in there, but then it gives you the leeway. So they're saying this, but the creator, also if you switch on them, right? Because this is the bait. If you switch on them, the creator doesn't get angry. Because I see a lot of people in the bait and switch, they go right away to, oh my gosh, creator, I love you so much. Please, do you have a mentorship? Can I please pay you money? And then the creator's like, oh, this is obviously money. But then when you switch on them, they get extra angry. But then if you're just saying this, think about it. Hey, do you currently have a mentorship? That's not saying, hey, creator, can I pay you immediately? And so the creator has no right to get mad when you switch up on them. Does that make sense? So it's setting that right expectations. Really, at the end of the day, it's expectation setting. And so this is why you bait this way, but then you don't, but then it allows you, it gives you the leeway to switch. Okay? And then you go for these levels of follow-ups. Okay? So if the creator does not respond though, so with FU, what I'm saying is follow-up here. Okay? And I want to break down some beliefs around following up that you have to take on. Number one, listen, they probably have a full-time job, some kids, they have a whole ass family maybe that they're running, they have some school, and they're trying to make their content and trying to grow. Listen, they're busy. They probably just haven't seen your first message. They probably just haven't seen your M1. So don't get emotional and make sure to keep following up with them until at least they leave you on scene or reply to you or they just block you. Number two, some may think, oh, well, I don't want to follow up too much because the creator's going to think I'm too needy. Sure, it's a great thought. I understand. I get you. But that's also just because you don't know how to follow up without looking like a loser. Because in your mind, you're saying, when I follow up, I must look like a loser. When I follow up, this equals loser. No. I'll give you some examples later on how you could follow up where you don't look like one. But also really the concept here is it's following up without triggering the sales resistance and really getting the angry mode on. And so, yes, there's tactics that I'll give you later. Okay? Then with number three, listen, if you were to never want a creator, what would you do? This is inversion, right? Wouldn't you try to never follow up with them so that they never see your message? So now you just do the opposite, which is following up. So when you flip it on its head and you say, how can I never sign my creator? How can I never make money? You just never follow up, right? But then when you follow up, then there's a higher chance that you're going to sign your creator, right? It's pretty corollarily there. And so you just do the opposite. Well, number four, let's say you had a gun to your head, okay? I had this right in your head, okay? And I said, you had to get a creator to respond to you. You had to get a creator to respond to you in the next 7 days. Would you follow up or not? Exactly. You would follow up. Or I would kill you. So then when you think through these frames, you're like, oh wow, I'm just not following up because of a bunch of poopy beliefs that now I've hopefully destroyed by pointing a gun at your head. So please follow up. So here's some follow examples, which I will show you after all the messages over here, okay? All right, so an R1 is this, response, or R1, which I'm meaning is response, right? Either they say yes or no, either way you're moving on. So in case you forgot, it's, hey, do you have X program? Either way they say, yes, I do, or no, I don't. Or if you asked, hey, do you have room in your program? Either yes, either no, you move on. You move on to, where are we at? So you move on, so this is M1. You move on to M2. All right, let's freaking get it, baby. So with M2, what happens is this. The second message is to then get permission to send your loom. That's all it is. So it's permission to send loom, and then I guess, and lead magnet, because this is a new tactic that we're teaching, and lead magnet. Now you better get on this fast because this is going to get burned out. People are going to start seeing this coming. So you better be on this, right? Which is this. Okay, and I'll explain why. I'll explain why you want to get them to see the loom immediately here. Because you don't want to go in a yappy ass conversation and then be like, hey, can I pitch you? You rather want to set that frame already from the start of the relationship saying, hey, I'm here to pitch you, but it's going to be valuable. It's going to be a value exchange relationship. not a free value exchange relationship. It's going to be a paid one because you're going to be paying me your time first by, hey, can I send you this loom? But they're still it's gonna set that right frame in their mind. Number two, also, it's permission-based marketing. That's what it's called. See, you can just send them your loom right away in this first message. However, if you say, hey, can I send you the loom? Or over here, I'm going to tell you about how you're going to copyright this, how you're going to copyright the proper message. It makes it so that A, they open a curiosity gap in their mind. So from over here to here, this desired stage is where they understand and they know what they want to, or they know the tactics that you're going to help them out with from the loom. So they want to know what it is. But over here, they don't. I'm confused. And so to close this gap, they have to respond to you. They're like, frick, I got to respond to this guy now. And so this is why this message becomes so gosh darn powerful, which is this. Therefore, for M2.1, you say this. If you have case studies, I would say something like this. Awesome. So to be completely honest, I'm not asking because I want to be your student, but rather because I'm a marketer who's helped blank case study get XYZ results and just thought that with a few tweaks, you could be making an extra 20 to 30K a month. Okay, that's if you have case studies, but if you don't, here's what I'll go for. Awesome. So to be completely honest, I'm not asking, same beginning part, because I'm looking for a student or looking to be a student, but rather because I'm a marketer, because I just thought that there could be a few small tweaks that you could add, such as a fully optimized sales process, BAC funnel, setters and closers that can make you an extra 20 to 30K a month. And so this is the first message, and then after this you do send, and then afterwards you go M2.2. Would you be opposed? Send. Would you be opposed to me sending a quick 10 to 15 minute customized video explaining exactly step-by-step how you would add an extra 20, 30K per month with your business, 100% free, no strings attached? And then something like a smiley face, honestly, would work here. You just do a smiley face, my favorite emoji, right? And you press send, okay? So just to analyze this message right here. So M2.1, the concept here is that you're selling to your case studies, if you have them, and also you're speaking to the desired results that they want. Let me break it down for you. So first, you do the XYZ, you do this person got this result, and you can even do in this time frame, right? If you do have a case study, but most of you guys probably watching don't have a case study, I'll appeal to that section, right? Over here, you're really appealing to the unique mechanism that you're going to appeal or implement for them, which is sales process, this. And the thing is, if you do it in the niches that I have talked about, it's gonna work. Because the thing is, those people in there, they don't understand these things. And so it becomes a unique mechanism to them. Number two, the messaging of this framework here, 20, 30K a month, it speaks to the desired results. Basically, at the fundamental principle, with all of this messaging over here, at the end of the day, what we want to do is we want to understand, or we want to show them where they are, where they can be, and then through your loom, you close the gap for them. In the beginning, it's the loom. So the whole time, M1, M2, you're just opening a gap, closing a gap, opening a gap, closing a gap. So you go open gap, close gap, open gap, close gap. That's it. That's really it. And so here, what's the gap? The gap is them saying, oh, money. I think I can make money if I respond to this. Over here, you're saying, oh, I can get a free loom if I respond to this. And over here, we're going to say something else, right? But you notice how it's this continuous gap closing and open closing that allows you to kill it with the messaging or with these messages, all right? And let me break this down even more. Right, and so that gap over here is 20, 30K a month, and that loom allows you to get the creator there. So that's what I'll do there. And yeah, and then let me break down this 2.2 one here. Then you are willing to provide a customized free value with no strings attached equals people will love you, 100% be down at the minimum to say yes. Because the concept here is really this. Let me explain the specific copies here. Would you be opposed? So when you say opposed, you guys have heard the sales stuff, right? Instead of saying, hey, or would you be down? Would you be super duper excited to get this message? And they're like, no, I'm not gonna be like that excited. But then if you say, hey, would you hate me if I sent you this? And they're not gonna say yes to hating you. And especially the opposed side, they're not gonna be opposed to you sending you free value to them. And so it sort of adds that component. And then afterwards, over here, you say sending career to, right. So then you say quick 10 to 15 minute loom to then demonstrate that it's pretty freaking quick for them. And then you're talking about how exactly step-by-step. And then you also say customized video here because they're interested that, oh my gosh, it's gonna make an entirely customized video for me. And don't worry, I'm gonna explain to you how you're going to make that customized video later, right? Then afterwards, you go into saying, hey, I'm gonna add you an extra 20 to 30K per month with your business. And you say 100% free, no strings attached, because that's exactly what it is. You're gonna be sending it to them for 100% free, no strings attached. And imagine if somebody was giving to you 100% free, no strings attached video that can make you extra money, wouldn't you take it, right? And so this is where this type of messaging works. Really, at the end of the day, I can hear this though, which is components in between these scripts where you're going to get questions, or you're going to get the creator going, oh, so why are you doing this for me? Oh, why are you, like, what's a sales process? What's a booking call funnel? Like, questions around what you're saying. Really here, you just say, hey, don't worry about it. 100%, I'm so happy to explain that in the video. So then that's why I'm saying, here's the goal. This is why you keep thinking towards the goal. What is the goal? For here, it's, hey, respond. So then all the messages that you're sending is, hey, respond, hey, respond, hey, respond. Over here, it's saying, oh, don't worry about that. It's going to be in the video. So it's like pushing for the video. And then you say, it's going to be in the video. Do you mind if I send it over really quickly? And like, you just keep pushing for that video. And this is how you start appealing to what they really want. Or sorry, what you really want, which is for you to send the video to them. And so then you go into the follow-up 2, which is over here. You ask something like, hey, you sure you're opposed to making an extra 20 to 30K a month? Hey, you're still interested in the free value, 1,000%, not asking for anything in return. And over here, this is what I'm talking about. Those follow-up messages that actually elicit the response instead of, hey, following up. By the way, please do not use the F word, which is follow up. It triggers sales resistance immediately because people have heard follow so many times. But when you say opposed to X result, opposed to free value, it's like really no-brainer questions that you're asking where you really continuously bug on them. And to be honest, like, I'm sure, if you're really going into the saturated markets, if you're going into the markets that are sophisticated, where they have heard these thousands and thousands of times, and you're a growth operator who is a little bit more advanced and you're doing this, first of all, you should be at a benefit because you have the case studies above, such as if you're a closer setter, whatever. And so this messaging over here, where you say, hey, I got this case study, will resonate a lot better. But the other thing is, especially if you're in the physical service niches, or the niches where the creators just have no clue about these sales tactics, like, this shit's gonna rip, okay? And so then that's when you go over to R2, which is if yes or no, right? If yes, you move on, but if no, then you say, gotcha, no worries, just curious, what made you not want to make an extra 20, 30K? So it's like kind of pushing back to the thing. And you really pick out, if they say no, fundamentally, it's like some sort of belief or some sort of objection that they have. And so this is when you whip out the, hey, why? You say, why? Oh, objection, deal with it, move on, and you go into the next messaging, which is, hey, so now that that objection is dealt with, now that you're not stressed out that the video is going to be too long, that the video is going to be me yapping too much, that the video is not going to be valuable, that the video is, I don't know what sort of doubts people would have to like a free video, or that the video I'm going to sell you on something, you just kind of say, hey, no, I'm not, go. Because technically you're partnering with them, right? But anyway, so then you deal with those objections, and then you go for the, hey, so then after objection dealt, so are you sure you don't want that video? I can send it now, and they go like, all right, fine, I'll send it. If you're really persistent with it, bro, you're gonna be able to send it, okay? And then you deal with objections, right, and then you move on. And then you go into M3, okay? Why are these all open? And so with M3, this is what it is. The goal of the third message is to get them to, for you to send and then have them watch the loom in its entirety. This is the stage where it's called loomed, when you've sent them the loom. And what I mean by stage is, honestly, I could name these stages for you guys. So I would say M1 is engaged, like I talked about in this dashboard that I've put, right? There's engaged. Okay, so there's not loomed added here because it's a tracker for kind of the old outreach method. But what I'll do here is engaged. Then M2 is when you've, I guess, requested loom. I don't think I'd really want to track this too much though. M2, like that's a little bit granular. I'd rather go for M2 than go for loomed. So loomed, spell it correctly. M3 would then be when they've been Calendly, right? And I'll explain what Calendly means later. So I'm like, explain these stages for you so that if you want to use this dashboard, then you can, click these. If you want to use Notion or Trello or whatever to move your leads forward, and by the way, Trello is just a software that you can go and move your leads across, then you can do that, right? And so this is how I would name those stages of leads, because make sure you gotta freaking track this, okay? All right, and so then this stage is when you, right, when the objective at the end of the day is to get them to watch the loom. So therefore, with M3.1, this is what you said. Cool, so just checked it out, basically broke down exactly, all right, so here you say, so cool, so just check it out, basically broke down exactly how you would make that extra 20 to 30K per month right here, loom link. And you put 3.2, and also here's the Miro board I use in the video. If you need it, let me know what you think about it, right? And so here, you once again speak back to the result that you can get them, because 20, 30K, bro, for a creator is like, it's legit a no-brainer. It's going to be so easy to get them to 23rd K, okay? So, but then you copyright that. You write that, and then you put that loom there. So then the creator's going, oh, okay, I see. I see how this sort of video watching this will keep tying to the results once again. And then over here, you also link the Miro board. And you're probably now asking, well, what the hell is a Miro board? Guess what? I'm now going to literally break down step by step for you exactly how you would go about and shoot the loom and give you 2 different examples of 2 different founders in our setup operating incubator that both have signed clients. Philemon, my brother, he signed his creator in legit, I think it was like 4 days within implementing the system. And then Niche was pretty much the one that really reiterated on this concept. So then after he reiterated it, he closed his creator in 7 days. And so yes, by all means, these systems work. Okay, so here's the loom, here's the Miro board. And when I show you this, you'll probably be like, oh, so this is actually what it takes. This is actually what it takes to close the creator. Because you're probably setting some lazy ass looms, you're probably setting some BS stuff, and that doesn't close the creator. But this type of stuff does. Ready? So this here's my brother over here. He shot a 22-minute loom, first of all. Okay? And so if you're not willing to pay $15 for a loom subscription because you want to shoot 5-minute little looms, good luck making $10,000. If you're not willing to spend $15 to do so. If you want to make, what's that, 10,000 divided by 15. So in what sort of stock do you get a 666x return? Yeah, I've never heard of a stock like that, other than the stock of the SME, which is you, investing in yourself. So please, it's like $15, buy the loom subscription, okay? Then afterwards, this is what sort of thing you would shoot. And by the way, Miro board, it's free, especially for your personal stuff, so you can go ahead and have that for free. But look, my brother here, he wrote an entire Miro board, pretty much sales letter. And so I'll break down the format for you over here, and then I'll also drop the link for this loom in that school group and all the resources once you hop on the onboarding call, and then you can go ahead and get access to all these resources. You can watch this loom too for yourself and be like, oh, so this is exactly what it takes. This is what I need to copy in order to sign that creator. But then I'll break it down for you here, so then you can like actually conceptualize what's going on. So he starts with, hey, creator. This is his creator, by the way. And he's go, hey, this is the result I could get you. He reads some, copy over here, and then I'm just gonna like break down the overarching structure. So it's first, it goes with, hey, why should you trust me? And my brother had experience in the clothing brand space before. So this is perfect for him to go into that niche because he had experience with the core mechanism that is taught by the creator to the students. And so as a growth operator, you have a really wide base of knowledge, having the experience before, and then simultaneously also the growth operator skills with the sales, with the setting, with the school group building, which is 2% of it, and everything else. And so this is why having that background experience, picking the specific niche that works the best for you is so important. So he talks about his background over here, how he did brand e-com as well. My brother also did a Fortnite YouTube channel. You can go check it out, Kaju Fortnite. And then he switched over to growth operating, and he's talking about the different case studies that we had, but then he's just kind of stealing it. And then afterwards, he says, okay, so here's the current funnel about what you can be doing better and how you can be making money. So the macro thing is, hey, here's my story. Here's what you can get. So hook immediately. It's like a YouTube video. And especially in the hook, here's what I'll go with. Here's the 3 pillars that I'll go with. Proof, promise, plan. So you say, hey, proof, here's what I did, which is kind of a story. But honestly, here for this one, I'll probably go promise, plan, proof. So I'll go something like, hey, here's what you could get. Here is the entire plan of what we're going to talk about. And here's why you should trust me. Because my story, my story, my story, my story, my story. And over here, if you have no case studies, if you're starting from zero, if you can't think of any other way to establish any sort of proof or status delta in your life, you're wrong. Why? Because you are just not thinking creatively. Oh my gosh, I'm never growth operating. Oh my gosh, I've never done dropshipping or online business or anything like that. How can I ever prove to the creator that I'm some great person? Guess what? People believe in other people's greatness, not in the business greatness, but just greatness overall. And so if you think from that lens, you can go, okay, what have I done in my life that is relatively great? That's still people, because at the end of the day, creators are people. So people can believe and trust that will demonstrate how I'll perform in growth operating. So were you ever a killer top athlete at your school? Were you a top gamer? Honestly, bro. Did you rank high in League of Legends, Valorant, in freaking Fortnite? Did you, sports, video games, what, I don't know, what like other stuff that guys are into? I mean, if you're a guy, if you're girl watching this, were you a professional gymnasiast? I don't think that's a word, but I don't care. Were you a professional gymnasiast? Were you a professional ice skater? Were you a professional whatever? Demonstrate. wherever you had expertise. Did you go to UCLA? Did you go to Oxford? Even me, I use that shit in my marketing, right? Why? Because people appeal to that too, because they know that I've succeeded in other places, and now they know that I'm going to succeed in business too. And so that's the same exact thing that you do over here as well. Okay, so afterwards, you establish that proof. Then you could go into, hey, what you're doing well for the creator and what the creator is not doing well. So you break down, hey, and this is literally flawless over here. So you go to M3, which is the loomed, and after here, you send the actual loom. So you send loom. Okay, and in the actual loom, what did I say? It's here, here's your current state, here's your desired state. Continuously stripping that gap open every single time with every message. Because what is sales about? Sales is about separation. You get the person to realize that they're here and they need to be here. How do you get them to do that? You separate the 2 points that they're at. And so then, with this is exactly what you're doing here. You show them where they currently are at, what they're doing right now, and why it's doggy poo-poo. And then you say, hey, here's what we're going to implement it for you as a growth operator. And you break down step by step exactly what you're going to do for them. And so over here, you're probably going like, okay, well, what the hell am I going to do as a growth operator? Guess what? I'm going to give you the entire fulfillment guide, so now you know exactly what you need to do. But first, I'll give you a high-level view, so you're not like, freaking afraid until we get to over here. All right. So over here, what is it? It's pretty much, hey, we're going to help you out on the marketing end as well. So there's some content systems that you need to implement that's going to make content a lot better, get a lot more views, a lot more leads at the top. Mostly this is a creator's job. However, we see it with a lot of growth operators right now that helping on the content end is also a really high lever that you can pull. Then the main thing that the growth operator does is this. Hey, listen, frickin' creator, what were they using? This creator was using a frickin' Gumroad. Oh my God. They're using a Gumroad and they're using Stanstore. Oh, I love the guy from Stanstore. I love the CEO there, but the product itself, it's not the most optimized, okay? But I like the guy. He went to Stanford. He's a smart guy, okay? And so then how we're going to take this and increase the amount of attention here is increase the knowing, liking, trusting, and this is like pretty granular stuff or micro stuff. But then my brother talks about how here he was able to scale me. I let him do this. You guys are not allowed to do this. Let me be clear. You guys are not allowed to do this. However, then afterwards, he went inside and he broke down the exact system that we implement inside Operator Incubator. So then he said, hey, at the top we have this. And then over here, specifically, this is the sales process that the growth operator is then going to implement. Right? And so I literally practice what I teach because this is exactly what I go ahead and do with Operator Incubator as well. We have a banger sales process that then goes into the banger product because our product's freaking fire. Anyway, so then, hey, if you went there and you implemented an appointment setting script and you had the setter in there, mostly in the beginning, it's the growth operator doing this, and then you had a funnel, you built out a funnel as in, a website, and then afterwards, we went to the pre-call flow, we did the manual, the automatic and the manual automations, and you funnel them down to a sales script, and then you go and close them, or close your clothing brand students. You'll make a lot more money than if you're doing some stupid bullshit over here with some low ticket stuff. And so over here, oh my gosh, excuse me, you could charge like $10,000, $50,000 for a product down here if you're able to sell it in the right way. And number two, of course, build a fantastic product at the end, which is what the growth operator does. However, over here, the growth operator, you don't really talk about it too much because the creator really mostly cares about making the money at this point. However, later, you're going to implement a fantastic product. So anyway, then when you share a Miro board like this and you break down, once again, at the end of the day, it's just here, here, and especially what you gotta be good at is your articulation here. How good you are explaining this system, and you're like, well, what system do I explain? Once again, don't worry, it's gonna be broken down here. So literally, if you just say what I say to you today, you're gonna close your creator. So anyway, once you do that, and you get to the end, and you say, hey, I'm going to implement this for you. Now does this make sense? And don't worry, and then concluding how I would go about it is this. Don't worry, I'm gonna send you this Miro board as well. And yeah, so hopefully would love to continue and let me know what you think about this on the feedback on Instagram. Thanks. So like end it with, hey, go back to the conversation. Do not end it with, hey, let's book a call right now. Because this has not washed them yet. It hasn't brainwashed them yet enough to get them to book already. So I would really not go for this. Go for the call immediately. I would go for a bit more simple. Just like, hey, let's go and talk about it in the DMs once again. And then we can go break down niches as well. It's roughly the same concept. Let me kind of see what sort of different things that he did. So over here, he talked about who he is, who he's helped. Right, and the same exact thing here. He goes in and he breaks down, okay, here's what you're doing well. Here's what you're, however, not doing well. And so it's once again, same thing. Where you're at, where you need to be. And afterwards, he talks about how he was able to get results for, one of his creators, right? And so you break that down, and afterwards, and then once again over here, back then, he didn't have a computer that was strong enough to shoot.
By the time you're done watching,
that's what he did, was he recorded a screen, and I think he used OBS over here. And afterwards, he went ahead and he had his video in the corner, and then he had the loom right here, the miro right here, and he like shot them together. He stitched them together. And then afterwards, he went ahead and used CapCut to edit it, and he posted on Google Drive, and then he sent them the full video. Google Drive right there, free marketing training for Naya. And so afterwards, what this allowed him to do was basically, I guess, cut around Loom, if you want to do that. But honestly, it's so much easier. Guys, it's $15, please. Just buy Loom, go for it. It's not that hard. And so then what did this? It was 12 minutes, and like with that, the creator was jumping up and down after he sent him or her this. And so then, if they didn't follow up, or if they didn't respond, however, once again, it's the same thing. It's just, especially with looms, guys, it's like a 20-minute, 10-minute watch. And so here's probably the most difficult part where the creator's gonna take a little bit of time to watch the loom. So once again, don't be stressed, don't be nervous that the creator just hates you or something. They love you after they're gonna watch the loom, especially because the loom's gonna be fire. And so then, just follow up, say, hey, did you get that? Did you ever see it? Whatever, you keep following up, okay? Don't stress, relax. Move on with it, right? And either they're gonna say, I love it, I hate it, and then if they hated it, then you know what your problem is. Then your loom sucked. That means this part of this process worked. However, the end part didn't work. And so then how you would improve the loom part, I'm not gonna give you a whole loom masterclass right now. I'll probably maybe do a video later on. But with a loom improvement, fundamentally, it's just content. So how do you improve that content? Well, it's like the micro stuff. You get a better speaker, speaker as in, your mouth speaking, become a better articulator, that's a skill set. You get lighting, you get a better microphone, all these different things. And of course, these cost some money, but that's what you gotta do, right? At the end of the day, you gotta invest money to make money. And if you totally have no money, I guess pull the levers where you can improve, which would be, hey, what is the skill sets that I can improve that don't cost money? So articulation, that's just practice, that's volume. And so your first loom versus your 50th loom, what do you think that difference will be? So fundamentally, there's a skill deficiency. It's not that loom doesn't work, it's that you haven't done looms enough, right? And so then tell me after you've done your 50th loom. It's the same thing. Top outreach, tell me after your 10,000s with loom, tell me after you've done your 50th loom, 100th loom, and then you'll start seeing, oh wow, this is what it takes to actually make a great loom. The next one is continuously reiterating. If they say they hated it, ask them why. Why do you think why did you not like this? You can break down the little psychological components that may have led them to not like it. So for instance, maybe your before and after of their funnel was kind of poopy. Maybe your hook was bad. Maybe whatever. And so you could track all these different things. And it's really a holistic game they have to understand. You have to kind of read between the lines of when you text a creator, they say, oh, I was bored at the beginning. Then you could read under the line saying, oh, the intro sucked. Or if the creator's saying, your system didn't really make sense. Or I'm a little bit confused. Then you're like, okay, great. So what was it about the video that confused you? And then they'll be like, oh, well, it was, I guess the difference between here and here, I didn't really understand what the difference was. Then maybe you just didn't show exactly what they're doing wrong, and you didn't show exactly what they're doing right. Or exactly what you would do for them. And so it's these little tweaks that you start making to your loop. Because it's not 1,000 tries, it's 1,000 reiterations that make all the difference. And so, once again, do it, then reiterate, then you'll be chillaxin'. And your loop will be fire at some point, and then you can move on to M4, which then will be, well, what's the goal with M4? A goal now is to sell the call. Okay, you're not selling the product here, you're not selling the offer here, you're not selling for them to give you a kiss and a blowjob, you're selling for them to go and get on a call with you. And so let me move this over here, right? And so you create the separation between the loom, and now you're bringing them back down, saying, hey, listen, awesome. If it was cool, if the loom was nice, then would you be down to hop on a call sometimes this week? And I'm going to explain the copy here, but sometime this week, and I'm 100% happy to go a lot more in depth into how each component will work. And don't worry, not looking for anything in return, just want to help out. Not trying to sell you anything. And another component that I could add here is sometimes this week, 100% we'll be down to go a lot more in depth into how each component will work, because there's way more I left out. And don't worry, not in return, helping out. Yeah, and also I would go with this here. Awesome. Hop on a call sometime this week. Happy to go a lot. Boom. I would go with small sends here. I really don't like blocked text. I like to make it spaced out so it looks like a human. It doesn't look like an AI typed it. It doesn't look like you copy and pasted. And especially if you're at this stage, you better be freaking like, oh shoot, I better write this message correctly. Because if the creator is going, or if like the creator's at this stage that they've watched the loom, you better be trying hard, not like copy and pasting messages. It's fine up here, sure, if you're copy and pasting, I get it, it's fine. But over here, like make sure you copy and paste this message and then send, and then copy and paste instead of sending the entire message because you're a lazy bum. And I know if you're watching this, up to this point, you're not. So I know you're gonna listen to this. Happy to get a work, there's a lot more I left out. Right, and then I'll put send here, and I'll go, and don't worry, not looking for anything in return, just happy to help out, right? So the positioning is really, hey, I'm just here to drop you sauce. Don't worry, relax, chill. I'm not trying to freaking rape you or anything. Sales is samba dancing. Dun, 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 dun. It's not attacking, raping, okay? And so then what's the analysis going on here, right? You're going for another no strings attached approach. But later, on the second call, then you'll pitch them. So the first call, you're being honest here because you're not going to pitch them. But over here on the second call, I'll tell you how you're going to do a 2-call close, because this is really by data with all the founders that we see right now, what's working the best. All right. Hence, you're going to imply that you're going to go with the next pitch with not a pitch. Or sorry, go into the next call with not a pitch. Right? And then let's talk about the micro copy here, because I love to break this down. Okay, so awesome. If it was cool, so it's even putting the if there, it opens a gap saying, so if it was cool, then what? They're like, they want to keep reading. So even in the copywriting, these little tiny tweaks, you're making them want to keep reading the rest of the message. Then you say, would you be down to hop on a call sometime this week? Okay, I really like the sometime this week because it prompts them immediately to say, hey, this time it's going to be a certain time and it's going to be within this week. Rather, the inverse of that is just say, hey, would you be down to hop on a call? And I'm 100% like, then they go, wait, like when is it going to be? A month down, week down? But like you say sometime this week, it boom, hits them. And like I feel like the week has been the best thing that I've tested, even with my networking calls, even when I text my friends, even when I want to freaking meet up with my brother or my mom. When you put that sometime line, or sometime this week, instead of like sometimes in the next few days or tomorrow, they're like, oh, but tomorrow I got this, tomorrow I got that. And so when you put the week, like people really don't plan out their entire week. And so it's pretty simple to like sneak your way in there for like a 10, 15 minute, or at this point, it's gonna be an hour-ish call, right? So this is like how deep I go into studying the copy over here. Then you say, all right, so then happy to go to get a lot more in depth with each component, because there's a lot more that I left out. So here it's that separation. Hey, with the phone call, with me, dring, 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 with you, you are going to learn a lot more that I've left out. Here, you watch this loom, you're still retarded though. There's a lot more that's gonna get you from not retarded to smart, right? And so the call becomes that gap closer. So now, this is the beautiful part, man. We've closed 1, 2, 3, 4 levels of, it's called gradual commitment. Because if I go in there to a girl and I say, hey, let me get married right with you right now, please, please. They're gonna be like, no, what the hell? But then you slowly take her out on a date. You get her number, or it goes other way around, right? You get her number, you go out on a date, and then you have a nice date, You don't hook up on the first night, because you're a nice little guy. I don't know, for myself. But what I'm saying is, then you move forward and forward and forward until you have now been married, and then now you have kids together. Right? It's this gradual process, not immediately having kids, not immediately getting married. It's the same exact thing with sales. You gotta realize this. And so then you have gotten those little levels of commitment until now you have them committed to a phone call before they even know it. Oh my God. And I could go and sell them. Oh no, samba dance, not the attacking. Okay, and the last line here is, and don't worry for anything in return, just wanna help out. So here you are helping them out and you're not lying, because you are helping them out. However, the way that you would help them out the most is if they give you a setup fee and the percentage commission, because you know a lot because you've been watching a lot of my content, and so you know how to growth operate. You get what I mean? And so you're not lying here really, you're really telling the truth. All right, great. And so now from M5 to M infinity, I'm not gonna really break this down granularly because here it gets a little bit messy and a little bit hairy and a spider webby. So I'm just going to go and read through it, which basically, gotcha. So, okay, actually, no, I do want to break this down. Gotcha. So what time zone are you? So you get the time zone first so that you can get them in the most optimal time. Okay? So, man. So first you said sometimes, even here it's like micro, continuously, micro little commitments. Hey, they're here. Hey, so what time zone are you at? Okay? Then they say, oh, well, I'm at this time zone. So it's not asking, hey, what time are you free? They have to go check on their calendar. They have to go waste their time. They have to do this. But if you eat up their complexity, you make it as simple for them as possible, that's when they're a lot more willing to show up on the call. Because at this point, you're the one who has got to do the work. If you want to work for the deal, the creator has unlimited opportunities. You, of course, you have unlimited opportunities too, because you have this new outreach script now. But if you have a creator that you really want to work with, and they really want to work with you, then you better put in the effort first, right? And so you go in there and you say, hey, what time zone are you in? And then they say, response, and you say, cool. Would X time and X time zone in their time zone so that they don't need to go and research it, would that work for you tomorrow? I really like to get the time tomorrow because they're more likely to show up. And I would schedule it between 8 to 6 p.m. because those are the working times. However, if you're in a more entrepreneurial niche, here's what I'll go for. I'll go for 8 to 12 because that's entrepreneurs usually have a work block in the 8 to 12 morning. And then honestly though, I would go for this pitch first, which is the 6 to 9 p.m. in their time, because entrepreneurs take more of their calls at the evening time. That's some sauce for you. Why? Because their morning block, they usually block out to put that focused work in because they get the most clarity of thought. They like work out, they work, and then usually at the end of the day, they're like more chilled out. So they're taking calls, they're doing a lot more BS work. And so going for that call at the end of the day, you like pre-predict what time they would already want. So they're like, oh my God, this guy's great to work with. Like, of course I'm down, of course. So you do all the hard work for them, then like, of course I want to work with you. And even here, like the little things that you do, they're judging how fast you are. They're judging how optimal you are. They're judging how kind you are, how good you are even at sales. Like even me, when I'm getting sold to, so let's say, I don't know, like I'm hiring an editor, or let's say I am hiring a thumbnail designer, I'm hiring somebody for my team, I'm hiring an agency, like they're selling to me, why they need to work for me. But if their sales skills are good, I respect that. I go, okay, I can see that you're good at this stuff, so you must want this job, right? When you use a sales tactic correctly, especially the high-level ones, the other entrepreneurs, they respect that because they know that when you're trying for the sale, then even though that they know it's a sales tactic, they go, in their mind, they're thinking, since you're trying, I can, number one, it works to a certain extent, but then even if their subconscious mind is saying, oh, is this working, is this not? They're like, oh, I can respect that he's putting in the effort to try to close me. So then they go, this guy actually wants to work with me. You see? You see how this shit works, guys? You're starting to get it, okay? So they respond, and you say, you make it even easier for them. You say, cool, could I send your email? Or could you send me your email, and I'll send you an invite through your email, or through my email. Boom, you get their email, and you schedule the call inside of Google Calendar. How you do this? Guys, it's free. Go to Google Calendar, or calendar.com, .google.com. You go over to a certain day, you create a title saying, your name, X creator's name, here, holy, Lord bless my spelling, and you just put their add guest, and you put their email, creator@gmail.com, boom, and I would set it for 30 minutes, because, you'll send the email, and boom, right here, and done, that's it. But if you don't have this account, then go over to calendar.google.com and create an account. If you don't have a Google account, then I don't know, what are you doing? And so that's pretty much it. And then afterwards, you send this, you say, cool, sounds good. Just sent you an invite to your email. Could you accept the event? ? Oh no, even something like this. Invite to your email. Over here, I would do send, then I'll go, did you get it? Boom, right. So here it's not saying, hey, could you freaking make sure to accept it? Hey, it's just like, did you get it slightly? And they'll go, yes, I did, I accepted it. Because if they checked it, they probably accepted it. And then boom, accept for the call. Another quick note here, or then you say boom, or they say response, and you go, let's go, accept for the call. And then a quick note here, what I'll do is whenever they try to ask more about what you're going to say on the call or what else you're going to help them out with, say, oh, please, don't worry. I got a lot more to say about this, and I can totally explain it to you right now, but it's just gonna be a lot easier and simpler on the call. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do tomorrow, which is I'm gonna help you get that extra 20, 30K. But it's a bit more complex, right? So do you mind if we chat about it on the call? I flipped it over there, but you get my point, right? You tie back to the result again, and you say, hey, I'm gonna get you 20, 30K, but it's a bit complex, so I'm gonna explain on the call. Do you mind? Is that cool? So you're always pushing the conversation towards the call. If they ever have an objection over here, because they might, knee jerk, they might elbow jerk. They're gonna be like, oh, hold on, so what exactly are we talking about on the call? Whatever. And you say, hey, it's just gonna be a lot more in-depth explanation of what I talked about over on that Loom on the call. So are you down? So since it's in-depth, could we talk about it? So you're using the reason, their objection for why not, or sorry, why they don't want to get on the call or whatever, to get on the call. Does that make sense? And so then on the morning of the call, guys, this is another big important part. A lot of you guys missed this, right? Please do not. I'm going Stephen Hawking mode, right? Oh my God. Which is, morning of the call, say, hey, are you ready in X hours from now? Okay, you do this because the brain, it calculates the time in accordance to where it is and how many hours a certain event is from that time point. So when you say, hey, it's, let's say it's 12 p.m., because that's afternoon. Yeah, that's afternoon. And the call is at 8 p.m., their time, or your time, whatever, who cares? It's just in 8 hours from now. When you say, hey, it's in 8 hours from now, they could do the quick math in their brain and go, oh, it was sent at 12 a.m. They just look at it, and then they can calculate saying 0 plus 8 equals 8. And so then they go, 8 p.m., I remember, it's in my brainiacs, especially when the creator is not that businessy and they don't check them. You go even further, saying 5 minutes before the call. You say, hey, you ready in 5 minutes? Going in further, pushing towards the call. And afterwards, at the time of the call, in the call, you say, hey, here's the link. Here's a Google Meet link. You send the link, so you say, in the call, here's the link, put the Google Meets link, and you send the link so that it's super easy for them to join. Because sure, they could join through the email, they could join through here, but you want to make it so retarded level easy that they hop on that call. So tell me now that once you follow this script, that they're not going to get on a call with you. Are you now like, oh, I get why my outreach bumbly slocks? Because you're not running the system.
So however, after you watch that now, the thing is, the more the specific tactics here are used, the more saturated they're going to get. And probably if you're watching this, there's probably a lot of views down here, around here, there's probably a lot of views. And so all those people, they're probably doing what I just talked about right there in that prior course that we had. And so the thing is, if you are just watching here, you're probably a pretty smart agency owner who's already hit that 5 to 10K per month. And so if that makes sense to you, or if whatever there looked good, then please make sure to go ahead and switch it up and make sure that you can implement it in a different channel. You implement different first principles that you understand about business yourself, and then engineer what channel works in your niche, the specific niche that you're trying to outreach to. Because if you're reaching to different physical service creators, they may be more emails. Like if you're reaching to the HVAC space, or if you're reaching to that real estate space, that can look a lot more into the email side, right? Be creative with this stuff. And at the end of the day though, with all this creativity in mind, we just have to sign that first creator, that one creator, and they'll really, really go ahead and crush it for us there. So if that's emails, LinkedIn, cold calling, ads, content, Discord, TikTok, unique IGDM strategy, whatever it is, use that tactic instead and use first principles to think through what will fit with your niche, not just copy and pasting exactly what I have there. I'm telling this for your own good. Like, go ahead and try it, copy it. It's just not going to work. It's not. Because people have now tried it so many times, as you can see, because there's a good amount of views down here. All right. And so now that outreach part, we've broken down for you what your marketing is going to look like. Then let's break down what your sales is going to look like. And so the prior thought process here that you first have to bring into your mind is now roughly, if you're here, you probably already understand sales. And so I'm not going to give you like a whole sales training here if you're an agency owner. But the difference here is that we'll be specifically signing ROI creators. Okay, so there's a little bit of a difference. Hence, their ego may be quite high because of their higher follower count, because they're creators, obviously, and also they may be making a solid amount of money, especially a big thing that also is in the space. Of course, physical services space is good, but also reaching out to e-com space where they're not the greatest at service businesses, which is what we're launching for them. And so these guys, they made a good amount of money on e-com, and they need help on the info space side. And so if you go in here and you help them out with that, or when you go and try to pitch them, they think that, oh, I know all about business. No, they don't. They sell little low ticket products. They don't understand a full sales process and how to really dominate inside of a service-based business like you as an agency owner understands. And so with that being said, or specifically selling high ticket products, so over here is managing their ego, number one. And number two, since they're a little bit more, of course, they're business owners. And so you have to be more professional. And so the first key takeaways here is understanding sophistication. Understand that they're getting pitched left and right. Henceforth, you have to stand out, but being a lot more relationship-based sales. If you have a good Instagram profile already, because if you've traveled around, if you're already making 5, 10K a month with your agency, then you probably traveled around already a good amount of times. And so you could leverage that as well. You could leverage the connections that you have in the info space as well. If you have friends around there, if you have different closers, and so things like that. Okay. And then in terms of the closing style, in terms of the script that I'm going to break down here today, and probably if you're here in the space, we all know the Jeremy Minor stuff, the Core Gordon stuff. And so this NEPQ stuff of an empathetic question, asking if you don't know what it is, then I don't know what the heck you're doing. It still works here. And so if you roughly don't know, pretty much it's you asking questions to get the customer to pretty much sell themselves and get in this empathetic state instead of you pitching things and you yapping too much. That's the core philosophy of this NEPQ style. And so here, mainly though, with this style, we're going to be implementing a 2-call close, a lot more of a relationship close, plus a difficult, because the thing is, it's difficult to build trust here initially if we don't have those case studies, or if we especially only have our prior agency owner case studies and not case studies, specifically growth integrating. And so this is why we do our 2-call closing system. And so this is our Integrator Incubator Creator closing system. And once again, if you want access to this stuff, we don't give it out to the public. There's literally so much freaking more than where this comes from. There's like maybe 2% of what I'm showing you here instead of what's inside of Integrator Incubator. So go ahead and go down below and book in a call to see if you'll even a fit to join with us, because we honestly reject a lot of people because of the fact that, once again, it's only for agency owners that are making 5 to 10K plus a month, because those are the ones that we can get the best results for. And so over here, if we look at the creator call number 1 discovery call script, the rough framework, I'm not going to sit here. I mean, you could read through it. I don't really mind. But the main thing here is you joining in here, conversating with the communication, building some mini rapport, results based. Yep. And then just the classic intro-ish part. And the frame here that you're setting is that at the end of it, I'm going to, at the beginning, I'm going to ask a few questions to see if we're even a fit to partner up and growth integrate for you. And then towards the end, if everything makes sense, then I'm going to go ahead and book in a second call, where then I'm going to build out a custom plan for you to then pitch to you on the second call. I mean, you don't say directly pitch, but you say that I'm going to present to you on the second call. And so then over here, a lot of times these creators, you may have thought through, they may have typed out pre-objections in their Instagram already that you must have sensed that they have objections just by, assuming things and inferring things from how humans speak. And so you pre-handle those over here and you script that out here. We have like a whole framework on how you pre-handle objections. That's too in-depth, so I'm not going to break it down here, but that's also inside Integrator Incubator. Book in a call down below. But the thing is, afterwards, then what you're going to do is begin this information gathering phase where you start asking those questions. And so the questions roughly that you should be asking is what their current past pains were. And then afterwards, what are the money-making attempts that they've had in the past and why those different methods didn't work out versus why this program more so is going to be working out more? Because at the end of the day, if these people want to start a program, it's because sure, they had a certain extent of success with their ROI offer, or sorry, not with their ROI offer, but with their prior business. However, they could definitely see a lot more potential in this launching a full-fledged integrated solution program. And so you have to reveal to them why their prior things didn't work and why this one is going to be the main thing that works. And afterwards, go ahead and you can even analyze their business model. I'll break down what this business model analysis system is a little bit later on. And then afterwards, you go ahead and repeat this multiple times. You ask if the prior programs that they've launched, the prior solutions that they've launched, and then the future pains, plus the sauce that you're going to drop for them over here. Let me see. So you're overall getting what their future pains will look like. And then you go into the process of sort of selling yourself roughly on what you're doing. And afterwards you reveal, you get them to reveal their goal and then also ask for them to feel like what it would be like if they did not hit their goal. And afterwards you ask them qualification questions. And then you go into booking the second call. And so once again, this very high level view, but pretty much instead of our own Integrator Incubator, the main group that we have, I mean, in here, I think with this sales script alone, we have a like a full hour-long breakdown. Let me see here. Oh yeah, never mind. It's not even an hour-long breakdown. We have like, I don't even know what that is, like 7 different videos that break down, 8, 9 different videos that break down how to exactly say the script, like tonality, word for word, and all the little nuances, because it's just a script. I explain like why each line is there. And so yeah, like good luck trying it without this, but yeah. But then anyway, afterwards, then this is where you book that second call in at the end of this, the last call, and you go for the second call. And on the second call, you close more so, asking and getting them in rapport, results-based thinking, once again, getting them to where they want to be, setting the frame. And then over here, there are going to be some questions. And once again, in here, there's just a high-level view. Clearly, this works. $7,500 setup fee, 25%, 460,000 followers on Instagram. So clearly this system works. 50-50 revenue share. Literally 18 hours ago of me shooting this. And so, that means this is working now. And so at the beginning of the pitch, what you're getting at is actually what the objections that they had before on that first call were. Let's say you didn't have the exact lines there. You go ahead and say them, or you go ahead and write out how you would deal with those objections between the first call and the second call. And then you would deal with those objections at the beginning of the first call. And you transition, and then we have like a whole pitch sales board inside of the Integrator Incubator, where like we break down. I mean, it's not even a breakdown. It's just like done for you. How you could go ahead and pitch the program, or I mean, not the program, but you helping out your creator. And then pretty much like this gets the creator to be like, holy crap, I can see the literal vision. Oh, like this makes literally no sense to not do it with X Growth Integrator. So that's that. Try without it. Good luck. But you see the wins in the group. So it's just how it goes. But anyway, then we break down all these different things for our creator to be like, hey, this is how this works. And then afterwards, then you go into the close, the exact script that you should say, boom, the objection handling, what you objection handle here, and the loops in case they don't say yes or no, and you revenue share different objections, and you process the payments, and then you do like a mini pre-onboarding. So that's like roughly what that call script would look like. And so that's the high level view here. The core idea though, beyond you knowing the exact tactics, if you just want to do this yourself, just generally, it's feasible, very difficult, but good luck. It's like you could do the core idea though here is that with the first call and the second call, you're able to build more so a connection here, and it's not very much a hard close situation. You get 2 different touch points. And so that's why you're able to do it in such a way. And you structure it in a way where the first call naturally loops the second call, and you just are able to crush it in both of those situations. And so closing pointers here, however, is that you have to understand that, especially for the pricing part, it really depends on how much the creator has already generating capital wise with their own business. And so with their local business, with these local business creators, or with the SMB or the physical service, especially the physical service creators, these guys are making already a solid amount. That's why, like with the Harry, for instance, he literally he was able to charge $7,500. He cash collected that whole freaking thing because that tattoo artist, he already had a pretty thriving tattoo business. And that's a win-win because now Harry's going to go in there. The tattoo artist has no time to start this sort of integrated solution program. And what Harry's going to do is, boom, launch that for him, make a hella bag off the audience that he already has, because the tattoo artist here is just building an audience with no real monetization. And then now it's just a win-win because the creator has no time to do it. And then Harry spends all the time doing it. And then over here, I'll go for more of a 10 to 30% revenue share. But then if the creator has less followers, less initial capital to go up front, this is where you get results like these. This is where you could get 50-50 revenue share with Gabe or Ian, close another 50-50 first month and a 25% after, 992,000 followers. Are you fucking kidding me? Or Alex over here, that was a 6K piff, or he got 2 piffs. So that was a different one. But let me see. No, not this one. So it's 2080. Pretty classic stuff. But yeah, over here, another one, 50-50 revenue share, things like that, right? And so that's the biggest thing here, guys. Being able to close these creators at a larger time frame, at a situation where you in either case, you're very levered because you're getting a 50-50 or you're getting a fat set of fee up front. And so that's the idea of how you should be doing it. And then in terms of common objections that you would have, this is where I want to give you like a bit more of a tactical situation. If it's an objection on the setup fee, if the setup fee they're saying that, oh, it's too much, I would ask here, hey, is it an issue? And this is like towards the closing part, okay? And once again, if you don't understand like what is even going on here, I'm assuming that you're an agency owner making 5 to 10K per month. And this is why we understand what this closing part is. Just jump to it and you'll understand it, right? And so towards that ending part, where you are going with the setup fee, then you say, hey, is it overall? Because oftentimes they have objections on either the setup fee or the revenue share. Most likely it's usually the setup fee, the initial amount. And so you ask here saying, hey, so is it an issue about the initial amount of money, or is it an issue about the overall amount? And so if it's an issue about the now amount, what you could do is try to do a setup, spread the setup fee, or if it's an overall issue on the total amount of capital that they're concerned about, then if it's it's too expensive objection, then close saying that if they want it lower, then you could increase that setup fee. This is where this balance sort of goes down. And then with a time objection, they may say, hey, trust me. If they're saying, hey, I'm not sure how much effort that I'm going to be putting in, you just say, hey, trust me, I'm going to be doing the majority of the work. And honestly, you are going to be, especially when you're starting out at this. And so this is where you go with that angle. But then overall, as a prior agency owner, you probably taken 100 plus sales calls here. Hence, you don't really need to do too much training over here. Morning, guys. So then now let's get into the fulfillment part starting with the onboarding of how you're going to bring on your creator. Because now you signed your creator at this point. And so it's time to give them an incredible onboarding experience so you can prevent churn and also so you can collect data from them that will make everything moving forward so much easier. And so with the onboarding part, there are going to be 2 pillars that I want you to act upon. Of course, in our program, we have the exact step-by-step what you got to do, which is the high-level view over here is that you going ahead and setting up the go high-level accounts, creating a company name and domain. We help you do that. Also in here, we're going to start adding like how to set up a proper LLC for your company, how to properly set that up, setting up a business email, managing communications, WAP, Instagram, things like that. Then afterwards, you move over into the data onboarding. This is where you collect more data on more so the background of the creator, because here you're trying to get a holistic perspective. You can't really copyright. You can't copyright if you don't understand who you're copywriting for, right? And so this is why we teach you over here utilizing that you already understand how the process works, right? We switched this recently to offer. The OMSFO framework to break down what their business already looks like right now. And you can even break down their current, let's say for instance, if they're a barber, break down their barbering business. And if they even have a program, they can break down those different types of businesses. And so you get to look at the different OMSFO in these different areas that the creator has. All right. And so that is how you go ahead and onboard them. There's a similar script that you could use over here. But once again, it's just the script. It's not the exact explanation of it. And if you do want that, then that's also if you want the document, because we're not providing access to this document, then you can go ahead and book in a call down below. See if you're once again a fit for integrating creator. Most likely or not, though, if you're not making 5 to 10K per month with growth or with your own agency already. Okay. And so after you have onboarded your creator, this is where you really have to listen to me. Okay. I want you to do this stuff, but I'm going to have a big, thick caveat at the end. It's going to be like a massive golden caveat. Okay. That I need you to take big notice of. So please be careful as you're following this part. Listen. If you're following this step by step, please don't do this until you listen to the end part. Okay? Because there are going to be 4 pillars to build out your community or build out your minimum viable fulfillment system. It's going to be the community, consulting, training materials, and the softwares that you're going to provide to your creators or students initially. And so what are we going to be building out? How are we going to be building this out? Okay, the first thing is going to be us utilizing School. Go ahead and use our affiliate link down below. It gives you 10,000 years, or no, 10,000 years, oh my God, of good luck. And this launch with your creator going absolutely insane if you utilize our affiliate link. You're going to have a crazy successful launch. If you don't, then Sam Evans himself will come down here and punish you with all his info goodness. He's going to punish you all over your face. And so then afterwards, the settings that I want you to change inside of the School community are here step by step down below. I'll break it down for you. Pretty much you go into the School. Okay. So in here, if we do a speed run, go to settings, Then the elements that I want you to change here, go to dashboard, go to general, change the icon, change the cover, change the group description, and then also change the URL to the school.com / your company name. I regret doing it for the creator's name. I would not do that. I would instead change it to the company name. Okay. Then I would go to categories right here. Boom. And then I would do these categories. So wins, sauce, updates, questions, introductions, general, in this exact order. We've simplified, bro. We've tested so many different ones. These are the ones that make best increase engagement for community. So I would do that. Then over here in the plugins, boom, I would go ahead and change the membership. What's going on here? Okay. So the membership questions, when people are coming in, you can just add their name, email to verify that they are part of, that they have already paid for your group. By the way, this is us building out your paid group right now, or the creator's paid group. And then for the DM auto copy, you go over here, boom, and then make something like this. We're going to change this to Growth Integrator. Boom, because it's not Growth Operating anymore. It doesn't even make any logical sense. With the gamification, I would do something like this. We just have it super simply put here, but you could type this into ChatGPT. And let's say you're doing something like a painter offer. Painter offer. Painter business. Boom. And you could do something like that and auto-populate those different levels they can do. And afterwards for discovery, I would do the proper category here so you could get at least some clout on the leaderboard. Wow. Even without trying on this group, we're already top 1,000. That's pretty crazy. And then afterwards, going ahead and utilizing the links, I would put a start here link and a call recordings link, just like that. And the call recordings link, have this link over to, of course, your call recordings in your group. I mean, this is the call recordings that we have in our group. All right, not even pitch is just kind of what I'm showing. And the start here part is us talking about this part right here, and it goes through. I mean, like we have a good product. That's why we have all this properly set up. All right, then afterwards with consulting, I would do group Q&A calls over here. And then set up on the calendar right here, boom. And then with Zoom like that. And then a call structure. So I would have the call structure look something like this, boom, like that. Just simply you starting the call with talking about more of your wins that are going on in the group and the program updates that are going on for, at least for us, we do the Integrator Incubator. Oh, it's going to be switched to I. And afterwards, you have people ask the different questions that they have. And then you go ahead and rank your questions top to bottom. What's the best? And then you go ahead and answer them. That's how I would run these calls. And afterwards over here, you go to classroom, calendar, never mind, recording, call recordings part. And over here, what I would do when you post those calls, put the link here. This you have to set up Zoom. All right. And then what I would do is on these calls, type on the document or type on those calls the questions that people ask and then answer them by taking sort of notes over here. That's how I do more of a small cohort situation when you're starting out. And then I'd also offer one-on-one consulting on WhatsApp initially when you're starting out. So let's do that. And then going down here for the training materials. And so, by the way, as we're doing this, guys, all we're doing right now is just building out the school group with our affiliate link, Integrator Incubator affiliate link. Once again, 10,000 years of good luck. Trust me, you're going to get it. If that happens, what's going to happen is going to go down over here, consulting, check this is what you provide. And once again, over here, all you're doing is just setting up, this part of the program right now. You're not doing anything too overly fancy. Okay. And so then this goes into the consulting part. You're just setting up the one-on-one, or you're just in your mind saying, all right, I'm going to be setting up these one-on-one WhatsApp consultings. And that's pretty much it. Okay. Then for the training materials part, this is where you pretty much have Claude AI build out a minimum viable training system through what you have. And you just want to build a good enough program to have people and not even record any course material, just have the documents ready so that on the call, you can go ahead and pitch people in the minimum viable sales process. I'll talk about it. You go ahead and pitch people, not even acting, but showing that you have something to an extent, and then hurrying up pitching and afterwards building it out week by week, because in our pitch, I'm going to show you how you promised them that we're going to be building out our material week by week. But regardless, if you wanted to know up till now, a lot of this stuff actually was written by AI, and you probably didn't even notice it. So over here, if we especially go to this part, all of this was pretty much AI. I'll show you how I got to this point though. Boom. So all these different prompts, this is how I engineered what you're seeing today. And so I'm looking to write a YouTube video that explains the business model of growth integrating. I'll give you outline, text, blah, blah. Look at all my prompts here. I'm not going to read this word for word. And I gave it an input of what my outline was. Of course, transparently, I had to spend some time thinking through and creating a good outline. But afterwards, then it spit out something. I reprompted it with something like this, and I spit out mode. This is what I'm saying, guys. You got to start using AI to speed up your workflow. I would use Claude AI for your course building, because the long form copywriting, and not even copywriting, but just long form ideas and the connection of concepts from just a word that is far away to a word over here. Let's say it's the difference between a word up here is like, 5, word 0, or word 1 versus word 5,000. Claude is able to conceptualize those ideas significantly better than what ChatGPT or what Gemini AI or that's Gemini's Google's, or all these different LLMs can do. By the way, quick take on LLMs. Basically, they're the large language models that all these other softwares are built on top of. Think of the analogy it's kind of like the flour. If we're trying to if we're trying to bake a piece of bread, right? It's that flour, it's that base that we need. And then if we're going to add, let's say, some water in there and then some eggs in there and then mix it all up, the water and the eggs are going to be, let's say, an example of a application that you guys may use is, for instance, even Loom. I'm pretty sure Loom utilizes GPT's, OpenAI's workflow for literally the course that I'm shooting over here. This AI script over here, something like this. I'm sure they use ChatGPT or the integration of ChatGPT to have these auto-prompted, or they have their own LLM. I don't think they're at that level though, so I'm pretty sure they use that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The main point though is that these are the ones that you want to use, these LLMs. And so utilizing, once again, over here with these different documents, boom, being able to spit it out with Claude. You prompted more. Once again, don't worry. If you're confused about this AI stuff, then, the model is literally called AI Growth Integrating. And so we're going to be creating a lot more videos around this, talking a lot more in depth into specific AIs and their use cases inside of Growth Integrating. So that's that, building out a program roughly of what you have. Oops, I'm going down. Okay. And so at this point though, I really just want you to build out a small portion of the program and just giving it prompts such as, hey, I'm just building out something like, hey, you're a master course writer in your master course writer in the niche of X niche to make X avatars X dollar amount in X time frame. What I want you to do is create an outline of a course of how X avatar would get this type of result. Spit it out. Then you would go on each outline or part of the outline and you would say, I want you to take this part of the outline and then go ahead and create a longer version of this course and provide me the step-by-step framework on how exactly they would do it. And also I would prompt it in a framework like this saying, hey, could you also spit this output out in a what? So what is this concept? Why? Why is this concept important? And how? How do we go about and act upon this concept? And afterwards, then give me a step-by-step exact framework under the how on how they'll go about and act upon the what and the why concept. And this is exactly how I go about and structure my courses. So literally, for instance, what you've seen right here, clearly, if you stay till this long, you've learned something. And so it works. And so what is the idea here? Boom. The what, why, how. And then if you go into, let's hear, this is so meta. Oh my God. What, and then hows. I guess these are a bunch of hows. And over here, trends. Yeah, and then a lot of here, I guess my whys, they're more so the transition parts. It goes what, how, why in this situation. And then I prompt, you guys to say, well, after this, why do we need to learn this next concept? Because if we don't learn this concept, then we won't understand fully what growth integrating is. So then it allows me to naturally transition over into the trends part and allows you also to believe why it's important to listen to. And so this is where that balance of that structure looks like, but definitely you need those three components of what, why, and hows. and afterwards a step-by-step breakdown. And so earlier I verbally said those prompts, if you spit those into something like Claude AI owned by Anthropic, then you'll be able to do a killer job crushing it. Okay, and so those are the training materials. And afterwards then, the biggest thing here also that you're building out for your creator students and rapidly doing this by if the creator already has any SOPs, because they have a business, they probably have some operating procedures that they can provide to their students, any low ticket products as well, and the creator already has them. Could you take parts of them and then put them into your current program? And so for instance, ours, we had like our own outreach board. We switched it up transparently, right? That we would use when we would sign our creators. And so we edited it a bit, we cleaned it up, and then we gave it to our students to utilize over here. And the outreach board is talking about how to do Instagram outreach. And then over here, and you probably saw it in the outreach part of this course, and over here is something like the outreach tracker. I mean, these are pretty much, it's not like templates or anything. These are literally apps. It's like, because even software companies, sometimes they start with just Google Sheets and they build up further and further and further. Even like Miro. What do software companies build their UI on? They build it on Figma, something very similar to Miro. And so these are the starting bits. These are like the minimum viable products of what then, I told you it's literally software. What then you're going to start building out into your full software solutions over here. And this is literally the start of you starting to literally build AI companies inside of your business. And this is why it's literally called AI, growth integrating. And so then we go into the disclaimer though. Listen, this will be done in a 1 to 2 day sprint. Please do not spend more time than this building out your minimum viable fulfillment system. You do not have enough data right now. And this is why. You don't have enough data to build out a full-fledged training. People fall for this so many times where they think that they need to build out this massive, gargantuous program. The thing is, you'll just build something that people don't need, and you'll prioritize building the wrong things at the wrong time, and therefore hurry up, just bullshit it, and move on to the minimum viable sales process, which is what I'll talk about next. And so what is this minimum viable sales process? Fundamentally, it's literally what it's called. You're building a sales process that is the minimum amount that you need to then launch as soon as freaking possible. And so what do those components look like? So first, it's building out buying assets. And here's a meta analysis here. Guess what I'm doing? The what and the why. All right. Because these days, as I talked about above, there's that trust recession. And so therefore, rightfully should customers, they want to do their research before they buy on the call or before they buy on a call. Henceforth, it makes 100% sense for, especially if they're looking to drop multiple 4 to 5 figures on some sort of program, some sort of integrated solution. And so despite there being trust, since this creator does have a brand, there's still a lack of trust for a full commitment amount. And so hence, you must respect this and then create what are called buying assets to help the prospect make the buying decision before the call, so that we're no longer hopping on some sales call where you're doing some backflip dirty ninja shit and you're trying to manipulate the person. You're just trying to help them out, make a proper decision, and help them just buy simply on the call. All right. And afterwards, this is where we build out then. Well, what are we building out? We're building out buying assets, which the first one, I recommend building out a 1-hour VSL here, which you could go ahead and use a similar script to this. So over here, here's our sales VSL script, the 1-hour video, where at the end of the day, like it's just helping, it's breaking down step by step what the program looks like, what the process that we implement for people. And it's like, it's very helpful. It's like literally all sauce. There's no hard pitching or anything gross going on here. There's no because at the end of the day, if the consumer is there and they're looking to even watch the video and go into it and even opt into your funnel, things like that, they need help. And so the best way to get them to help is by having them do their research before they hop on the call. That's very fair for them. I totally understand. And so if you provide them something that allows you to do, or that allows them to do the research by showing all the wins that you're able to have, showing all the case studies, showing the exact step-by-step process, the trends on why your offer works, things like that, and the exact process that you're going to provide for them, and an exact FAQ on different questions they may have, it's like incredibly helpful. They're like, holy crap, they just answered all my questions. And now I'm very excited to make the buying decision. So it just helps them out, merely. I think people have this icky, sort of gross mindset. Oh, it's a VSL, I don't want to watch it. Like, are you serious? You need help. And so why are you not watching the thing that is directly going to impact the growth of your business from where you're at 5, 10K per month stuck to now 100K per month with growth integrating? And so then afterwards, there's a few other buying assets that you can implement here. With buying asset number 2, etc., this is where if you have a creator, if your creator specializes in YouTube, then what you could do is with those videos that are especially more value driven, you can organize those videos and then on a separate document, then have the prospect before the call, send them those documents. And I'll show you how to send them those documents on the pre-call flow. Send them those, or not the document, but send them those videos before the call to watch, get more research in, get more understanding of exactly what you're going to offer them on the call, and then get them excited. Because like it's just a waste of time for you to go on a call if they're not going to make a decision on it, and if the prospect isn't ready either. I don't want to talk to people that, especially for me, closing for Integrator Incubator. Like I don't want to talk to people if they're not ready to buy, if they're not ready to make a decision. I'm happy to, because I have people lined up. So why do I need to talk to you if you're not ready? I'm not going to persuade you one-on-one. It's unleveraged. It's stupid. So I'm going to have you instead. It's not even persuasion at the end of the day. It's just make a decision, do your research before the call, and then make the decision. And afterwards, hop on and just let's move forward. Like let's get you these results, right? And so that's why this type of stuff occurs. And so this ethics part, I think I already yapped about it enough. And so then this is where the sales script parts comes in. And so here's that template of the rough framework of what it will be looking like. Pretty much on here is a similar framework that you guys already understand how to sell. Intro, questions, pitching, closing, looping. I mean, you already get it. If you're an agency owner, you get it. So I'm not going through this whole entire thing. Okay. And so the next part then is going into this, what's called the pre-call flow content closing part. So I think people have really bad paradigm around this, where at the end of the day, as I established earlier, if an individual is attempting to make a decision on the call, it only makes logical sense for them to do as much research as possible and to not waste time talking to somebody that wants to help them out if they're not ready to be helped. And so the fastest way for them to get up to speed and the most leveraged way, the most efficient way for both parties to get up to speed on what it looks like to make a decision on the call and to get ready to join up in is if that prospect has done their homework. Like imagine you selling to your creators' students, right? If they didn't hop on the call, or if they didn't consume content before hopping on the call and they're not ready to make a decision, why the frick would you ever take a call with them? And so I see this a lot where a lot of these different people, they, especially like trying to join Integrator Incubator, they're like, they're a little bit hesitant to like watch this content. They're like, oh my God, it's a waste of time, whatever, I'm too busy. Like really so if your thought paradigm is that you're trying to join Integrator Incubator because you realize that your business, because like at the end of the day, you're busy because you're a business, right? Like I get that, right? But if you, in your thought process, in your business, you are busy, and then you're busy, sure. But then isn't the reality that if you come on and join in onto our program, like I'm speaking about it, let's do it in the context of like your situation, right? If you're talking to your creator students or creators prospects, and let's say that your creators prospects are like, oh, I'm too busy. I don't freaking take this call. Let's say it's more like a B2B sale. Okay. Or I don't want to watch the content, blah, blah. You have to say to them and think and be like, hey, isn't the thought paradigm here that with your business, that you're here looking for help at the end of the day because you feel like you're at a bottleneck with what you're at right now, with what you're doing right now? And they're like, yeah. Okay. And so if that is true, then when you join this program, do you think that a lot of the things that you're going to be doing are going to be rendered entirely useless because of what we have inside of here and the systems that we're going to implement because you feel like you don't have time because what you're doing isn't working for you? And so we're going to switch that up and then optimize for the things that are working for you. And so they're like, right. And so wouldn't it make sense? Wouldn't the single most productive thing for you to do, because since you book these calls in 2 to 3 days before the call, and you tell them like, isn't the most productive thing then for you to do to get yourself ready for the single thing that's going to change how your entire business works? Right. And so wouldn't it then make sense, or not even business overall, but unless you're going like a more B2B sale, and you're telling them, hey, it's more of a, or change your entire life. If it's a self-help offer, even if it's like a B2C BizOp offer, the main thing that they're going to be working on now is the new business once they join the program. And so wouldn't it make sense that you put all of your freaking effort into that, into consuming that content, being really, really ready to then move forward on the call, having all the full context, so we could really take fast action on the freaking pain points that you have right now to get you to X desired goal? And they're like, right, that actually makes entirely logical sense. Why should be watching the content and like really prioritizing that? Right. And so like I do this genuinely to all the prospects that we bring into the integrator creator for their benefit. Like it's like literally hands down. I'm not trying to waste your time, nothing like that. Because number one, I know that the content assets, the buying assets, they're not selling or persuading or manipulating anything like that. They're there to provide value. And so despite them joining the program, integrator incubator, whatever, they get a lot of value from the fact that I have intentionally almost like given them a full free course, like basically free training on what they need to watch before joining in and on the call. So they're already like, oh my God, thank you so much. Number one. And number two, then when they join the call, because integrator incubator is incredibly helpful. It's like literally the main thing that blows these freaking people up. You saw the results earlier. It then leads them to be like, oh shoot. I mean, I'm just talking about, my growth integrator consultancy, right? They're like, oh shoot. Now, since this product is so freaking good, I'm ready to make the move into scaling up because I've done my research. But if they freaking didn't, then they get no value up front. And also they get no value when they're joining in on the call because they're not ready and they're not ready to freaking make a decision. They have no context on what the hell's going on. And so it's just unproductive for both sides. It's a waste of absolute time. So for you right now, and even in your agency, if your prospects are not getting valuable content before joining the call, what the hell are you doing? Number two, since you're going into this growth integrating consulting model, if your now creator students are not getting content before the call, what the hell are you doing? Especially, what did I talk about? That Loom, what is that? That's pre-call content as well. And so there's not some hidden sales process like gross thing, anything like that. It's there for freaking assistance. All right. And so this is why we have this script here. And that's just like the high level idea of this, where we teach or where we show the integrator or integrator incubator students in here how to go and really objection handle all these little BS things that we hear from these creator students or creators prospects. Like, I don't have time. Sometimes they think that they have an ego. They know everything. They feel like they know everything. Are you serious right now? If you know everything, why are you in pain and why are you trying to look for help from the program? Like, so they're just tripping out. It's just illogical things that we wire out and we're like, hey, then they go ahead and take action on watching the content. And so this is exactly what you have to do as well when you go ahead and then help out your creator. And so afterwards, then we have a setting script that you should build out. And, transparently, if you're an agency owner, if you don't have a setting script, like what the hell are you doing? You're most likely to do, especially if you're making 5-10K per month plus. And so you just go ahead and use that over here. And then in terms of the technical build out, what I would do is something like a quiz, book a call, and a VSL funnel right here. So something like this. Probably the book a call funnel down below is a little bit different to this one because we updated it since then. But yeah, something like that. And then a sales tracker and a pre-call flow. I mean, like I'm literally doing for our own growth engineering consultancy what I preach. And so a sales tracker, there's like the template that we give inside of Integrator Incubator. Or what is this one? Pre-call flow. Yeah, automations, high level slow, but yeah, things like this, full automations. I hope you have them. I hope you do. But if not, then we give them all to the Integrator Incubator. And then afterwards, you then go into launching the alpha launch. All right. Here, the beliefs that you have to drill into your brain, brother, is that you are here to help at the end of the day. But if you see no success, you will give up. Okay. And you're here to help frame belief system is that you may feel like, wait, I've built out nothing. I'm just selling air. What the heck am I doing? But you have to understand the core of yourself. You want to help people. And so that's why you're having those doubts. So the fact that you're having those doubts, that shows you're a good person, number one. But number two, people take that to an overly far extreme where they're like, oh, I want to help people, so I'm going to build this whole program, build this whole properly sales process, and they take 2 years to launch. You know what's going to happen then? Because what's going to happen is your intention was to help people, right? But then the thing is, if you never find success, and what is success? Truly, let's really be honest. What is success for you? Oh, no, it's building out the proper course, whatever. No, it's not. It's you finding proof in this and actually making freaking cash money. Okay? And so this is where we help you, or this is where you have to go in and immediately make that money, immediately find success with this, or else you will give up. And then guess what? Once you give up, no one will be helped. Hence, the logical thing for you to do is then see success fast for yourself, which then will allow you to continue, which then will allow you to actually help people, not just for the group that you're bringing in, because over here in the alpha launch, I'm going to show you how to do it with the 5-day IG story sequence. You're only bringing around like 5 to 10 people, like a small little cohort that you can genuinely manage and start building out those course material one week by one week. But the thing is, you are not going to be able to help people. And also on top of this, you're going to be able to help people long term. But the thing is, you're not going to be able to help anybody if you give up. And number 2, the most important thing, if your creator also drops you if you get no results for them fast. They're going to be like, oh shit, I just started working with this guy. This guy took like 3 years to freaking launch. Like, what the hell's going on? No, they're not going to work with you at all. Right? And so hence, do not believe in overbuilding, feeling like, oh, I'm going to be scamming people. Listen, or if you're launching too fast, just do it. Then you have the true data from customers that are actually bought in to then build out a true program. Hence, the best way to launch is to scoop up the people that have already been very obsessed with a creator, and then afterwards going in. And that paid market research is the best market research. If you just do a bunch of stupid ass market research, like notice here, we have pretty much no market research on this because we want to instantly launch with roughly, if you understand the niche roughly, then you'll be able to write copy good enough. And so that's that paradigm there. Then afterwards, we go ahead and do a 5-day IG story sequence. This is what I would do here. So you click over here, 5-day IG story sequence, something similar to this. This is one that we personally ran on my account. Like that, pretty much the idea is going here with a hook, showing case studies, and then showing more case studies. And after we're talking about the features, and then saying, hey, in a few days, we're going to launch. And over here, boom, doing a Q&A. Like that, when people ask questions, you do that. Over here, and also launching, boom, boom, like this. And day 4 is you launching. Day 3 is just you hyping the engagement up, and then boom, you launch. And all these different days, pretty much the idea here is that you get multiple opportunities to CTA. That's the benefit here. That's the biggest benefit here. And afterwards, for the social proof, yeah, on day 25, you could go ahead and even show all the different leads and opt-ins that you gained from that specific launch to get people hyped up. And yeah, so if the question here, I see some people asking like, well, what if the creator doesn't have case studies for this initial launch? Then what I'll do is first utilize the creator's own experience, their own case studies that they have of growing themselves with their business, number 1. Number 2, prior any students that they helped out, even any friends, you could go ahead and get videos from them and utilize them as case studies, because to this extent, they did help them out. And so the creator, those are their creator students. All right. And then afterwards, I think that subscript. Yeah. And so overall, things like that. And then if not with the case studies, then what you could do is just overall demonstrate elements that demonstrate credibility inside of that niche. So for instance, inside of a, I don't know, like a growth integrating niche, for instance, a big social proof would be showing like a nice Stripe screenshot versus in the clothing brand space, it'll be shipping out tons of packages. Or there's like a very interesting niche new launch that we saw as well. Somebody doing a rug making offer where they teach other people how to make money with rug making. And so over here, showing tons of sick rugs being shipped out, that was another point of social proof that you could show. And so the workflow over here is something like this to build out what you're building out in the story sequence. So that's what that would look like. And after dropping the IG story sequence, this is when now, like you built out everything, you launched, and over here, if the creator has enough clout, especially with going into this ROI creator niche, especially in the physical services, a lot of these creators have a lot of followers and they have no freaking, no launch prior that they've done. So you just immediately launch like this, and you just do the IG story sequence, setting, book call, boom, boom. And literally imagine from you doing it right now, you go ahead and outreach, and let's say you sign. Realistically, guys, just to let you know, let me see here. Like Harry, he literally joined, I think 2-ish weeks ago. Let me see his introduction post. Let me see. Yeah, 18 days ago. So that's around, what was that? 14 plus 4. Okay, so it's like 2 weeks and 4 days. Okay. And then in today, 13 hours ago, he got his already first creator, $7,500 set of fee. And so what does that look like? All right, what's the paradigm around that? Okay, so that's 2 weeks outreaching, closing, and then afterwards, we're going to have him launch ASAP. This realistically takes about a day to do, 1 day. Once again, these are the predisposition that you have these skill sets already. to do this minimum fulfillment. And also that you have the systems. If you don't join Integrator Incubator, like you don't have these systems, like good luck's gonna take much longer. You're probably gonna get dropped by your creator. But yeah, just good luck. This is why we get these results, right? So if you're interested, then book a call down below. But the thing here is, then like let's say you just do it alone, right? Minimum fulfillment. Even if you do it alone, like let's say it's 3-ish days for that. What is this? If you just bum rush it, if you have the old systems before, you could do this in like 2-ish days. And then the IG story sequence is like 5-ish days. So what's that? It's like a week and a half. So that's 2 weeks, 2 weeks and a half, plus a week and a half. So from today, in 1 month, you could have already launched your creator. So this is boom, doing that. And then this part where you are now setting and closing, this takes also around another 2-ish weeks. I would say 2-ish weeks. So it's like a month and 2 weeks, around 3,000 people, or sorry, 3,000, because like what's the conversion rate here? We could just do the math for y'all. So if the idea here is that we're getting, let's say, like for instance, with Harry's example, I mean, like it literally happened live, so you could see 460 on Instagram. Okay, cool. So if we're doing that, 460,000 followers. If we're imagining that even just 0.1%, that's like ridiculously low, but 0.1% of the audience replies to a DM CTA, that's 460 DM opt-ins. Okay, that's not even realistic. Let's go even lower. 0.0001. So this is 46 DM opt-ins. By the way, me as a little micro creator, I have what, 3,000-ish subs if you look down here. And on my Instagram, I have like 3,000-ish things too. Instagram's not even my main profile. I get 46 plus DM opt-ins. Like for instance, if you want to see the literal proof. So with this CTA over here that we did, it was one story that I did saying, hey, I'm going to post this video. Some of you guys may have opted into this, right? 34 right there. And I don't even know how many views this got. It got like very minimal views. I think I get like on average 300, 400 views for my stories. And so if this gets this amount of opt-ins, I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah, so I think it's too ridiculous. Let's do like 2%. 92. Okay, so 92 opt-ins, quick months. 92, let's say we only set about half of them. No, let's say even we only set 25 of these. No, realistically, you would set half of these people. 0.5. Okay, so 46 booked calls. 46 booked calls times, let's say, for instance, your show-up rate is around 75%, especially for creators. Your show-up rate is incredibly high. By the way, you are setting and closing these calls. Okay, so 35.4. So that's the show-up rate. And the closing rate is 50%. It's very doable, 17.25. Let's say your AOV, average cash collection, is going to be around $2,000. And this is on the low end. Okay, so you already made $34,000 with extremely, ridiculously conservative numbers. You made $34,000 in 2 weeks with your creator. And this is like unrealistically low. Just to let you know, I have 3,000 followers. I did times 3 of the opt-ins that I got. And this is one story, by the way. You're doing 5-day IG story sequence. Imagine now. So, okay, I didn't even do the math correctly. So like this number is just like, it's too low. It's just broken. So like realistically, it'll be like around the $50,000, $60,000 range, right? With 5-day IG story sequence. That's it. And so then let's say you bring in 17 people or so. I'll recommend around 10 to 20-ish here just for fulfillment purposes. Then afterwards, what I would do is go into a fulfillment pause. This is where you now pause, closing around 10 students. Then afterwards, at $3,000 each, which is roughly what I'll bring them in for. And then to keep it a bit more one-on-one, to keep the community happy whilst you're launching the course modules once a week, studying what they're struggling with. I'll study what they're struggling with and then go through and talk about those on the group Q&As and help them through on the one-on-one texts and do this for around 1 week, fix the little kinks, and afterwards you're ready to market for the next launch. And so what does that marketing next launch look like? Over here, the idea here is to focus on a YouTube channel or ads, depending on the skill sets that you have. Is why content overall is the broad bucket that I said. But guess what? Content converts or content dives into either ads or YouTube. So I'm hoping that you have either or. And so then you get more attention into the funnel or to funnel into the program, therefore for a bigger base of an audience. And so for YouTube launch, for instance, just like a high level view on what YouTube would look like or how to do this, the system is ideas, titles, thumbnails, scripting, shooting, and editing, and then posting. So here you'll want to create longer sales letter-ish videos, more buying assets, similar to like what this one is, or like a lot of the videos on my channel are, just like providing tons and tons of value. But then also on top of this, doing a bit of persuasion on here to be like, hey, come on, our product is really good. Join up on it. Because like I do this because our freaking product is really good. And so then afterwards, you create the content on there. And then I'll create this content educating people overall around the model that your ROI creator teaches. And then similar to what I'm doing here, as I already talked about. And then you launch these longer course styles in a hyper education style way. So the short form audience who doesn't fully know, like, and trust the creator yet, that's a KLT, they then go ahead and funnel over to the YouTube channel. They realize that, oh my God, this creator gives so much value. And then you could go ahead and buy. They want to buy from the creator. And on top of this, I would launch a free school community and then provide lead magnets, free courses in there, organized YouTube videos, and free resources overall, answering different questions, etc., to get people's reciprocity meter up to then when they want to buy on that next launch. And to begin that next launch, this is where you go ahead and do the beta launch, the next one, which is where then you take the attention gained from the marketing and close more people with another IG story launch at this point, or an IG story plus even like a YouTube, plus you could do a ads targeting launch here. Transparently, I'm not the greatest, or we're not the greatest at ads right now. And so this is why I'm not talking about it too much, right? And so at this point though, you bring another 20 to 30 students in times $30,000. You can raise your prices here upwards of even whatever that looks like. And this allows you to make a $60,000 to $90,000 launch. We've seen even like $200,000 launches around this era. And you take 20 to 50% of that. That gives you $12,000 to $45,000 per month in that specific launch. And so an example of this, I mean, this is exactly what Will did. He made his creators $400,000 a month. Once again, podcast coming soon. If you're watching this a little bit later, it's probably one of the videos after this one. It's like a very obvious. It looks something like this. Most likely, it'll have some similar thumbnail to this, and it'll just have Will's face on there. And what Will's face looks like is like this. Okay, so go ahead and watch that once that's out. But basically the idea here is that he was able to make his creators over here. They did $190,000, plus he did another $150K on the back end, so it's $350,000. Plus, I think they did another $100,000. So I think 400K is like actually on the low end. Plus they did another $100,000 because they got the 100K from the school games for free. Because when you win the school games, they get $100,000 in cash. And so then what they did was they took home, and Will alone, he took home around $40,000. And by the way, that's just Will, because he did it with another student of ours named Tian. And basically for her, she did she helped out with the operations end on here, and Will helped out with the marketing and sales end. And guess what? I think Tian also cleared like 10 grand that month. So we'll be doing a podcast with her as well. And so that was pretty much how this looks like. This shit actually clearly works. All right, cool. So what are these options that we're going to scale? As I talked about earlier, there's those two models, the GIA, the Growth Integrating Agency, and this GIC model. And so what happens with the GIA model is that we're doing a percentage revenue share. Henceforth, it's significantly more scalable. And so the core idea here is that if you with your creator right now that you've launched them at this point, if you see a true long-term, large vision with them where you feel like you could scale them to 100K, $1 million a month, and this is the situation that Rojal's in right now, then by all means, go ahead and do so. However, then also the advantage here that you have as you're scaling them is that you could go ahead and add a few other different creators into your bucket with this current new case study that you have now. And so you have a few more of those clients leveraging yourself out of your business then, also through integrating now further and further systems, utilizing AI as much as physically possible that you can. And then after this is then now placing the right people in the team, but mainly having them be more so loyal to you in this case, being a growth integrating agency and being more so of a fractional growth integrating agency in the marketing and sales part, doing very much, much more sales, I would say here. And so what does this team look like? Over here, this would be starting to ago, where you hire more of a media buyer role, and then a set of sales reps, virtual assistants on your team, and then you just have other people overall close, or you put out mercenary closers into these creators' companies. So that's that. And then how you would integrate AI into these workflows, or we speed up the workflow of these creators clipping as well with something like Opus.clip. It's a auto AI clipper. If you want to take a look at it, it's over here. Opus.pro. It's honestly pretty solid. This is currently what we're using, and we're integrating it into our clipping systems, or something like ChatGPT for all the employees, just speeding up overall thinking. Gemini for deep research on the marketing level. AI setters integrated in with ManyChat as well. And so that we're going to be building out and learning more about into the integrator incubator very soon. And then AI closers with voice and ChatGPT coming soon, as well as over here, I could break down to you like a Gemini Live Studio example. So for instance, I would say ChatGPT sort of had this, but now we're starting to see this really, really expand. And so if you want to see, this is Gemini, but if you go to Gemini 2.0, it's like Google AI Studio, I think it's what it's called. If you go to stream real time, you could literally join onto something like a Zoom call with an AI and say, hey, what's up?
Sure, you could do that. It would be like having a conversation with an AI through a video call. Do you want to explore how that would work?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, great. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah, so I'm going to go over to Loom here. What are you seeing?
I see you navigated from the Google homepage to a Loom page, which contains videos organized into folders, and there is also an uploading video.
Yeah, and as you can see, like you guys have probably seen this shit, but interacting with it live was fucking crazy when it first happened. And so the main point, though, is that you're going to start seeing this very much happen in the sales part, especially with triage calls. This is now like literally happening live with AI voice agents. And so there's definitely a lot to catch up on here that's going to be happening literally this year. And so very much take a look at this. And then afterwards, what is the idea then with more so a growth integrating consultancy pathway? And so here, the idea is to take your experience with what you currently have as case studies and you turn them more slowly into a productized service. And so this is where you must become a creator at this stage, sell the systems and the training as well as the advice that you put out to the people in the marketplace. So that's coaches and consultants, or even maybe further niche out as the market gets larger and larger into ROI consultants only, or let's say, for instance, only local business niche consultants. So for instance, what I'm saying here is like, for instance, in the barbering space, this is literally happening live right now, where I'm sure you guys have seen in the fitness space where there are fitness coaches now coaching other fitness coaches how to be fitness coaches. And so the idea here is now this happening in this business space. So these days now, there are coaches that teach other barbers how to become coaches. And so the idea here is that as this market gets more broken up, the benefit though is that there are different ways to decommoditize and take different positions in the marketplace. And so this is what happens over here. And so this is that GIC model going to a further element. And then as you can see, what does the product look like here? And so the biggest thing here is you building out a really world-class product that genuinely through the systems that since you did that growth integrating in the trenches, you're then able to build out the system, the proper AI, proper done for you systems, the AI agents, custom GPTs, and automated workflows instead of make.coms, API, or things like that then you could pass off to these different customers, as well as provide world-class consulting since you did it, which then allows you to create tons more capital upfront, and also you take a percentage share with some of these individuals as well. So that's this GIC model. And so here is where this alternative idea comes in though, because right now we're very much in this ROI niche, but transparently with our own GIC, with Integrator Incubator, we have not, or Double I, we have not solved this yet. However, the first principle still makes sense, which is that you're taking your marketing and sales skill sets and solving product market fit for another niche beyond just the creator space. And so think of something like a larger B2B. So here there is potential that we can also help you out with in the future. But for now, we don't have this solved. And this is currently what we're looking to solve instead of Double I as well. And so how would this look? In the marketing level, this is where you go ahead and do outbound on LinkedIn, on different marketplaces, on sales especially, running 2-call closes. So similar model to what we have inside of the already existing process that I discussed to you earlier. But then for the fulfillment, this is where it's a little bit different. This is more so where you're identifying a product market fit. So for instance, it's a tech company that already has a few employees and they've built out some sort of product. You as a marketer, you as a salesperson, are going to this company and you're helping them really find that proper product market fit. That's one component. And then another one here, in these sort of elements, this is where you do a more so longer 1-year contract because the terminology or the partnership here is significantly longer. And then finally, you're kind of going in as this fractional CRO, a marketing and sales individual who helps the company scale further. And so what are some examples of this? Something such as you going to more enterprise software spaces, into solar companies, things like that. And so why is this valuable though? It's because you're able to tam out just beyond the consulting space, as oftentimes it is a little bit saturated in the creator economy. And so then with the same exact skill sets, you can then arbitrage your skill sets into a lot more of an unsophisticated market and selling more of in a business partnership way. However, the thing is, for now, with the growth integrator space, we'll just focus on these ROI creator niches as we're going to master and just nail and crush this down as we already have, and we're going to further do so because it's still super untapped. And now you're wondering, we're like, okay, there's a good amount of AI integrated here, but now how do we even go further into integrating AI? So in order to understand this first I have to explain to you fundamentally what software is. And well, guess what? You're literally looking at 3 right now. One over here, Lucid Charts. One over here, Loom Atlassian, or Atlassian is the company that owns it. And then Notion over here. And so these fundamentally, I mean, you guys already know software, so I'm going to explain it. But the idea why software is probably where you don't really fully understand why. It's like, why do I need to build this stuff? I just like doing my info stuff. But the idea here, you have to understand, is the 4 C's of leverage. What are they? So first, it started back then with what was called the bottom C of the leverage point of collaboration. Because humans out there, back in the day, there's no money system, there's no financial system, there's no system to build out content, there's nothing like that. And so the only way that they would be able to leverage themselves instead of doing absolutely everything, all the work themselves, was to hire other people. And so how were the pyramids of the Egypt built? How? Well, do you think the pharaoh sat there and built and placed it brick by brick? No, he got the aliens to do it for him. He leveraged, no, I'm kidding. He got the slave people of Israel, I think, to build it for him. And so this allowed him to leverage human collaboration or labor, but I like the 4 C's model, and then boom, boom, stack and more, and then build out the whole pyramid. Okay, so let's check. And then the next one, though, was then being able to leverage capital. So then what happens? This was when the financial system was now first developed. I think it was popularized way back then, but I think Spain really broke it down during the exploration era. Might have been prior to that. Not the greatest of history. But the main thing, though, is that with this C of capital, what they were able to do was leverage what they have, the financial system, the fact that, okay, we can track these dollars, we can put them on certain sheets, and then you could, for instance, send this to someone like Christopher Columbus and invest in his boat and invest in himself, and also be able to take money from investors, sort of like a venture capital model or private equity model. I'll tell you about what that looks like, and then bring that over here from the investors and put it into the boat, and then boom, he sails off, he brings back, and he freaking finds America, the great American country, land of the free, home of the brave, our country. Most of you guys watching this probably from America, right? And so that's what was allowed to happen, all right? And so that's that second C. And the next C was content, or the code first, with things like this Miro board that I'm looking at right now, or this Lucid board that I'm looking at right now, or this Notion thing that I'm looking at right now. Basically, it's the fact that you're able to build one piece of product and leverage it across millions and millions of people that basically at no marginal extra cost. And then what's the same exact thing after that? Well, content. I get to, at no marginal cost, talk to you and build this cool relationship that we have and provide you tons of value. So like so far, you're like, oh my gosh, Tim is my best friend. Which like, yeah, we're pretty good friends now, right? And so the thing here is, this allows us to leverage that 4th C of content. And so then once you understand these C's, you're like, oh wait, as this creator model that I'm going to, this growth integrator model, sure, I'm leveraging creators with a C. I'm utilizing capital to a certain extent by investing into my team members, and then via team members, boom, guess what I'm doing here? And then sure, I'm leveraging a little bit of software with the fact that I get to use this Notion thing and all these different tools. But what if I was the owner of the software? What if I was the one who really built out the code myself? And so this is where this occurs. But then the other idea here is operational and capital drag decrease, because fundamentally, you heard this term SaaS most likely. SaaS. And so you're like, what the heck is that? Okay. It's software as a service. Okay. And so what's that last part? As a service. What are we doing in this growth integrating model, growth integrating consultancy, growth integrating agency, like whatever it's called? At the end of the day, what is this model? It's a service-based business model. Great. So now that's established. But here's a problem. What are we doing as we scale our service? Despite it being a bit better of a model than scaling just full services, for us scaling an outcome, we get to scale more leveraged labor with a sales team, for instance. But what's the problem here? Is that really you're solving a solution through a service of just collaboration, that one C, and you're just trying to ram your hammer, your tool, at something that you just have no clue how to solve. I mean, you're trying to solve it to an extent here, but guess what? You're only solving it to a certain extent. Why? Because you don't know how to use this tool. You don't know how to use that other point of leverage. And so this is the fundamental problem that I see in this educational space over here, which we must eradicate. And so the thing is, now we are able to leverage solutions with software. And the cost, however, with software though, is that the margins are ridiculously cheap. And so the idea here is that it's not that the margins are very cheap. The main thing is that your operational complexity becomes incredibly low, because there's no need to deliver the service with physical labor. Rather, it's just the software that the customer themselves uses, which is exactly what software is. It allows you to do this. And then even further with content, we're leveraging knowledge, and in code, we're just leveraging basically human capital and services. Like, think about it. What I'm getting to do here is this is like a do-it-yourself sort of software, or I guess service. And the service initially would, let's say, be, what would a service like this software be? In the real world, it would be something like, let's say, a person who would give you a whiteboard, and then right next to you, you get to draw, but then right next to you, he'd be like, okay, I'll erase it for you. And he's like, go ahead, draw, sir. And you draw again. He's like, oh, okay, cool, I'll erase it for you. That's like the service that he'll provide. But then what I'm able to do now is, with software, I could erase it myself. And this company, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to add any of those operational, like, complex humans. And I could just do it all by myself. With Notion, for instance, it'll be someone who has these documents right next to me. He's like, right, okay. Got you, sir. Let me store this in a folder for you, sir. And then here's another open document. Go ahead and write. But then on here with Notion, I can just, boom, press a button, and all of a sudden I'll get a new page like that. So it's an incredibly beneficial situation that's going on. And fundamentally, it's still a service as a service, but then guess what? It's software. Leveraging no more as a service, right? And so with that being said, this is why you get to leverage human capital or human labor out of the picture. So then afterwards, on top of this is also such a benefit, because with software, you get to build enterprise value, appreciating assets. And the idea here is something like an appreciating asset. And so then also talking about why software. At the end of the day, these businesses, you're able to build what's called enterprise value. Enterprise value is basically how much the business is worth if we're going to go flip this thing. Think about the business now as like a sneaker, or as a whatever, like a table that we're going to flip on Facebook Marketplace or on eBay. Okay. And so that concept here is that, first, not only is it flippable, it's that the more that we grind on it, the more that we work on it. Imagine we have like a shoe, we're cleaning it up, we're having it sit, and the price is going up. Slowly, it's appreciating on top of just it existing. But on top of this, it's only appreciating if you're really grinding on it, right? Number one. The number two also, it's that this business that we're building, it also eventually then becomes, guess what? A product. The product that we are going and selling to our customers. And who are the customers? This is where this private equity space comes in, and these investors come in. or family offices, things like that. And they go ahead and buy these businesses. And so what are we doing here? Imagine like you building let's say like you're building your service right now with your agency, or even like with this growth and trade consultancy, you're going to be, let's say going into that, you're building a course or a program, whatever like that, right? It's gonna be very difficult for me to go ahead and sell that, because why? I have to keep it updated. It has to be consistently there. I'm the main person, the key man who's talking on the screen. And so that's a bit of a problem, because when someone buys this, they can't go ahead and keep having it generate revenue, as I kind of have to be there. There's that key man risk. But the reality here is that with software, if you have just the right developers managing it, and of course you have to keep iterating on a product to make the company grow, but if that is all true, then what allows it to happen is the business can sell for tons and tons of money, especially multiples on what's called the EBITDA. EBITDA is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. And basically, this is where this is pretty much like, think about it as how much you make minus the operating expenses. So minus how, like, software costs minus payroll costs, whatever, which is that how much money you get, like, quote, profit, before other things in the business that you don't even have to worry about, because earnings, interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. These are things that more so talk about business assets, which you don't even have to worry about, right? Because you don't right now have really big assets. And so the thing is, like, imagine you're making, you're probably making like 10K-ish a month right now, times 12, that's going to be 12. So you're making 120 grand a month with your business. Okay. So here right now, if you were a software company doing 10K a month, and if you had crazy multiples, so for instance, let's say it's like a genuinely valuable company, realistically 10K per month, it won't get, let's say, some sort of multiples, but like Apple, what is Apple trading at multiple? So Apple right now, they're trading at 39.06 times the trailing month's earnings. And so of course there's factors around the fact that Apple is a huge company, and so their multiple will be significantly higher, because the bigger the business is, the higher the multiple is. And multiple is basically just how much you're making. I'm not sure if it's exactly EBITDA or just overall the earnings per share, the earnings of the company. But it's this guy, and this is arbitrary, trust me, this is actually not what it's going to be worth, but like times 39, something like that, for instance, if you did everything properly, if you take a look, your $120,000 times 39, you could flip your business for $4.6 million. Imagine selling, like getting $4.6 million cash for what you built out. Because in your mind right now, all your thought process is like, oh my gosh, cash flow, how to make the next 10K, how to make the next 10K. Do you really want to do this for the rest of your life? Do you want to just keep chasing the next 10K, next 10K, next 10K, next 10K? Do you? No, I don't think so. You want to take that capital and invest it, or more better than investing, because what it creates the best multiples is a business. You going in, investing also in sweat equity about you laboring on the business, and also you investing all your capital back into the business and then being able to sell it. So for instance, like $100 million exit to like Procter & Gamble, Apple, to Atlassian. It's not that much money. Like for instance, with Facebook or Meta, now they purchase WhatsApp for like $2 billion. So the reality here is that these big companies, what you have to open your eyes upon, is that it's not about $1 million a month. It's not about 100K a month. It's about how do I take the skills in business that I have right now? How do I go into a space that I can leverage myself even better, and build something with enterprise value that you're able to sell, for instance, for $100 million. And so imagine $100 million after tax, let's just say even you get $50 million back in straight capital times, what is that? So how capital works is basically, if you want to look at roughly how much realistically you could pull out of the stock market every single year, you could go 0.4%. Yeah, you could pull out 4% from the stock market every single year. And so let's say you pull out, because basically what happens, the concept here is that you have 50 million, let's say just in your bank, okay, that you made with an exit. Like ideally, I want to keep working. But if you don't want to keep working, if you're a stupid little boy and you just don't want to keep working, and you just want to go and chill in Thailand, which, like, I get it to a certain extent. I'm making it too dramatic. Like, if you have a family, if you want to live a life, then it makes sense not to do this, right? And so let's say, for instance, with this $50 million that you make, what you're able to do is take merely, because you could take 4% of this out of the market yearly. Okay. So you could pull out, what is that? Is that 20 million? No, it's 2 million. So you could pull out $2 million a year safely. And what this is, the idea here is that the S&P 500, just on average, the markets rise 4% each year on average. Sometimes they fall, whatever, but on average, it'll go up and down up to 4%. Cool. Because people create value and they'll always grow. So you could safely pull out 4%, which means that it will go from 50 million, the amount of capital that you have, to then 52 million. And you could pull out 2 million. And you could go 50 million, or you could even leave more in. Let's say 51 million, you could pull out more and it'll just compound interest, right? But let's just say you pull out $2 million that year. You divide that by 12. So it's you making passively 160 grand a month passive. How does that feel? Like, imagine you could make $160,000 if you just laid in bed for 30 days straight and you did nothing. Like, literally nothing. Of course you're going to do stuff. Of course you're going to grind. But just having that security, just having that safety to know that you could have $160,000 sounds pretty good, right? Well, guess what? That's exactly the examples I'm going to break down over here on people who are able to do this. Okay? But before that, let me explain to you, well, how do we then go about doing this? Because here, how we can make this happen is if we have like $100 million exit, and let's say we get $50 million. By the way, WhatsApp exited for $2 billion, so like $100 million is a pretty small exit, not going to lie. But what's happening over here is that, well, what wouldn't build enterprise value? You have to think through that, and you have to then afterwards think, well, what, and then just inverse that with a thought process conversion of what will make you fail. You invert it. Charlie Munger says, invert, always invert. And then this will then allow you to understand, well, what does build enterprise value? And so if you're in your mind, if you're thinking, there are companies that are swayed with different trends. There's one specific key man. If there's a product rendered useless by these shifting trends, these would not create enterprise value. And so transparently, even my business, it wouldn't create enterprise value at the point that it is in right now. Integrator Incubator, only 1 year down the road so far. Like, yeah, fair enough. It won't build enterprise value. I understand that. However, what would build enterprise value? It's something, just inverted. It's something that is not swayed by trend. It's something that there's no key man. And in fact, beyond whatever trends there are, if you just invert to the maximal extreme, it'll be things that remain despite there being these trends going up and down. Okay. And also there's going to be something that has no key man risk. Okay, cool. And also there's going to be product forever that remain relevant through these shifting trends. And so what does that look like? If there's a software, like, do I know the CEO of Lucid? Do you know the CEO of Notion? Do you guys know? Do you guys know, what's that guy's name? I listened to a podcast of him. I think it was like Zhang something. Yep, Zhao. Freaking love this guy. This guy's a genius. Like Ivan Zhao. All right, do you guys know him? No, you don't. Right? But yeah, it's the product remains, yet people use it. Versus with you guys, when you join in here, you're going to know me, and then you're going to go in here, and then it's going to be me yapping a lot, things like that. Right? It's fine for now, but it's not something that is scalable. But guess what is? With this outreach tracker, for instance, with this outreach tracker that we technologically built, where let's say, for instance, you type something here, boom, the app scripts will auto-populate different functions, things like that. With this sort of minimum viable app that we've built so far, with something like this, do you need to know me? Do you need to know I exist? No, but you could still use it. You still get value out of it, right? See? These are the beginnings of something where I'm starting to pull myself out of the key man. Companies that are not swayed by trends. What am I doing here? What did I talk about with the growth integrating stuff from the beginning of this? I said fundamentally it's just you providing a more holistic solution of marketing sales to grow the business. Henceforth, integration through a whole process in the business, and then growing. And so what is that? That's me also implementing that myself. And so how would you do that yourself? Is through that growth integrating consultancy model, where you go into it and you start building technology, you start building a mechanism around the fact that it's not reliant on these different trends. However, I also did, but it's still beneficial to run on these trends with the fact that I'm talking about AI, I'm talking about creators. It's that you have to use it in a way that grows your business, but then in the long term won't affect it too much. And so this is why I made that foundational definition of growth integrating in such a way. However, we branded it to these different concepts around creators and AI for what it is relevant to now, because that's what's relevant now. And so this is how I'm tactically going about doing this, and hopefully this provides you some ideas as well for you. Just being able to think bigger, opening your brain to something that's pretty simply out there. And so with the GIA model, how would you go about implementing this? And what are some live examples of people already doing this? Well, something here you could do is help your clients initially scale just with your foundational products, and afterwards take them to multiple seven figures and then add an AI software to their business. And so an example of this is Abdul's Growth Integrator Agency, lions.ds. So for instance, if you go to Tim Yoon, the mentor that I talked about in the beginning of this video, here we did a whole podcast with him. He breaks down those different AI softwares that I talked about in here too. And so what he did was initially for his agency offer, because he did a sort of like, hey, I'll help you start a lead gen agency. The model that was working back then, but nowadays is 100% not. But he ran this off for like multiple years ago, and so that's why it's working still. Then what he did here was he built out a CRM where his students will be onboarded onto that software, and then he ended up having recurring revenue pretty much from that software. So that's the first one. And then with Airbnb, with his next offer, he did an offer where he taught other people how to go and arbitrage Airbnb and utilize Airbnb to make money. And the idea here, first I have to explain the Airbnb arbitrage business model, and then afterwards I can explain to you the software was. And so the Airbnb arbitrage model, pretty much you have Airbnb that's in the picture. That's a beautiful logo. And then you have something like Zillow. Okay. And so as the middleman, you go to people on Zillow and you say, hey, you have a house, mister. I could put this on Airbnb and get you a lot more money. And so let me help you do this. Let me do this for you. And then you give me money. You give me money. Money. As you can see, I'm losing my mind a little bit after shooting for such a long time. Please save me, guys. Please save me. Not playing. But basically, what you're able to do is that you're able to get this capital allocation of being that intermediary process. As you can see, similar trend to dropshipping, similar trend to an SMA. You're the intermediary between doing Facebook ads for different people. Over here, you're the intermediary. I mean, it's not really intermediary with Growth Integrating. You're mostly doing the full stack, but I guess kind of towards AI, kind of towards all these different elements in a business, right? And so what happens here is this is all great, but the biggest thing that Abdul is able to build out, because he has a software team that is working with his Growth Integrating Agency, he has an AI that sorts through Zillow, sorts these different property sites, and then pulls out the lower priced ones and the ones that they can then his students could outreach to, because they have to outbound over here to ask to see if this offer can make sense, and then help put them on Airbnb, because he saw the prices on Airbnb, he saw the prices here, and he's like, boom, that's an arbitrage. A small dollar sign, a big dollar sign. And then boom, they just take that small dollar sign, make a big dollar sign, make more money for this guy, make money here. It's a win-win. Boom. And so that's what Abdul built, an AI that finds these different intermediaries. And the next one was an Amazon KDP offer. So Amazon KDP, that idea of this. So I'll just do Airbnb. And the next one was this, we'll do orange, we'll do KDP offer. So KDP basically means Kindle Publishing. And Kindle Publishing is pretty much where these people, so it's like, you create, fundamentally it's digital products. It's kind of similar to what we're doing. However, what these guys do is that they go ahead and they write out books and they put them on Kindle, and they sell them that way. So it's like, and Abdul positioned it as digital Amazon. It's fucking genius. And so what happened over here, Amazon, and so what happened over here was that he built an AI software that allows people to write these books very fast, much rapiditer than something like ChatGPT or Claude, because the AI was hyper optimized and it was prompted and optimized to write these different books. And a software team helped him build that out. And then what he did was integrate it. Remember I told you about the Airbnb offer that he had earlier, way up here? Do you remember that? Boom, with all these different offers. And then I told you that they focused on AI integration. Boom. Guess who's delivering, baby? If you stayed up till here, you're getting the sauce. You're getting the real sauce now. And what happened was that then he put these AI into those offers, boom, and then built enterprise value, and now they're freaking sellable. I think he's still cash flowing those right now, but the possibility now is that these things are now starting to be sellable. However, the thing is, the real transition occurs when you go into the growth engineering consultancy, because I'm sure you guys have heard about this too. Some of you who are more sophisticated, you're like, wait, but this is some bullshit sounding stuff. If you just add software to a freaking info product, doesn't make it all of a sudden add enterprise value. And yes, you're right. And so this is where this GIC model comes in. And so what is it? This is where you either fully integrate with here or you launch your own offer. This is honestly what I would recommend. Eventually this GIA model taps out a certain extent. That's why I just went in entirely just for the GIC model. And this is where you help customers scale at a certain extent, and then they add softwares to them to use. And so here's some examples of this. So for instance, with like Gym Launch, Alex Hormozi, that's the one he scaled, Alex H. What he did with Gym Launch was that he had his core info stuff, cool, teaching other gyms how to do it. He gave them all the system, charged $16K, W, nice. But then what happened was that he was like, wait, these gym owners, they need a CRM, a software to manage their gyms. And so boom, he built out Outline and he provided it to them. It ended up being that they found more product market fit with SMA or like agencies that were targeting all local businesses. But guess who else found that product market fit? Go High Level. And boom, obviously Go High Level, they're all focused on software. So Alan kind of got crushed and never ended up making it. That's why Gym Launch or Alex Hormozi ended up selling all these things with Gym Launch, probably being the main one. And the Prestige Labs, I think, was also relatively successful. To American Realty Group. Actually, no, I don't remember what exact group it was, but then he sold it for like 46.2 million. Right. And then I think they were making like 40-ish million a year, and they didn't get much of a multiple. So it's only around like a 1x multiple, which is not the greatest, but still, regardless, he was able to build enterprise value, something of value here, and then flip it. All right. Like I was watching a podcast on this, and he was like talking to some VCs, Alex, and so the VCs are the private equity, basically like investors, okay? And they're like, hey, Alex, this was not the greatest multiple. He's like, yeah, I know, right? But anyway, regardless, Alex is an incredible entrepreneur, so nothing against him. Love that guy. But afterwards, then similar to here, I don't think Alex really wants people to expose this, but we're able to funnel hack it through. Basically, he has an offer right now with acquisition.com that he holds. Alex, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. But basically, they have an Amazon KDP offer similar to what Abdul has, but then transparent, like I think, Alex Hormozi pretty much won in this marketplace. Pretty much, I think they created a similar AI book writer, and they just scaled it further than what Abdul did. And this one, I think it's pretty consistently doing like 9.5-ish million a month with a freaking info offer. But you know why they can do this? It's because they added a lot of their fulfillment process is through the AI. And boom, that adds to that. Plus, you can flip this now for enterprise value. But now you're like, okay, these are all, theoretical. These guys, oh yeah, technically could flip it for enterprise value, blah, blah. But the thing is, like, you want to see real people doing it right now? I'll skip this one for now because this one's in the works. Actually, both these are in the works. But I guess the two biggest case studies from our industry is some like Sam Evans. Who, of course, at consulting.com, took the capital here. Initially, he was building. That is freaking amazing writing. Oh my God. Especially for how tired I am. This is beautiful. And so then consulting.com, he then took that, and in the people that were in his mastermind, guess what? He built out School, the freaking thing that I'm using right now. Like literally, you guys are all using School. This is enterprise value right here. Do I know Sam? Is Sam on here at all? Like this? No, like I don't know. I don't even know who Sam Evans is. I mean, obviously I do, but like I don't know who Sam Evans would be if I was just a total newbie at this. Right? And then he built out School through the cash flow here. Initially, he was feeding it into the customers in here to tell them to use School, but afterwards he focused fully on this. I went all in on School. Was a video that this guy made a minute back, or is it all in on School 1 year ago? And then he added Alex Hormozi to it, crazy acquisition engine, and boom, this thing exploded. As you can see, if you look at school hiring, boom, careers, you can clearly see that their growth curve is pretty crazy right now. I think in 2025, yep, this is what they're projecting. Look at that. And so clearly he is killing it. And so if we go ahead and flip something like this, trust me, it's going to be worth a lot. Because you know why? Something even smaller, like Alex Becker in an industry, did something similar. So if you want to see Alex Becker, so he started out here with this info stuff, yapping about self-help content, similar to how Sam Ovens did, Ty Lopez did as well. And then guess what? What happened over here? He took these expertise, because I think he was also running an offer that was initially drop shipping or e-commerce offer when that was blowing up really hard with Shopify, when Shopify was something new. And then afterwards, I think he also ran a mastermind for coaches and consultants, teaching other coaches and consultants how to do the classic coaches, coaches, similar stuff. And so pretty much what happened there was he took this and then he poured his capital. He poured his capital over into Hyros, which then, so if you look at Hyros.com, something like this, ads tracking. I'm sure if you guys run ads, you obviously know what Hyros is. And boom, what did he do? He flipped this. If we go through all his crypto shit right now, of the $110 million he made, that he's dumping into crypto, somewhere in the trenches here, especially with this new bull run, it's going to be tough to find it. There we go. Yep, I win. They're paying me $110 million for this. And you can watch this video. And boom, he exited Hyros for $110 million. So he did this. He literally did it. Remember the 110 million, like the 100 million thing I was talking about? How about add an extra $10 million on there? And he did it. He sold this for $110 million. Boom. That's how many zeros that has. And guess what? Remember that number, 160K passive? Well, yeah. That's what this guy's doing right now. But it's not passive because he doesn't want to be passive. Obviously, as an entrepreneur, you don't want to do that, because then he's putting all that money into crypto and just going ham on this shit right now. He's just multiply Xing this thing into just this guy. Trenches, I don't even know what's going on. Hopefully he becomes entrepreneur again, not just this degenerate, and starts his the health company that I was looking to start. Okay, and so now though, you're wondering, all right, where do I go after this? What do I do? Now I have $110 million, blah, blah. It's all fun and dandy. It's all fun, but like, this is kind of boring. What do I do now? And so this is where you move on to taking the experience that you have inside of business overall. And then you go ahead and so since now you've been in the game for a minute, you understand the trends and the patterns that are going all around in your life. Because you've lived the life, you've lived through the journey. And then now over here, you have the ability to make accurate decisions in business in order to leverage yourself in the highest way, generate true value in the world. And so therefore, you're able to invest capital into other businesses that utilize the other 3 C's, that you effectively leverage yourself out of the day-to-day work and see rather in the long term how your decisions play out. What I mean by the 3 C's here is leveraging yourself out of or utilizing capital, and then also you get to leverage companies that use code, content, and collaboration. Those 4 C's of leverage that I was talking about over with this chart, if you remember. And so with that being said, what we're able to do is that this, though, it only comes, you can make these proper investments and investment theses only after you've put in tons of work, tons of experience, and you've been in the game in a while. And so you're able to see the macro trends on what the marketplace is doing over time. Guess who's doing this right now? This is like Alex Hormozi. That's why he made this play. From gym launch, he saw a bigger vision with the acquisition.com. And what is acquisition.com? It is him taking his capital, $46.2 million. I don't think he takes in any money from outside investors right now for venture capital. He has no LPs or GPs. If you don't know what those are, I'm not explaining here. Basically, he takes that capital and then boom, he brings that, remember, to that Amazon KDP offer. Similar situation. I think he recently bought like a medical situation too. Boom, so Amazon KDP. He has a few portfolio companies, things like that. Right, so he's doing it live, like literally somebody in our industry doing it right now, right? And so you're wondering like, okay, how does VC work though? I mean, or overall investing in the private equity world is a little bit different to venture capital. Basically, I'll explain to you private equity first, and then I'll explain to you venture capital. So basically with private equity, you are an individual that takes that you like, it's literally the word private. So we're investing into private companies. We're taking equity in them, and then we are going and doing XYZ thing. All these different private equity firms, they have different offers that they help out with. I guess, using our terms, offers that they provide. So some of them, they place more board members. Some of them, they're just more capital intensive. They just provide capital. Some of them, they are more founder focused. Some of them, they focus on seed A round, seed B round, these different rounds, things like that. And what I'm talking about with seed rounds is like, think about it as if they're investing into you at like 10K a month or like 100K a month or $1 million a month. They're investing in you at different phases in the business, right? And so with that being said, this is what these private equity individuals do. And then for venture capital, this is where these individuals, they get more money from what are called, like think about, I guess the word is LPs, limited partners. That's a fancy terminology for basically people that have a lot of money and that want to multiply the money. So think of like old money. Think of like the Vanderbilts, or these like really old crotchety families that have now had money for multiple billions of generations. I mean, usually decades of generations, right? I'm not sure how many generations of families that exist out there. There's like the Rothschilds. There's those individuals that then take their capital because they have just so much money now. Like it doesn't even matter to them. I mean, it does matter to them, and so they want to grow that wealth, right? So they put portions of it into these funds. They have a little too much. So putting in like $100 million is not that much for them. They throw that in here, and they have, because like $100 million, and this is like diversified. You know what I'm saying? It's like they have another $100 million. They have in like real estate, and they have like another $100 million. It's probably like more like billion-ish dollars, whatever. Because like 100 million, it's only like 1/10 of a billion. It's not that much. And so then they put real estate. Where else would they put it? They'll put in something like, I don't know, just like classic bonds, more for safety, something like that. Maybe something they put into stock market like S&P 500, some shit like that, right? Basic stuff. And then what they do here is they take this stuff and they pop it into the venture capital firms. And then what these guys do is they take their money and they put it into companies through their investment philosophy that they see. Let's say, for instance, like another SaaS. They put in like a Loom, for instance. And then Loom recent exit price. Let me see. Okay, so Loom. So they exited at a price of $975 million. Oh, so this one. Oh, fuck. Wow. This thing exited at $1 billion almost. Remember I told you, $110 million a lot. Like I told you it's not a lot. Loom over here. Even like Loom, a lot of people don't even know this shit, right? Exited for $975 million. And Loom CEO net worth. The stock is probably pretty tight into here. Yeah, so he's a billionaire now. Nearly broke to 1.5 billion. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's the valuation. What is Loom CEO's net worth? Okay, so $56 million. All right, so I guess it's not a billionaire yet. Unfortunate. But yeah, still, look at these young studs worth $56 million, right? And then basically, this makes money, this exits, and it makes a lot of money from Atlassian, and the money comes back here. The VCs get a percentage of it, and then they send it back to these guys, and their $100 million turns like $200 million. Arbitrary numbers. Boom. And so everyone's happy, middleman, happy, and happy. And so this is where Alex Ramosi, he plans to get into soon with a more venture model. But right now he's just, I think, investing his own money and then being more of an operational partner, adding executives to the team because they have a big brand to go and hire out the different executives. But anyway, that's what we really got to get into now to multiply capital to multi-billions. And so at the end of the day, where I got to pick up this stuff was something like the All In podcast. And this is what I recommend you do watch as well. So the All In podcast, basically this Chamath guy as well. He is... Oops. So the Chamath Palihapitiya guy, this guy's also part of, he was pretty much like growth integrating for Facebook initially when it started, mostly doing the marketing, rebuilding the offer, finding product market fit, marketing and selling for Facebook. And he took that growth integrating, I think he went right to just private equity path. And then, yeah, now he's sitting here with all these people and yapping their face off on the All In podcast. These are 4 different venture capitalists, and they just drop good sauce because guess what? They are running this model right here. They're doing this biz op, simplifying it to our terms, right? And over here, 20 VC is also good. I mean, it's literally in the word 20 VC. I don't know why they call it 20. Basically, they bring all these. So this was like this is a venture capitalist. This is he's the CEO of a tech company. So he brings on tech company CEOs, and then venture capitalists is pretty much like exactly the path that you're going to take anyway. You just watch different things here. Cool. And you have the Colossus podcast. This one's a banger too. Colossus. They have more the up-to-date ones on Spotify. Business breakdowns, there it is. And these are heat, bro. These are heat. So basically they break down different like really massive businesses. If you look at, let's see, they break down something like FICO or Universal Studios, Shopify. They break down, what would you guys know? Like Louis Vuitton or the holding company of Louis Vuitton, which like brands that Louis Vuitton holds. Okay, cool. So Louis Vuitton, LVMH owns Dior, Givenchy, Bulgaria. I'm not into high fashion. I don't know. Sephora, whatever. They own all these different. Holy shit, they own even more. They own it. Oh, they own wines and spirits. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. Okay, yeah, but I guess their fashion line is the biggest. Ooh, and I guess part of it minority stake in Hermes. Oh yeah, because LVMH tried to buy out Hermes. I remember that story. But anyway, like Visa, they're able to break down these massive, massive companies. And afterwards, what happens is that capital or that knowledge, that sauce, you guys can start utilizing over here. But most importantly, even all the way, you can use that later game sauce all the way, if I could do this thing correctly, over to where you're at now. Just tying it all the way back to even decision making over here. You know how I was able to think through this? Because I was able to see the macro trends on what is going on in the marketplace. Through studying these venture capitalists that look at these big businesses. And oh, by the way, like what the utility of this sort of podcast is that these venture capitalists and these investors, they go and study how these different businesses work at a foundational level so that they could see if they want to invest into them. And so what's going on here is that they're doing that studying, right? And so through their decision-making patterns on how they're able to study different businesses, I was able to come up with this business thesis on like what is occurring in the marketplace over here and over here with all these trends. And then therefore I was able to engineer the perfect model based on all the inputs that I've had, right? And it's always going to be evolving. And so this is how you're able to come up with this sauce. And so now you're like, holy shit, your mind is probably pretty fucking blown with everything that happened here. And so now I'm going to bring it down into a really actionable step on what you got to do right now in order to get the best yield out of what you learned today. So the action plan looks like this, going into 3 different phases. All right. So phase 1, now that you really are planning to do this model, if you watched to this point, you probably are like, holy crap, I'm ready to make this happen. You're going to identify the NTPMA variables for your specific offer. So which exact niche are you going into? What is the exact transformation to that niche of ROI creators that you're going to deliver for them? What is the pricing that you're going to help them out with? Or what are you going to charge based on what skill sets that you already have? Right? What is the mechanism exactly? Are you better at Facebook ads? Are you better at copywriting that you're going to really lead in with? And then what is the access channel that you're going to outreach to them with? Okay. And you're going to utilize your prior outreach systems and morph it to the creator niche that you pitch. And you're going to book calls with creators and then close them. And then phase 2 is where you go to that $50,000 to $100,000 launch. Or with the creator onboarded, rapidly you're going to build out the minimum fulfillment system and the MVSP, post Instagram stories, alpha launch, make your first 20, 30K bag, pause for a minute to fulfill, then afterwards prep up marketing with YouTube, free community, etc., and a beta launch ASAP for the next 30 to $50K launch, netting you that $10,000 to $25,000 in profit. And so in phase 3 looks like this. Rapidly, after freelance GIing for a few more creators, you begin productizing the services and the elements of what you provide for people. And you're going to leverage yourself with the 4 C's understanding those 4 C's, keeping leverage in your brain, stick that shit, like just shove that shit in your brain, just shove that shit. And you're going to go and utilize that in your growth integrating agency or your growth integrating consultancies. And so either going to the GIA path or the GIC path, you start learning the skills of technology to integrate as much AI into not just your workflows anymore, but the core product, the foundational thing of what you're delivering, whether it's the creator's product or your own product in your GIC. And you begin to build out enterprise value in what you're building. And ideally over here, especially with Hyros, like bro dropped his info at a certain point. Sam Evans, guess what? Dropped his info. And so that's my ideal idea to generate a cash flow system, which then I could hurry up and move into building something with true enterprise value. And afterwards then focus on fully building out that software. You flip then for $100 million. And then afterwards you go into capital, or take that capital into private equity to become a multi-billionaire and take over the world. And so there's a few options that you can take going about and doing this, right? And so the first one is you doing this yourself. Maybe you'll succeed with a launch, sure, but you'll have tons of hiccups along the way, mess ups as well, confusions. And the main thing here, really simply put, I just very simplify this, but how are you going to understand and analyze all the different marketplaces and what exact niche you're going to do? Because I give you a high level view on what this looks like today, but tactically, I didn't show you the exact AI niche process, all the exact scripts that we utilize. I didn't show you the exact transformation then with my knowledge from my context of what we've seen in these different marketplaces that you're going to provide for these creators. I didn't show you that. And I didn't show you so much more that you're missing. You're probably like, oh, I got the solution here. No, you didn't. Let me be very honest with you. And this is to help you out. It's not to put you in some sort of confused state or whatever. I wanted to give you the high level view because the best thing for you to do is to be like, oh shoot, I'm in a realization that I need help with this. That's really what it is. And so then this will be incredibly expensive with not just the money that you're going to spending on wrong AI softwares, on wrong low ticket courses, or trying to draw all the information out there, on YouTube and podcasts. It's just a confusing little mess to combine into this growth integrating model. Good luck. I don't know about that though. But even more gross, think about how much per hour you value your time right now. All right. Let's just say at a conservative estimate, if you're making $10K per month, I doubt you value your time at this, but let's just say at a conservative estimate, it's $100 an hour to be conservative. And probably worth more. Okay. But now imagine how much longer making 25 to let's say 100 grand a month with growth integrating would take if you did it alone. Maybe if you went solo, you would take 1 year, but now we shorten to let's just say even 6 months. First of all, it's probably gonna take longer than a year for you to realize all the insights that we have. Then let's just bring it down. Let's say that for us, you do it with 6 months, or just you do it with somebody and you get help for 6 months doing this model. So then that's 365 days times or divided by 2 for half of the year. And that's 132 working days within half of a year. So times that by 8 hours a day you're working. All right, so you're spending, because right now we're agreeing that you're going to spend an extra half a year doing this, 132 days times 8 hours equals what? An extra 1,056 hours that you're going to work. Cool. And so if you're multiplying that by 100 hours, so you're going to opt to spend, if you do it alone, 100. So times 100. This is conservative. This is also conservative because you're probably going to work harder than 8 hours a day. So you're going to save, or you're going to spend an extra $105,600 to do it alone. Good luck. And think about also the pain they're going to go through to making it go that long. Or maybe you go ahead and hire an agency out, something like that, and you ask them to outsource building out some of these systems for your creators, but the agency realized that, oh shoot, with an agency or employees, they're not incentivized they're just incentivized for their benefit. And so with an agency, they'll do the minimum amount of work just so you feel good to get what you pay for. But when you really look at the systems, there will be holes everywhere. And hires will also not put the work in and leak you money whilst you just waste your time. This all then leads to you spending way more money on some sort of an agency or hiring employees. And then on top of this, you're just robbed of the biggest thing here, guys, is the time. Because now you're making 10K, maybe you're making 15K, whatever, a month. You value time now a lot more. And so you're robbing 3-4 months of your time. Would you like me to do the math estimate again of that? I don't think so. And so Imagine just using this guide. This is also valid too, right? Just using this guide and other YouTube videos, other ways they could learn, whatever. Sure, that'll work to an extent. But even though I genuinely bro, like you literally hear my voice right now. I put my freaking heart and soul into this. You know how long it is. You're seeing the timer over here. You probably now watched up to this point. You see me like dying right now. Okay. So you know I poured my heart and soul into this. But even though I did that, and I made it as in-depth as possible, I can only go so in-depth with the nuances that depend on a case-by-case person for everybody. I don't know your exact case, so I can't give you exact information on what you're going to need. I could just only do general blankets here on YouTube. It's just the nature of it. And so once it gets to the individual, specific case per case, I can only go so far to do that for you. And so this leads to, yes, free, sure. Oh, free things, whatever. But then it just takes a ridiculous amount of time on wasted watching other YouTube videos that then, okay, I found my problem now. I'm going to go find a YouTube video for it. Oh, shoot. I don't even know how to find it. Like what's going on here. And then sure, maybe you do it, but then it also leads to you adding another 6 to 12 months to your journey. It's probably going to be even longer than this. Or option 2, as I was talking about over here, showing this integrator incubator, you do it with us. Where if you now have realized that path to this 50 to 100K launch with your creator, but wish that there was some way to make it better, faster, cheaper, easier to get it done, and you're currently still trying to sign your first creator right now. You may have been previously in this growth operating space, more so if you were a prior agency before and seeing this as a massive potential, or maybe over here, you see the vision of this being this prior agency owner. You're like, how do I pivot into this? How do I take what I know and go into this growth integrating model? And finally, if you want to get to the point where you are able to learn those deep nuances to attain others saying finally, brother, you made it. They're giving you that. It's like, it's not even just your friends around you that are saying this, but it's also now like your newbie friends, but I'm talking about like your business friends. They're like, bro, you actually made it, bro. They pat you on the back. Your previous competitors you're kind of beefing with, as in like your business friends that you're competing with, they're like, holy crap, you actually did this. Your family, friends, and loved ones. Now it's not just like, oh, you made it. It's like, oh, you just bought me a Porsche, son. Holy crap. Oh, you like made it. If you want to get to that level. Or let's say right now, you've now signed a creator, but you have a hazy view on what to do from now on. But like a construction company comes in to a thick, overgrown forest to then pave down a laser straight and smooth road. You're looking for someone who's gone down that path already to build out this path for you. 2, this high status movie star like life of an absolute grinder entrepreneur and an also absolute just living an awesome life too of your dreams. This is what you want. And so wherever you're at, you want that backdoor, you want that shortcut to all of this. And if you're not any of these, then just do it yourself. But if you are one of these and this resonated with you, then this could possibly be for you, Integrator Incubator. Because the thing is, you'll be able to make $25,000 to $100,000 with growth integrating within the next 3 to 6 months, depending on how good you are at right now. You will have a lubed up slide with all of those systems that I talked about earlier, and I'll talk about even further down below. Just plug and play it and just tossed and just passed off nicely into your growth integrating business. You can finally get rid of the stress and anxiety and fear around what to do with your creator. And you'll feel truly proud and truly clear on the fact that you were able to finally make the internet money you've dreamed of. You've not just dreamed of, but then now you're like, holy crap, I've actually made this shit for real. And also on top of here, you'll be able to be an individual that is not stressed no more of, hey, I'm not clear about what this next vision of my life would look like. What am I supposed to do next? You'll know exactly what you have to do. And so what are the phases that we are able to accomplish this in for you? So in step 1, this is what we call the quick creator closing model, which is where we laser focus on that ROI niche for you. And with Instagram DM specifically, this is what we've nailed down so far. That guarantees monetizable creators reliably reply and book in meetings with you. And so how do we tactically go about and do this? So from day 1, from starting from hundreds and thousands of niches, we go ahead and pick out literally the best niche that is fit for you. This is what I was showing you earlier. All right? On that onboarding call, I just do it right for you. Based in account to what your prior niches were in your old agencies, with your personality skills overall, the people that you have around you, the connections, and then you're able to pick out the best niche. We're able to help you pick out the best niche for you. There's even niches on here that are not shown, not talked about. How can you have that confirmation unless you have individuals that are helping you out do that? And afterwards, from day 2 to 14, then we take this niche and we begin lead generating and outreaching using our full done-for-you script. So let me just show you live what this looks like. And by the way, transparently, if you're watching this a little bit later, who knows, our product is always evolving. We have what is called a dynamic product. And so we're always looking to improve it consistently. But for now, this is what this looks like. Where we have this full, so we have a full done-for-you outreach script that you just go ahead and copy and paste, utilize. Right, we have the full done-for-you Miro boards that I showed earlier that you can utilize to instantly go and persuade your creator to get on a call. And what I'm talking about Miro boards are the looms that you're going to shoot. There's a very particular way that we do this here, a very particular format. There's going to be all those, that outreach tracker that I showed earlier, that application that we have inside of here. Very much cracking creator acquisition. I mean, you literally saw it in 2 weeks. Both of the students got creators. And then, by the way, just to let you know, Ye was working a job whilst he was doing this outreach. Just to let you know. And so afterwards, we then do this by making it pretty much a no-brainer situation where you don't need to really think and you just put in the work. And if not, you'll get a creator in most likely 7 to at least 30 days. And then from day 14 through 30th, this is where you're booking in calls consistently with your creators. Since now you've optimized and tweaked, like transparently, we have to tweak the outreach systems once in a while. And so then we go ahead and do that. And this allows you to print consistent, high quality calls with creators. But not just that, but as a script that I showed you earlier, you're able to crush it. You're able to just crush it because we sat here and we made the exact step-by-step scripts that you're going to need to just sit down and pretty much say. Of course, albeit switch it up a little bit, but just make it so much more easier for you because you know how to sell to a certain extent, but you don't know the exact framework on how you would do it in a creator context. And so we help you do that as well. Boom. This pretty much, you literally saw it, 50%, 30%. This allows us to get industry-shattering results of 30 to 50% revenue shares. And this alone is valued over here. As I said, $2,800 done for your consultancy service over here. $4,800 for the templates and the trainings that you're getting here. And $2,800 for the templates and the training that you're getting. This loan is valued at $10,400. And then with the rapid release system, where we speed launch you from making 1 to 5K in 3 to 7 days. Then afterwards to 30 to 50K within a few months, leading the expectations destructive of your creator with an immediate cash and also an immediate cash collection for you. And so as soon as you sign your creator, this is where you take them from already impressed. Then I showed you all those systems earlier. You build those out fast. And so you're like, all right, I could build those out myself. Or what you could do is take these systems around, boom, of course, the onboarding part. I already showed you that part about the tech stack, blah, 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 go high level, whatever, all these things that you help set up. But then in the minimum viable sales part, we have, well, guess what? Like the entire template for you to go ahead and write that sales letter. Oh, remember that sales script that you're talking about? Oh, well, why don't you just, have the entire copy of it? Of course, if you're accepted into Integrator Incubator, once again, our acceptance rates is really low because of, you got to be quite qualified to join on here, right? All things around that. And then all those other systems around there. It's pretty much like tip of the iceberg and can't go through all of them. Which then allows us to implement those minimum fulfillment, MVF, MVSP, and their MVO, also the operations part I didn't even show on here. Which then we have all those systems pretty much built out for you, which this one is worth $8,800. And this earlier one that I was talking about with these IG stories, you post instantly, this one's $1,800 in value. And from day 50 to 60, this is where you take those systems and you implement for your alpha and beta launch, instantly making that 30 to 50K and the 10 to 20K in your pocket is $5,800 worth in value. And so this alone is worth $16,400 in value. And so then we help you smoothly scale because using your now newfound case studies, you double down with your current creators or scale even further to multiple ones, hire setters, hire closers, and get into that GIC, GIA mode launch here. And so this is where you're now scaling. Most of this is a GA model from 100K per month plus with only 2 to 3 clients. And so from day 60 to 180, you take your dialed in systems, and whilst doubling down with your current creator, you can reutilize our already powerful outreach system and then supercharge it with your case study. And so these systems and templates around this here are valued at $4,800. And then you going ahead and hiring sellers and closers under you, and the cash generation as well. The systems around templates around here are $6,800. And so the total value here is $11,600. And so secret, fourth step here is from day 365 plus, depends on how hard you work, you then transition from your agency into more so a do-it-yourself model, the GIC/GIA, and you get to $1 million a month plus, eventually going to private equity or tech world and then becoming that killer business person, and you go to $100 million exit, whatever that looks like, and become a billionaire. And so the value of just knowing about this, plus getting the high level game, surrounding yourself around members that are looking for this stuff too, this valued at $6,800. And so what is the game plan here? We break down all these different investment numbers, and you get quick creator closing templates, $10,400. The rapid release templates, $16,400. The smooth scaling templates, $11,600. And the ethereal transcendence vision is $6,800 in value. And so in total, it's all valued at $45,200. A whole ass, what is that, like a brand new Tesla? But the thing is, since this is such a hands-on premium experience, our team only has a certain enough amount of bandwidth for the amount of clients per month. And so every month we're only opening around 15 spots. So whenever you're watching this, if it's toward the beginning of the month, you're lucky. If it's towards the end, then there may not be so many spots left. So to take advantage of this opportunity now, go ahead and fill out the application form down below, as we only take high-level agency owners already making 5 to 10K per month. But who knows, the targeting may have shifted in the future, maybe low requirement, high requirement. So you may be in a luckier spot, who knows, depending on your situation, depending on if you're higher or lower. And so to see if you actually qualify, go down there, and trust me, it's not some BS qualification system. It's like, if you suck, literally, you'll not get a spot. Show up in suits. And so you'll be sent to a booking page to book a call, but once again, this still does not guarantee you a spot inside our Integrator Creator. And you will be triaged by either me right now, because I'm currently doing this, or even my team members in the future. And so to see if you're actually still a fit. But if you're watching this within the next first few months of this release, personally, I will be calling you up on the triage call to see if you're a fit on the main decision and on the main decision-making call as well, in order to really qualify this first group of people. But the thing is, also, in the meantime that I'm responding to you, I'll go ahead and go down below and join my free school community. I think it's the second link under the application, where you can go ahead and even further get an organized course of this growth integrating model. So as you can see, this is what it's going to look like. You go in here, and I'll go to Classroom. I'll go to Classroom, and I'll look over here. There's the growth integrating course. I got to update it, but pretty much all of this value and sauce, just step by step, you go and watch this. All the philosophies in here, they apply to this growth integrator model as well. It's just a little bit of an older branding. And they're still incredibly, incredibly valuable. So make sure to watch this stuff. It's going to really, really change your life out here. And so with that being said, once again, however, though, the biggest action takers is not mental masturbating over this content. It's to sit down and say, hey, how am I going to freaking make the fastest action, make the fastest moves, and save the most amount of money? Save $105,600, which is you going down there, applying to book in a call with either me or my team members. If you're watching this within the first few months of its release, I personally will be calling you on the triage or on the main decision-making call in order to really qualify these first group people. So I will directly be seeing you down below on that call. Hopefully, if you're booking in relatively soon, and if not, then with one of my team members. I'll be seeing you there. Go ahead, apply right now, and I'll see you soon on those calls. Apply right now. I'll see you soon. Peace.